where the sky is blue. I know a place where they don't wear shoes. There's never any worries, nothing you gotta do. But you can swim and surf if you want to in Malibu.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 11. The wait is over. There are only 3 weeks left, 6 matches each for the regular season here in the LCK. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. And what a crazy week it was back in week number 10.
Oh, yeah. A lot of things that we didn't necessarily expect. A lot of things got a bit crazy, and not much time left in the LCK regular season before we hit play-ins and playoffs. So the results really having a big impact.
It was probably my worst prediction week ever in my life. I think
what we did? It was your worst prediction week so far.
all right, okay.
You can get worse.
Starting, I
Oh,
guess.
here we go. Oh, 4 out of 10 was your winning prediction out of all of us big brains on the analyst desk. Remember, screenshot this anytime that you disagree with us and you'd be like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I don't think anyone could have guessed what was happening. Well, worse than Umpty, he got 2 out of 10. And Valdez, too. Ha! But really what it kind of tells us is how topsy-turvy the Legend group was, because KT and D+ came out on fire, plus Gen G came out flat at their home ground. There was so many things happening here in the Legend group.
Yeah, it was chaos. And Gen G going down to 4th place is a big surprise. I mean, their form recently has been rough, but it's just not a spot we typically expect them to. D+ also on a 6-win streak. They're a team who had a lot of ground to gain when they came into the Legend group, but they've made a lot of headway, and the race is so close right now.
I mean, it's the momentum, right? The D+ Gia now having a 6 games winning streak and climbing up. Comparing it to HLE and Gen G, I've never seen these two teams having this kind of a downside, because I think Gen G, especially, they are the one who had like most dominant in the regular split.
That's right. Your eyes did not fool you. It was indeed a 2 with the letter L in the column next to Gen G. And this is from their home ground. Kintex was supposed to be that great celebration of Gen G greatness over the last several years. This roster is stuck together and continued to try and grow and achieve those goals. And then here, again, we're not playing a replay of the first clip. They lost both matches. And if you're thinking, man, that hasn't happened in a while, Ox has you covered here.
Yeah, this hasn't happened in a really long time. In fact, they haven't lost 2 series in a row since Chovy joined the roster, which was 1,823 days ago is the last time Gen G had a 2-loss streak. So, you know, obviously Gen G's not been in the form we typically expect, but I think this really shows you how atypical this current situation is, and there's still matches ahead of them. This could get worse if they go to a 3-loss streak. That'd be the first time in 2,544 days since 2019, which is insane.
Yeah, they're gonna play today, and we'll see what's gonna happen next. But the thing is, I'm just like concerned about how they're gonna fix this, because I've never seen like Keen struggling on top side, even though he had like most consistent performance. And bot lane, they don't even find a solution. Man, it looks really rough for Gen G.
Yeah, let's take a look then at this week's Play the Music. This camera. Digon's Fact of the Week. Now, our opponents have been locked in an eternal battle, and yet again, we will introduce them. Introducing first, #1 competitor is Missy Daniel Ox Harrison, hashtag Pickle Legend.
Oh yeah,
With the Legend logo.
I did smoke. Me and Digon smoked.
Oh my god.
We did. Yeah.
You guys are so happy about yesterday.
You know, we hadn't played in a while, so we were a bit rusty. It didn't matter. Didn't matter. Enough to take down
His opponent is the person who lost at Pickle yesterday, but wins our hearts week after week.
I mean,
From the Rise group, it's Pickle Rise. We did. That's so good.
who cares about pickleball? It's a fake sport.
That's right.
I play tennis.
You can't care about pickleball right now because it's Digon's Fact of the Week. And here is the Fact of the Week. The question is, the last time Gen G lost back-to-back series was summer 2021, and it happened twice. Now, I've listed a bunch of teams on there. Which 4 teams were involved in 2021's summer's back-to-back wins weeks?
This is difficult.
It was week 9 and week 7. I'm sure that helps you a lot.
KT, DK, Africa Freaks, leave Sandbox.
Okay.
I'm going to go T1, DK,
I don't think it's T1. That's the point.
Live Sandbox, and HLE.
Ooh. Let's reveal the answers here. As I believe it's a tie. I think both of you got 3 each.
Oh,
it was Live
man.
Sandbox and Africa Freaks in week 7. They did it first. But then the most recent time was week 9. It was T1 and D+. Those were the two solid teams that year.
Honestly-
and then Live Sandbox, closer.
I'm amazed I got 3 out of 4.
Oh, no, first mate Fate. Sorry, Fate. I believe it was Prince was on that roster as well, and then Africa Freaks as well, getting the 2-1 victories. Again, it has been that long since Gen G have lost 2 series back to back and looking to try and change their fate. But the winners of one of those series is someone that Wadid believes might need to turn back time as well.
All right. For you, we need to remind what happened in 2020 Diamond Gaming. They were starting up like with a little bit of warm up, right? Spring 4th, and then they couldn't really do much in MSC, but they won the LCK Summer back in the day, and they won Worlds right after that. So the momentum was there, and I think they're really good at early game. For example, they didn't really manage to go after 30 minutes because they always finish before the 30 minutes. So they were just dominating all the games, and I think 2026 DK is having some kind of similar idea about the game. They just won the EWC right before the Worlds right now. And then we still got Showmaker, who's playing so much better than before. And it was Showmaker who 1v9 the game with the Guri, you know, back in 2020. And now you're back here with the momentum. So I'm expecting them to do more, and probably they're going to win the LCK into 2020 World.
So you're expecting them to do more, but the question is, do you or what don't you trust T plus K? There's Chronicler.
All right. The thing is, I'm not going to jinx them. So I'm not going to trust them yet.
What?
I don't think they're going to do it because it's too optimistic, you know? I don't think they're going to do it. And at the same time, I don't want to jinx them.
I love how he was trying to sell us on it, and then he's just immediately folded.
Yeah.
Like a house of cards.
It's
immediately
too old,
plummeted
you know?
down.
What? They're doing it, baby!
Wow.
No! They're doing it right
You
now!
can't do it.
Smash was the MVP
Don't
over at
jinx it.
EWC. He's playing so well, he can play anything. Showmaker's back.
Me, I'm gonna
Wadoo
go
plus, baby.
Wadoo.
Yes, exactly.
Gosh.
Look, I think it needs more time. I take time to trust, right?
too old.
Got to build up. And I think I've been burned too many times by D+, so I just need to see a bit more. It's still early days.
Well, that leads us to then, do you trust KT? And if I trust D+, that means I have to trust KT.
I think it depends.
KT fans.
Trust in what way? Because I trust KT to be KT.
Yeah, in that way, I agree. So I trust KT to do the KT thing.
KT will be KT,
Yes.
and that is eternal. So yeah, I expect that.
And that what is this? Do we would do or would don't that
have
last
one
one?
more?
What is this?
DNS, can they win another series?
Oh my god.
I think they can. I think we're a good I think they can.
Nah, I don't think so. It's like, you know, it was just one of the game that they just got, you know, lucky. But I don't think they're gonna make it.
Lucky?
Oh, it's a 5 DNS because they're in 5th place in the Rise group. That was the big story of this group standings. The DN Automotive Supers stopping their season-long, what would have been one whole split, 18 games in a row. They finally get their first victory, much to the cheer, the tears of the fan. There was so much crying.
Yeah, I mean,
It was crazy.
I'm sorry, Dan, but I just feel like it was just Hanjin Brion playing bad. It's not
Guys,
like
no.
DNS doing great. But
Here's the thing.
Oh,
do you
man. Look at that.
yeah, look at the moves.
I love the LCK.
But
he loves
what?
DNS.
I don't
The
think-
fan belief is there, right?
Yeah.
And I
What does
also
this mean?
believe because they actually
why are
kept
you at the
themselves in the
TV?
running.
What's happening?
And if they continue to 2-0 the rest of their series, they can actually make it
DNS
to play-ins.
dream
And I've
never
actually,
stop?
I ran the scenarios, I crunched the numbers a little bit. This is the play-in scenario I gave to you, where they take down BNK Ferex and Nongshim, and then they do face some adversity in the playoffs. They do get knocked down in the lower bracket, but they make this generational run all the way through, where they face KT in the finals and win 3-1.
So
What?
And then they will
there's
go on
more?
Wait,
to
what?
Wills, where they will face down Top Esports, and of course I'll beat them 3-0. They'll go up against G2, and I'm sorry we did, but they're going down 3-1, and they will face down the finals. Peter and Docdam will get their revenge against T1, and they will manage to deny the 4-peat, and we will have DNS as a 2026 World Champions. You can fact check this. You can check the numbers. This is possible. This can happen. All we need is a bit of faith, a bit of belief. So you doubters, stay quiet. DNS is coming.
Why is Top Esports catching a stray?
Wait. They just got the second win in the LCK, though.
That's how it starts.
Oh my god.
That's how it begins.
What a storyline.
You know, you just have to have faith. And I have faith right now, I believe. So
What is this background music?
they could do anything. This is one of the possible outcomes that can happen. And mathematically, this can still happen.
All right. Well, okay. That might happen, but what is happening is patch 2615 as we take a look at some of the changes that have happened here in the most recent patch changes. And goes with Alistair and Kai'Sa, and one big thing here, Maokai has been disabled for the near future, so will not be in pro play because of a bug that's happening.
Yeah, so Alistair, we saw a little bit of play recently. Movement speed increase, it's +5. It sounds like a small amount. Actually makes a big difference when you're playing one of these melee supports who like to roam, but also Alistair often gated by getting in range of his headbutt on targets. The movement speed is actually a pretty big help, so I expect to see him cropping up a little bit more and more here and there.
And there's some nerfs here on the champion. I think Locke and Silas and Nafiri are huge. I feel like those 3 picks are like most picked in recently. But I feel like even though after them getting nerfed, I don't think they're gonna like be dropped, because I think because of the field list and because of how the pinch is the jungle pool right now, I think Nafiri is still good and Silas also still good. But I'm still curious about the Locke though, because they were just keep banning it, right?
He was permabanned. Maybe we see him come through more, and we'll see if he's still going to be a first pick or later in the draft. It might help him if he's later in the draft, because he'll end up being picked in good situations for him.
A lot easier to play against it.
Let's take a look at some of the items here. Bastion Breaker, Terminus, and Yuntao Wild Arrows getting changed here.
No, Jack of all trades, I think, is a big one, because there are certain champions with specific build paths that would stack it up very quickly. Corki is an example, could get it before he's even finished his 3 items. So a bit of a hit in the adaptive force. I don't think it's going to break the room, but does make it weaker. And Terminus is an interesting one, because this will only really come through late in the game. You tend to build Terminus a bit later, but also you need enough bonus AD and ability power, one of the two, to benefit. So, you know, champions like Kai'Sa maybe, Varus potentially, but I think it's too late in the game to have that much sway.
Yeah, and also a buff on the Yuntao. I think it helps AD carry to have a faster scaling option, because nowadays you just pick the both AD carries to snowball fast, but it feels like, you know, AD carries are slowly coming back.
All right, well, let's see how our teams will make use of those changes as we take a look at Week 11. As I said earlier, only 3 weeks left. It all kicks off with the Bros up against the Noodle Boys, then Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G. Man, I love Legend and Rise Group. There are only bangers like Kiwoom, DRX, and the DN Automotive Supers, which is Ox's pick here.
This is where it begins, right?
Hey?
This is the next brick in that road, and I'm ready to see the 2W in that streak column of the standings. DNS, I believe you can continue it. I have so much faith. I'm doubling down, double DNS win on my predictions for this week.
I want to see like either DK or KT is going to climb up, because now HLE and Gen G are like obviously struggling. So I want to see how they climb up, so they're going to play against it. And
Look at this week
prediction.
Huni is sleeping, and also this week there was only 2 games, that Sunday matchup that we've all agreed upon. Other than that, everyone has
guys,
separate picks.
Hold one moment.
Yeah.
I do notice, BNK Ferex vs Bro, there's only one Bro vote. Can we just get it up again? Just really quickly, I just want to see that again. There was one Bro vote, BNK Ferex vs Bro, And it was No, it's not Degon.
It's me.
It's Wadid.
I'm a true
So
Bro
Wadid
fan.
said 2 wins for Bro, and Degon, the alleged Bro supporter.
I
Interesting.
mean, he's just fake, you know. Even though they had the 0-2 week, I still believe in them. But look at that guy. He's just wearing green shirt to fake it and brand himself as a Bro fan. But I'm here to truly support them from my heart. So I do trust them. I believe you. You can do it. Let's go, bro.
Wow, it's
That's
great
crazy.
to see.
That's
Sorry,
crazy.
can you be quiet? This was Wadid's moment.
Yes, it's my moment, you know.
Yeah, great to see such a
Thank
devoted
you.
Bro fan here.
Thank you. I appreciate so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Not much to say. I was there yesterday.
You jinxed
Yesterday.
them.
Yesterday
Yeah,
I was
you
here
jinxed
for the
them,
League
yes.
Classic. I was there last week for the Bros, but I think a 1-1 week will do well for a squad that has the longest losing streak in the league. Let's see if they're able to break it today. Nongshim Red Force and Hanjin Brian. We'll see after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
두리온 화이팅! 두리온 화이팅! 아버지 핑맨 농심 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK for 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here today. We are ready to bring you through day 1 of our second week after we had one of the least possible to predict weeks on record, and that was only on our side. The Korean side
It was even worse over
more
there. Yeah,
ridiculous.
I saw like most people had like 1 out of 10 or something like that. Maybe I missed all in the rehearsal, but it looked a little bit rough on that side. Huni and I were 4 out of 10. We were the most successful, but 40% doesn't feel like a thing to brag.
I was 3 out of 10, and I was feeling really disappointed. And then I saw that on the Korean side, Pony was the only one that managed to get 3 out of 10. It was absolutely absurd. So last week, a lot of upsets, and we'll see whether that is going to continue this week. I think the upset for this first series would be Bro coming out on top because they have really been struggling, as you can see here, from the throne of the East to a 7-match L streak. Yeah, the Bros are definitely in crisis at the moment, and Nongshim are looking like they are well and truly back on the horse as we get into Legend and Rise group.
If they lose today, they fall down to the bottom 2, which is where you will be eliminated from playoffs or play-ins. As Scout's been the lock connoisseur, but I think it's been the drafting around the lock that has been the most solid. Diablo playing the Aatrox.
Sock because of the we've done the Photoshop.
Well, you'd have to call him Sokka, the German StarCraft player then. You know,
do we have to do that?
Yeah, I think so. I think
okay, we can do that.
What, Skok?
Which race did he play?
He played Protoss.
I think that makes sense. You know, there's some Zeratuli vibes or
yeah,
something like that.
He was pretty, he led the meta a little bit of Phoenix play back in the day.
Hey, there you go. Locke basically flies, doesn't he? He's got a lot of that new champion mobility. Let's say hello to our teams, though, as they make their way out onto the LOL Park stage here. And, man, Roma's hair really starting to grow long here. The Bros looked okay in the Kesper Cup, but it's been a bit of a rough road for them.
I heard that Dagon is copying Romer. That's why, because he's such a bro follower, that he's been trying to grow his hair out, trying to look like Romer. That's been his whole inspiration. That's been his whole thing. That's why he's not dyeing it as many colors this season either.
I mean, I would believe you if he had have predicted Bro to win in the matchup that they'd be most likely to win.
He takes inspiration from them. He doesn't support them.
Yeah, I do think it's weird that he chose that they would win this series as opposed to their next one, because I do think that this is the most difficult series for the Bros that they will face in the Rise group.
Well,
the Nongshim are looking really good.
This is a Nongshim that has such strategical depth right now. This is a Nongshim that is drafting well, playing around their carries well. Diablo and Scout have been at the forefront of their wins. You know, whether it's Diablo popping off on a late game carry, or a Jhin that's been supported by Lens, or if it's Scout getting fed all those kills to the lock and Diablo playing the Aatrox to set it all up. And the scrappy skirmishing power, I think, is definitely there. Now, on the opposite side, you have the ex-Nongshim player Gideon, who was a big part of why this team was finding a lot of success early on in the year, especially at the beginning of round 2, but just not able to really pull it all together right now, really struggling. And, you know, they had the series yesterday in the Kesper Cup as well, where that performance didn't leave us feeling like this team is ready to turn it around today. I feel very, unfortunately, confident in my prediction that Nongshim are just going to continue the streak here.
I would agree. I think the Nongshim are looking very, very good. Scout especially seems to have woken up moving into this next round robin. Diablo and Lehens are getting things together a little bit more. But I think looking at the Bros is the more prudent thing to do at this stage, because to me, it's kind of only Casting that's playing well. And Casting is having some incredible games. It's just unfortunate that the rest of his teammates have really fallen off a cliff. Romer especially, when he debuted, we weren't exactly blown away, but then did start to come back in the beginnings of 2026. Since then, though, it has certainly fallen off. So
yeah,
I'm hoping that we just get the old Bros back, plus new and improved Casting. Like, Casting can stay doing what he's doing right now. That's fine. But the rest of them, I think, need to get it together.
Honestly, if I'm being totally honest, I think right now you got to play through Teddy.
I think Casting you should be honestly honest, Wolf. Honestly.
Casting is very much self-sufficient. Like, he's doing very well right now. You don't need to put him on picks where he needs jungle resources. You need to play through the bottom lane. You need to play through Teddy and Namgung. And it's crazy to say it, but I think that outside of Casting's resurgence, it has been Teddy and Namgung that are the best performing players on this roster, and Namgung is on that list, right? He's with Teddy. It's that duo that is playing well.
Yep.
And it's a tall ask against Nongshim here when you're playing against Diablo and Lehens in that matchup where you have such a strong point. I think for me, looking at the rest of the Rise group for Bro, I've already said it before when they lost those games where we were expecting them to maybe get those crazy upsets to make Legend Group. I gave up hope. And I'm more interested in this series to see how Nongshim are going to continue their trend. Like, that's where I'm like, there's some real potential here in this roster just dominating this group and coming out as a dark horse in play-ins. And I don't want to see Nongshim fall off. I feel like A lot of people might be going, well, they use Lock for some of those wins. That's, you know, that's something that's a little bit broken. I think they're drafting Lock better than anyone else right now. Their strategy has been insane.
Yeah, it's been actually good, and some of the Lock strategies have been, it's left a little to be desired. I don't want to, you know, look towards maybe a team that's going to be playing in our second series today or anything like that when it comes to that sort of reference, but it is just how it is.
Or both of them?
Yeah, both of them would be another option, although Zeka did accidentally win when he played it. Chobi wasn't so lucky. Drafting certainly has been plaguing, but not Nongshim, and let's see whether they can do it again as we get into pick and ban here for game number 1. Nongshim will be on our blue side as a result of them not having right of first selection, and the Bros will take that first pick. We do have Maokai globally banned, so it's going to be really surprising when we don't see any Maokai at all throughout.
Except not really, even though he was buffed with his jungle clear. He wasn't played in Kespa Cup before he was globally banned either, so I don't think this will affect things too much, but it is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, if you're thinking that it's maybe an incredible Maokai angle in the draft, understand that they will not go for it because you can't. I don't know when you'd get to that. Maybe there's like some sort of Yone draft that you want to go with. Anyway, the Rumble is going to be banned away alongside the Poppy. I think Kingan's Rumble does always need some attention. And will we see... I don't think the Bard ban is all that necessary against Lehens and Namgung, but we'll just have to find out.
I think a Scout lock ban might be a Scout exclusive for the LCK here, but it is going to be taken away from him in this draft, so that's no longer on the table. Orianna has to be banned, so Cassiopeia for Roamer does feel like the most likely outcome. However, I would argue I'd rather see Gideon play Lee Sin here. It's one of his best picks. And even though Roamer gets the S tier pick in the Cassiopeia, his performances individually just have not been inspiring. But bro are going to do the LCK move and pick the tier list.
Well, I mean, it was either that or...
Guess what?
I mean, this was obviously going to happen, but now they have to pick away Ezreal. Otherwise, like the Ezreal Camille that we have seen be a relatively decent lane, Ezreal has been quite self-sufficient. The Skarner into Lee Sin has been a decent matchup, but oh my god, they went Shen instead of Ezreal. And so now, I think Nongshim probably get like the best core that is on offer at the moment in the meta, as far as like mid-game power is concerned.
The only alternative is try to get a counter pick for this Cassiopeia. I am confident that Scout could play Syndra and get a lead here, and then keep the bottom lane flexible. Because if you get the Ezreal, some of those strong, setups here.
Olaf.
Okay, well, Olaf is going up in priority like crazy. His win rate is insane, and he just keeps winning.
How many times does he get played into the Bros as well? And then we have to commentate him going, bro, and then killing them all. And it's just really sad.
Well, they're going to ban the Jax counter pick, so they are very aware. They've been watching and playing in Kespa Cup. By the way, Nongshim is the highest ranked Kespa Cup team.
Yep. they qualified first.
Yeah, they are in first. So... And against some tough opponents as well.
Yeah, they took down T1. It was T1's Challenger roster, but the Challenger roster was beating all sorts of teams throughout the Kespa Cup. They were absolutely incredible. So
Syndra's going to get banned here first, kind of leading us to believe that Hanjin don't think that Diablo is going to look for an Ezreal pick here, because he has the ability to pick first in this draft. So,
oh no, Teddy just wants to Kaiser it, doesn't he?
He might, but I just don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good thing, but I think
they do eventually make the right choice.
Oh, thank goodness. Teddy is a great Kaiser player, but I'd be a bit worried.
We're probably going to end up seeing something like a Victor here in the mid lane for Scout, or maybe something a little bit more aggressive. Like they could play in this draft, I think, something like a Sylas. Akali works out. Jhin becomes very obvious. This was the other pick that works really well with Camille when you have this frontlining Lee Sin and Olaf.
Yep.
Corki over Sivir, I think, is much more powerful into the Jhin, but the Sivir is going to be great for late game in terms of being able to clear those waves and control the map. So those are the choices you want to make. Explosive 2 items for Corki and better lane, or Sivir in the late game. Zambessa will be the answer here to this Olaf, which makes me very nervous.
Yeah, we have seen Ambessa picked into Olaf before. In fact, just yesterday in the Kespa Cup, it was one of the choices. I don't know whether it's a good one. I didn't like it necessarily. You can always play around that one-item spike, but I think that the Olaf can certainly get off to a good start. I think it was Rich playing the Olaf in that particular matchup, and it didn't look great. But, there might have been some user error at play there. The Corki is going to be considered once again here for Teddy, and I think Corki makes more sense than Siva because there's an Olaf, and he runs more fast than you.
There's a lot of options here for Scout. Can just play the Anivia.
All right.
And Anivia plus Olaf.
He was the first one to bring the Anivia over to the LCK, I'm pretty sure.
It's
a more recent stint.
It's certainly a Scout-flavored champion right now, and he has so much setup in this draft to be able to get value out of his ultimate, whether he is just zoning the engage away here from Hanjin Brionne, messing up what the Skarner's trying to do, because if he goes in, he won't necessarily be able to get out. The same with the Ambessa. The wall can trap you in there. Then you're stuck in melee range with an Olaf and a Camille. This draft here for Nongshim Red Forest, I feel like has almost everything you'd ever want. The draft on the side of Hanjin Brionne scales really well with the Cassiopeia, and the Corki 2-item spike is also going to feel really good. They've got good engage, but it doesn't necessarily scream safety or I'm as bro. Like, if you put nameplates on, they're going to be able to get to that Cassiopeia angle. And that was the first pick. They gave over the Lee Sin for that. And if the Lee Sin just runs circles around the Skarner, which has been a counter pick to the Lee Sin, but the Lee Sin usually makes more impact early, I think they're going to regret the way they approach this draft.
Yeah, perhaps. I do think the Anivia is weirdly off theme because Nongshim have all the champions that just want to run people down. So Scout does need to be very careful about where he's constructing his walls. But hopefully it is going to be all okay here for Nongshim. They can play around it well. Scout has been on form. Let's see what happens as we get into the Rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, got to work on the fan chant coordination just a little bit here today, but they'll have game number 2 to get it all in order. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are onto the Rift for game number 1. Nongshim with a draft that I think will be able to get things done a little bit sooner than the Bros. But the Bros obviously wanted to take things slow, steady. What we were saying yesterday, Wolf, you know, we were commentating some Bro and Brew, them versus KRX. KRX did eventually win the series. It was a 3-game slog. And the Bros, they did take things slow. And they did make it to a lot of late games.
They did.
And they lost the majority of them.
They also did not play against Nongshim yesterday.
They did not.
Nongshim pretty scary. I think that the way this comp needs to work for Bro is to make sure that the Ambessa doesn't fall behind, and that Teddy and Namgung are played through by Gideon. And from then on out, playing through the Cassiopeia is really tricky, right? Because you're playing into Anivia, who has a wall, who has a passive that makes it very difficult to kill her. It even allows for Scout to just decide to drop his passive to keep his flash, for example. It's a strong matchup early here for the Cassiopeia as well, but playing through this I don't think is going to be necessarily where you want to butter your bread, so to speak, here for Bro.
Yeah.
And the Lee Sin is very scary. You know, they're both pathing bottom side here, as we'd expect, because it's a Corki lane with the Camille. And we'll see what happens once this Camille gets out of lane as well, because that's the other part of the Lee Sin into Skarner, is the Camille is going to be roaming all over the map, and the Shen is going to have to follow as barrier is popped here.
Yeah, Teddy actually using that just to try and keep his health bar a little bit more up. Did have this wave crashing on forward. We know that there wasn't any risk of a dive, and in fact, Gideon is here in case of a counter dive necessity. Doesn't actually come on through. We do have Sponge just going for a casual full clear. And casting, standing on top of the axe.
One of the cool things about Camille when you have lane prio like this is you can just stand on that brush. And if you see the enemy jungler coming, you could just hookshot away so easily. And if the enemy support tries to kind of come over there and buy space, you've got Halo Blades. Like, I'm happy to trade with you. That's fine with me, yes. If there's no jungler here, I'm going to kind of stick around. Now he has his jungler down here. And it becomes very difficult for Gideon to actually even access this Scuttle Crab. They do have prio in mid. Scout's very low on health right now.
Yeah, I think Sponge kind of knew what was going on here as Gideon looks to try and catch on to Sponge, but this is just grabbing some Scuttle Crab control and will successfully do so. Sponge coming over to help Scout out here, as he could have, you know, put his T-Tail on top of Scout there to give him a little bit of a shield, but decided to go to the minion instead. A little bit more of a beeline.
Doing a little bit better in Kespa Cup, but not that much better, to be honest. Just being played a lot there. As you see, this is on a 7-loss streak.
Yeah, I remember we
including
brought this up
Dorn
when
and
it was a 6-loss streak, and in that game, it then lost again, didn't it?
Yes, that's how this loss streaks work, generally.
Ah, thank you. It's weird because I've been working here in the LCK and looking at loss streaks for a long time during my career, and I've only just had it explained to me.
You never thought about how they grew, did you?
Yeah, no, I didn't know, and I thought it was just on trees.
Because when they don't get, when they either just get bigger or they disappear, and we don't talk about them anymore.
Exactly. I never see them die.
We don't do the lost streak broken graphic.
Why don't they bring up the graphic when they win, and then it just gets torn apart, and then Atlas would understand, and his brain would work. That would be nice.
Well, luckily,
they
I've
never
explained
think about
it to you
me,
now,
do they?
So hopefully that'll at least be enough until we can get that graphic made for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that in advance, LCK, because I'm sure there's somebody else that doesn't understand how this
Lehens
works.
is here.
Oh, that's very cute. Using the wall as the hookshot target, but doesn't actually commit as Namgung is in perfect position, as these supports certainly in sync right now. As Romer is in trouble, does have to actually flash out of the way. The flash forward from Lehens, though, might have been a little bit overly optimistic, as he does wall dive away. And Gideon comes on over at the same time as Sponge. Everyone is countering us. What the heck? He finds the stun. Scout looking for a couple more autos, but he will not get there. But also is straight up not punished for the flash.
Yeah, well, I think he wanted to set up for Sponge to follow, but Namgung was just like, well, I'll just stand here and block the Q. So he almost had enough damage with autos there to actually take Romer out. So Romer flashes as well in exchange here in that last set of plays. We'll have to TP back to lane here, and we'll just eat an electrocute on arrival. And this is still a lot of pressure here from Sponge. We'll be spending a lot of time here, and eventually I think we'll probably want to just vacate the area.
All right, Kingen,
level 6.
Running at casting here. Yeah, hits that level 6 as Kingen is about to. Ragnarok now online, as casting just barely gets the rest of that damage. Glacial Storm now available in this mid lane. And there's the hookshot wall dive. First blood goes to Scout. The setup just too good. And man, you give Lehens one of these champions that is just going to perma roam, and obviously he'll get stuff done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Namgung decided that the roaming was done, and it wasn't. So it was for him.
Yeah.
It wasn't there. And man, Scout just constantly applying this pressure this entire time. Without Scout actually just pushing the envelope here onto Romer repeatedly. Gets level 6 here first. Romer has no defensive ultimate on the play. I mean, Scout, yes, he was set up by Lehens and Gideon, or sorry, excuse me, and Sponge on these repeated attempts, but it was his pressure in lane and his setup there and his ability to get level 6 first that actually allows for that play to come through from Lehens. Flashless there. And it's a kill over to the Anivia in the early game. First blood for Nongshim.
And it's very early on in the flash timer as well. And so it's possible that they can just come back and do that again. I don't think the Ignite cooldown was all that important for locking that one down as Sponge comes on in. We're going to see whether he can put some extra pressure onto Gideon. Level 6 advantage here for the Lee Sin, but the rest of the bros are making... Oh, wait, he just flipped over the top of the car. That was so sick. All right, casting now looking to come on over, and Sponge isn't out of the woods just yet. All right, can he tag Namgung in order to get his way out? Well, Petrifying Gaze says absolutely not, and won't have another Q, and so is definitely dead. Still, the flip over the car thing that he did, that was pretty cool.
That was cool. He didn't have enough information to try to flash away there. Was pretty sure that Namgung was on the other side, just didn't know exactly where, so couldn't try to taxi through him, and so down he will go. So it looked cool at first, but nice punish does come through here for Breon. A kill going over to Romer in the exchange is actually pretty massive, as Cassiopeia, who was falling significantly far behind, still is behind, but much less so now.
Could have been way worse. Yeah, exactly,
right? Is punished. And now we're looking at a game state here where this Dragon is pretty late. You know, that neither of these teams have been able to get bottom side control. It's been all about the mid lane.
Oh no, I've seen this one before. Well, stun isn't going to connect as Gideon looking to drive in and pick up the bird. Will be able to throw a rock over as there's the flash taunt. Will be the egg coming on through. The kick from Sponge comes on down as well. Roman going to be the first one taken out. They do kill both mid laners in this exchange, but Nongshim still scrapping here. And now I'm going down to 50%. Still, they are just going to back away. A 1-for-1 in the end, and a 2-for-2 overall here in this game.
But I think they like the fight here much more for the Grubs than Bro do. You know, there's so much damage done in this mid lane already. Sure, it's a trade of kills, but Scout's advantage is going to remain. They just don't allow Bro to make a proactive play here. Kingen is ready to fight here as well. He has his ultimate casting way too far up.
Well, he completely misses the first undertow, and casting's going to flash the second one. Still, flash down on the Ambassador is a big deal. Gideon over on top of his Grubs right now. will be able to get his first one. Should be 2 over to the bros, so the Gideon grubs are ringing true right now. It's going to make him a little bit happy. And now Kingen looking somewhat worse for wear, but it's Olaf. He kind of likes being at a 3rd health.
So initially here, Scout's just trying to apply that pressure. Doesn't expect Gideon to be here. Has so much control vision in that top side brush, but it's a Skarner that can obviously get here pretty quickly. They outplay here, though. Sponge is able to help get the execute onto Roamer. So it is a trade of kills. This is why I was saying before, it's pretty hard to play through the Anivia lane with Bros Draft because of the passive. Buys enough time there for the counter to come through. So both mid laners die in the exchange. Scout looks like he's just not going to get that last auto to take out this plate, but is still in a very comfortable lead in this matchup right now as the supports have just lived in the mid lane.
Yeah, we haven't even looked at the bottom lane at all. As Lahan's max range on the hook shot will be able to find the wall and get himself out of there. This dives on over, but now Namgung understands that he has a big health advantage as far as the support matchup, and Scout needs to be a little bit careful. Does have full control of this wave, though. The AoE clear from the Anivia has been something that we've been talking about for 14 years, 15 years.
I really thought with this matchup, especially the early prior that Roamer had, that we just see a lot of action in the bottom 3v3 to keep the supports also pinned into this lane. But instead, it's just been both bottom laners just sitting there dead even on farm, like 2 CS the difference right now for Diablo, and it's been all mid lane, and Scout's just been applying that pressure and setting it up. So Roamer on the back foot. They will get this first dragon finally here. Super late into the game at 10 minutes, but Roamer still the target.
Oh, good turn there from Scout. Does get himself out of the way of the Petrifying Gaze. Offers a fair bit of damage back with the Glacial Storm there as well, and will take a ward down to boot. Nicely done.
So do you see a mountain and a cloud? See what that soul ends up being, but 2 very powerful.
Infernal. It's got to be Infernal.
Likely.
Slaves to the Earth, Wind, and Fire over here. As Roamer's going to flash very preemptively. And in fact, I believe it just came back off cooldown. So he's just basically flashless this entire game.
This is just a miserable time for Roamer. He is just being camped. And he's pulled his jungler out of the jungle to defend him, right? And Namgung is also kind of trapped in this lane because of all the pressure that's been applied here. And he's just getting whittled down. Sure, the defenses have been decent. It's a 2 for 2 in terms of kill score right now, but that lead for Scout just pushing him to such a powerful position where he's going to have so much more ability to get out on the map and actually impact the rest of this game. And yes, there's a lead here for the Ambessa early on the top side, but I feel like this the Anivia lead is much more significant right now here for Nongshim.
Well, Kingen has to be a little bit careful. Of course, as Ragnarok can use that defensively if he would like to. Namgung coming up, not going to land the taunt, and we'll just walk away.
There's control vision here for Sponge, and they don't have any idea where he is, so they decide, okay, with Ragnarok available in Flash, we don't want to try to make this happen.
Namgung taking a lot of damage here from Sponge, actually. Does manage to at least Shadow Dash away, but the Ward Hop is going to be there. Gideon comes on over on full vision. Sponge still going in because he has Scout there for the defense. Glacial Storm comes down, Safeguard gets the Lee Sin out, and now we've got the Ragnarok pop towards the top side. You can see Kingen looking for it, does find that undertow as well, casting safely underneath the turret though, and there is the public execution. Was thinking about trying to make his way back in now that ulti had ran out, but Alpha are there on the top side, and no flash required there for casting as he didn't even have it.
This is a very scary place to try to fight. Kingen's Ghost is coming up, and Lahenz is still here.
That's a big shield. Stands United coming down on top of the Ambessa, and Namgung going to help lock down that kill. Now Lahen's going to have to wall dive his way out as Gideon doesn't hit the rock, but he may not need to. Lahen's also still has flash, so he is just absolutely fine as he walks it off, but still, very good kill onto Kingen.
I think what Kingen and crew did not actually anticipate was the Namgung ultimate, myself included. I thought, oh, okay, this is actually not a favorable position here for Bro. But with that ultimate coming through from the Shen, it changes everything. Massive shield goes on to casting, and he can force the play here. So turning this lead into a very big one here is Lahenz.
Just pretending to be a top laner here for a moment.
If, yeah, a very good explanation of what's happening. If Casting wanted to trade with him a little bit further on the turret there, he had Hextech Ultimatum and Ignite, and Casting would have died. So this is going to be able to keep this wave away from the turret, pick up some of that money, and now allow Kingen to get the rest of it as he returns. So initially here, I'm like, okay, Kingen's pretty low. His Ghost is coming back, and he is ready to scrap with Lahenz, but Namgung shows up first before Lahenz can actually get into the play, because they wanted to be able to set that up to kill Casting before Gideon shows up, but instead, not going to happen. Trying to force the play here onto Lahenz, though, with his ult available, was never going to be an opportunity there, so he will escape and be able to get King and some of this farm back. King and 9-1-1 behind. Might need a bit of an ambulance if this continues.
Gonna have to call the emergency services indeed. He is a lot of CS behind, as Casting did get a lot of extra time with Kingen being taken out. Still, I mean, we've seen Olaf's fall behind so many times before, and it just doesn't seem to really matter. He's now ghosting at Casting. You can see Namgung over, does find Sponge. Sponge does have the kick up and available, does just kick Namgung away, as you saw there, but Roma is indeed roaming. The flash out of the way from the public execution will mean that that will not land.
And Diablo and Teddy
do get out.
Are just trying to play the game. They're like, anyone else interested in playing the game with us? Diablo's like, well, I guess if the answer is no, I'm going to hit this turret.
Yeah, Diablo found the single-player version, and Lahen's found the dead version. Roma is just going to yell at him, and down will go this Camille for free.
Well, good call there from Romer. They end up catching Lahen's. Lahen's does not flash away and ends up getting caught there and dies. The game stayed still pretty even between these two, and we've had so much attention to solo lanes. It's just been like a camping trip everybody's been on. Everybody's just camping and trying to spring traps. Speaking of springing a trap, Lahen's wants to come over here and try to catch Romer, I guess, was the idea here.
Wait, but why?
He doesn't have any friends. I mean, I guess Diablo had his ultimate and could have maybe tried to make something happen there, but that was peculiar.
No, that was... Yeah, look, if you want me to explain it to you, I can't. And that's just the end of it. I can explain this one, though. Sponge looking for a dive onto Roma. Deadly Flourish is going to miss there from Diablo, but it doesn't matter. Lahen's is flashing on top, looking for that revenge. Namgung showed up, but I don't think he wants to be at this party, as Teddy's going to come on back, and he's like, no, you know what? I'll take the back door. I'll just leave. It's
this is
okay.
Such a huge swing of gold in this game. Now Nongshim are going to be able to get this first turret off of a really well-coordinated dive. In return, Gideon gets this Rift Herald. We'll be able to drop it down here. I don't think they'll be able to get this turret, though. It's so healthy. And we even have Scout showing up to deny it.
Oh, the wall comes in. Perfect timing. And Shelly is just going to bonk her head a couple of times, but otherwise not do too much damage to this turret.
They have to rush this dragon down. Diablo just backed, and he won't be able to get here in time. But they have to be wary of a steal.
Exactly. Sponge moving over, does have the kick back up and available, but no flash. And it looks like they're not actually going to commit to the steal. Sponge will let that one go. And obviously it's an Infernal Soul. I said that before. And so that is what's going to come in. Nongshim also understanding that. They're the team whose colors are generally red, so they prefer not to get a Mountain Drake and then just go straight for the true red 4 in a row.
There you go.
I think that's the theory on their side.
Casting is going to be aware that there's a pretty high chance the rest of the team is moving up right now, since they were all just grouped in the mid lane and are now missing. Lahen's in particular, so he does back away. Just waits. He has Namgung here with no ult for Namgung, but still has a big opportunity here with a backing Sponge in the river.
Public execution does come down onto Scout here, who does have flash, puts the wall down to try and stop Namgung from coming in, and he does Shadow Dash forward, but that means that he cannot CC Scout, and so Scout is going to be okay. Still has the egg for underneath this turret as well, so this is going to be a tough one for Gideon to actually lock down and get a kill in, especially with Lahen's showing up. Sponge is going to join. There's a gorgeous stun, and a kick into the wall there as well, as Gideon's going to have to try and get out. There's the curtain call, though, looking for the Scorpion. Namgung will be able to block a bunch of these bullets, though. So Diablo, no joy for him.
This is exactly the type of situation I was talking about with Anivia into this bro composition, where it's just so annoying to play into this bird because you want to set something up with your Mbessa, you've got the Skarner coming through, and everything you try to do just gets turned on its head. They tried to defend the middle lane, but ended up getting so much of a deficit there in those fairly even
40
exchanges.
CS, what the heck?
And then you look at how they try to play that top side, and he just doesn't flash, gets to his turret, has his passive, and then turns the engage around onto Gideon there, forces his flash, and this Anivia is just so high value right now. You mentioned Scout's proficiency on the champ, one of the first to play it here in the LCK, and its return. And yes, I think Chovy gets most of the credit for kind of figuring out how Anivia is being played optimally right now in this meta, but Scout was definitely one of the pioneers, and in this game is showcasing just why.
Yeah, I think Scout was the reason why Chovy put 5,000 games into Anivia immediately afterwards. I don't know that for sure. I'm just guessing. But that was kind of, he was the first one to make it look really, really good. Kingen runs back to throw an axe at the minion wave and did utilize the Ghost in order to really, truly run. And did also keep himself alive. Scout, yeah, he can just kind of push with impunity.
So
I don't know, like, it's... Like, where is the counter? Where's the counterplay to this Anivia situation here? Trying to figure that one out as the Raptor is going to get secured by Gideon. Not going to allow that one to be stolen by Sponge.
All Nongshim need to do to win fights at this state when they have Diablo up 1,000 gold as well with the 2 kills he picked up is just set up, hunker down on every objective, zone bro away, and prevent them from actually getting the team fight that they want with this Skarner setup.
Do you want me to show you something that you'll not want to actually see?
I think the answer is no, but like I'm going to say yes because for the sake of the viewers, and it was his entertainment after all.
Gideon has 0 stacks on his Heartsteel that he's had for about 7 minutes.
I didn't want to know that.
Yeah.
But, you know, if Scout doesn't let him touch the champions, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of Skarners really pop off by getting early Heartsteals, but often it's with also getting a stack or two that he's unable to be able to get just yet. Sponge looking for a bit of an angle here. Maybe it's a chance for Gideon to get himself a stack. Diablo just fires off one of his Storm Razor procs. That is about it. Gideon not going to find that rock. And Nongshim still just settled in this 4-4 type scenario. The Baron is going to spawn. Gideon actually CC'd by the Baron. And there is Sponge making his way in. The Baron getting a little bit frustrated as Gideon refusing to auto-attack anyone. And it's like, no, we want 0 stacks. Okay, now Teddy taking some damage here from these undertows as Kingen will be able to pick up his axe. He's got Ragnarok. There's no way that you can actually stop this. The kickback. Sponge looks for the Cuban Nungle, shows up in the nick of time. Teddy survives! And Diablo will be able to help knock down that snake. Scout now getting the big old shield as Hextech Ultimatum to try and keep them alive. And Scout, so annoying. Lahens dives in, casting court, and oh no! It's a Skarner that's been domesticated! It's in a little pen! Oh, it's terrible. Scout's gonna lock it down. And I guess, you know, birds do canonically eat scorpions sometimes.
Nongshim draft is just so powerful. It's crazy what they're able to do. Even though they didn't get the kill onto Teddy there, they take Roamer out. Teddy is effectively dead because he has to leave the fight. And Kingen just was in the front line at low health. And this is the power of the Olaf with this draft too, as he can just buy infinite space until Scout gets over here. He's in melee range of this Corki, and Sponge is going under turret here to chase him down. Doesn't quite have the damage. This block from Nonggung is crazy, and they end up getting the kill onto the Lee Sin, but look at how much damage Diablo does. And for some reason, they think that casting can actually get access to this Anivia. And guess what? It's not going to happen as Lahens gets over the wall here as well. And then Gideon's put...
He can't even hit the red buff! Oh no, it's just old, so bad.
It's just a new pet project here for Nongshim.
Yeah, well, definitely, yeah, I like the use of the word pet. Speaking of which, the pet bird here from Nongshim is up towards the top side. Roma is going to get the ultimate off, doesn't get the stun, but there's a beautiful impale! Down to the Echo Scout, though it's not over yet, as he should be respawning. The Deadly Flourish needs to be flashed by Roma, and back comes the bird! Just, incubated once again, and Scout pops up at half health.
All right, that's kind of big that they... Oh!
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, just looking for some Krugs, and Diablo will see that they're there. Nicely done.
Scout actually might be able to make something happen here. If they try to push into him, just instead going to stop a back.
Going to spot Gideon there. Does manage to find the point-blank stun. There's a Deadly Flourish as well, as Gideon just standing on this Glacial Storm. Just felt like he was CC'd for kind of a year.
Scout is awake, Atlas.
Oh, yes, he is. We've been waiting for this all season long.
It's been a whole year of us being like, you know, Scout came from the LPL, but it was one of his worst splits. You know, he's not on form right now. We're very disappointed, blah, blah, blah. Now he's just showing up in a big way. Diablo, though.
Diablo is going to have to flash.
Scout again says no!
This guy's walls are just exceedingly good.
After he retires, I guess he's got a career as an architect maybe coming in.
Oh, 100%. Or at least a carpenter, man. Like, he can build my house. I will trust him. that thing would be level and perfect.
The turret buys a bunch of space here, and then Scout, because he knows he has his passive here, just wants to kind of brawl. He's so far ahead that he can play this aggressively through this passive. The Impale is really nice here, but Diablo is untouched, and he's layering so much damage, and Kingen gets the kill onto the Shen, and Romer can't layer damage in anymore. He's too low, and they have no space control here. And then Scout's like, I'm not done with this, actually, but we're not going to watch that whole replay because we got to go back to reality because that's a very long one.
Oops,
but
there goes Gravity Wolf, indeed.
Scout's level 16 now. He's 3 levels up on Romer because his rod hasn't completed, but he's 2 levels up effectively once that does finish for Romer here, and he is taken over this game. And Scout, back-to-back POMs in the last week of play, and might be looking, if they can close out this series, or maybe the triple.
Yeah, doesn't even need the lock to get the POMs, as it turns out. As Diablo here has just quietly, racked up 6 out of 8 kill participation. Is kind of just chilling. I kind of hate the build, but it's fine. It's Jhin. It's not like he's going to do much. Anyway, as the bros grouped up as 4, looking for an angle towards this Jhin, and there is the Impale. I don't think they're going to be saving him. So I apologize, Diablo. That was probably going to count as a caster curse. As Scout looks for a little bit of a stun. The Glacial Storm comes down. This might be a bridge too far, as he does have the dash cannon, but he doesn't have his flash, nor does he have the egg. And so the bros will kill 2, both of the carries, and now look for a potential Baron.
And now, as much as I've been glazing this draft for Nongshim, it does need to be set up and in formation to operate, and Diablo just gets caught for free, and then the rest of the team fall like dominoes. Lehen's here alone is not going to be able to get anything done here. Kingen is coming over. Sponge is looking for the cross angle. He's on vision.
Yeah, Lehen's goes in. There's a petrifying gaze, and now Kingen's running after Teddy. He'll get that kill. Down goes Namgung as well. And Sponge, he gets on in there. They're still on the Baron, though, and I think the bros will be able to take this one down. There it is. And so they lose their bottom lane, but they'll get the purple worm.
Andre and Brion hold their ground, and they put this gold lead back to 0 here for Nongshim, as Diablo's just trying to set up something here, but they don't have the Anivia. So there's just nothing he can do, and then by the time Scout shows up here, this is a massive push, and I think he gets a little bit greedy, tries to get a little bit cute with it. There's no Olaf here to defend him this time, and he has no passive, and so down he will go.
That was us, by the way, Wolf. The Scout glazing had really hit a critical level, and we really let the bros come back on that one.
Plays for the fight because the Baron is super healthy, tries to get in here, gets a kill, and they do eliminate 2 of these Barons off the bat, but if you're Hanja and Brion, you're very happy to take the exchange. And now, I mean, Romer has a gold lead. He's got critical mass. He's in late game. He's no longer 2 levels behind. Just a full level down right now effectively, but still a very, very serious damage threat here. And no longer do Nongshim have map control. This is sole point here potentially for this Infernal Soul here for Hanja and Brion in this comeback angle.
It's kind of ridiculous that Romer got 7 kills in this game. He did kind of look useless for so much of the early game and has now been the benefactor of so many of these comeback wins. He's still 50 CS down. It just doesn't seem to matter at all at this stage of the game. So a very honest fight here for the second Infernal Drake of the game. We'll give Bro one of every elemental dragon so far, which would be pretty cool. It's nice to collect the set. And they are going to move on down there now with control of the river, at least for the moment.
Tougher to engage with this comp as Nongshim than to control space defensively. And Bro know it, they're just going to play it slow and walk out of these ults.
Great wall to come down here for Scout as well, just to hold them in that Glacial Storm. But they are just taking the dragon. And they'll secure it. That is soul point over to the bros. Nongshim now just kind of scattering. Gideon looking for the runaround, but I'm not sure about that one. That was a weird angle. He gets kicked back, interrupted on the Impale, and now Gideon gonna have to get out of there. His health bar is gigantic, and so he is gonna be all right. Another gorgeous wall! Romer yells at nothing, and the public execution gets into the backline. Can casting save the play? That's the question, as Kingen flashes out over the wall. No one dead just yet. Namgung limping away from the battlefield, and Sponge gets in the double taunt. The turn for the bros, but it's a turn for the worst, as Gideon gets in there, will take down the egg. These health bars are excruciatingly low, and Kingen finds a last hit with an axe. Now Diablo looking for Gideon and casting, and these 2 are both melee. It's going to be so difficult to get themselves out of here, but Gideon slams him into the wall, and Diablo versus casting. Diablo doesn't want it.
Nongshim had no right to get anything in this fight. I feel like if we pan to Digon right now, he's going to be bold after this one. Bro showcased in two ways in the initial part of the fight, which we're not going to watch, why it's harder for Nongshim to be the aggressors, and then in the second part, why when Nongshim are the defenders of this composition here for Bro, they have the advantage as Gideon just runs in to this composition, has to flash away, gets zoned out by an amazing wall here from Scout, and now look at this angle for Kingen. He and Lehens are limit testing in this fight. Kingen's like, all right, I'm waiting for opportunity. He gets his honey through on the other side here as Nongshim's trying to save the player because they need to burst Diablo. Teddy does so much damage, but it's not enough. Diablo gets caught here. Look at this play from Lehens as well onto Roamer. Flashes the hookshot on the wall, and with the undertow, takes out the damage. And once that Cassiopeia is down, this is not really a winnable fight here for Bro. Gideon at least has one last heroic moment here, because otherwise he is just going to die for free. And this Dragon fight win for Bro was great, but they could have just stopped right there.
Yeah, I swear, like if Kingen had have hit like one more undertow, or maybe flashed the right direction to keep that Ragnarok going, it could have been a very different story. But in the end, so many blinking health bars. That was so extraordinarily close. And Nongshim come out of it with a 1.2k gold lead. Bro come out of it with Soul Point. And I think both teams are probably feeling all right with how this one's going.
I think for Bro, you're happy you got the Soul Point, but you're frustrated that you lost the momentum and you lost the map control, because I don't know how many different ways we could say this, but when you are coming into this Anivia with the walls, it's so much harder. And Bro had, for the first time, like a real tangible control over the Dragon. Nongshim could do nothing. We watched the Dragon fight, which is, to me, almost the more interesting replay. Nongshim were like trying to get in, Bro, just like, we're just going to stand out of range of your wall and control the Dragon Pit. But now they don't get to control Baron, for example, here. This upcoming Baron might be Nongshim are the defenders, and that's really tough for Hanjin to actually crack. And so they got Soul Point, but it wasn't Soul, and now they don't have map control, which is more important than that one Dragon. One step closer to Infernal is not Infernal itself. So Nongshim definitely, I think, right now with control over this game, and Bro are once again going to have to wrestle it back.
Yeah, Death Dance now done here for Kingen. Diablo, he does complete the Lord Doms, which will be so important into Gideon, who is just a massive health bar right now.
Namgung also being flashless really hurts for their ability to set up and break these phalanxes. We're going to see Scout come over here just defensively after he gets that turret, doesn't want to get collapsed on.
He was a little bit worried that there was someone coming up to try and stop him here as the Rift Scuttler will come on down. There's a public execution into the backline. Noah Scout is in a lot of trouble. Gets the Seraph Shield, and the wall is gorgeously placed. He will be able to make it out as Sponge is able to take down the enemy mid laner, but the Olaf is also dead. Lehens having to wall dive his way away as Gideon shows up once again. Lehens is going to die, and Diablo is sprinting out of the battlefield. That is going to be the blue buff secured, but I don't know about this Baron angle for the Bros.
There's no TP for Scout. He just used it. I think Bro actually should be able to do this on spawn because he doesn't have health. There's no Hex Gates or anything like that. They have the time here. They do reconsider those. Diablo walking in.
Diablo, what are we doing, buddy? Oh, no, he's just going to pop like a balloon. But why?
I mean, he didn't have vision. He wanted to come over and see if
he didn't have friends. There was no one up what?
But also the other thing is, like, he could have pressed tab to see that Baron hadn't spawned yet.
Oh no!
Sponge is now just gonna have to look for heroic steal.
Well, let's see whether he can actually do something here. He does have Scout to back him up. And they do get some vision. Gideon is at full health. It will be a smite fight. And man, using the Baron little wall, the hunting Baron is doing so much damage. It has taken them relatively low as they get into the back line. The kick is gorgeous onto Teddy. And the Olaf takes down the Corki. Lehens makes his way over. Man, this would look way better for Nongshim if Diablo hadn't suicided earlier. And Scout gets picked up by the public execution and then taken down with these twin fangs. The Bros reign supreme as only Sponge stays alive.
Such a smart call from Bro to just send it towards the Baron and split Nongshim in half so they couldn't have that failing step. This is Baron and Infernal Soul picked up here on the play, but they prevented Nongshim from getting that setup that they needed. They push onto Scout. Scout has no passive. Look at Sponge and Lehens on the other side. They're completely cut in half because Bro went in first to gain that control. So Scout is zoned away here by the Ambessa and by Teddy. And even though he can wall to escape here, the top side of the map, they just cannot deal with Gideon's health bar here. And as they collapse back in, Lehens is taken down. And this is Bro getting full control over the Baron and they're looking for a turn post Diablo's Baron check. This was a really nice attempt here from Nongshim because I know the health bars are low. Punching Baron doing a ton of damage. These resistances are shredded, so Scout's doing massive amounts of damage, but Roamer shows up here, and they just don't have the damage output. They don't have the consistent damage without a Jhin here to win this longer fight. Scout tries his best. His wall is phenomenal, but Roamer is just going to be able to rule the day here. He's so tanky on this late game Cassiopeia that he can't be burst down. Scout's isolated and killed, and Bro win everything and likely have just punched the ticket here to winning game 1.
Yeah, Gideon going to be almost taking a damage. I think there was almost a damage there. I'm not quite sure. Can't confirm it, but it's only a 700 gold lead so far for the Bros. This game is still so close as far as money, but Infernal Soul is such a huge deal. Oh no, the Anivia factor
Sponge is pulling this wave, and he is a Lee Sin that's got these cinders to actually play through even as well. He's very slippery, so this is going to annoy Anjan.
Yeah, where's the
here.
siege?
They're buying a lot of time here with this. Only 50 seconds left on this Baron. It's tough into Anivia with those waves clearing as Lehens may be in trouble.
Yeah, Lehens is going to get caught out. Does shield up a bit of the damage, but is otherwise just going to die. There's the TP to come on in. Sponge has just decided he wants to go back. Scout wishes he could do the same thing as he blast cones his way into the Fog of War. That's a great counter stun to come on in, and he dash cannons away, and so the bird will live. I think Kingen got a bit of spare time towards the top side there as well, so that is kind of good news. And the more time that Nongshim waste, the better it is for them.
They still need to get map control back somehow into Infernal Soul, which is going to be tricky. Kingen's getting some extra space topside, like you mentioned.
Oh my goodness, this is like Froggen in 2012 all over again, man.
This comp stalls hard, and with that Rocket Belt, you can avoid the engage, get away. Kingen is going to now need to leave this area, so that's about as much push as they're going to get. We're probably going down to Elder Flip territory at this point, Atlas. No,
that's what it's feeling like.
The wave clear is so good for Nongshim that even with a 30-plus minute Baron, like the inners are up. All of them for Nongshim.
Yeah.
I mean, all across the map, frankly. We have all 6 inners still up at 35 minutes in.
3-3 in turrets. Like, this is more Bro and Brew than the actual Bro and Brew that we watched yesterday.
Yeah, pretty crazy. A lot of kills in this one, I suppose, at least, but going back to this, it's just Sponge trying to hold the wave and then holding off this angle. And I guess Lehens thought maybe he could set something up onto Teddy, but Teddy's so incredibly safe. Like, I think that was like 3 bridges too far on the attempt there. But it doesn't matter because they clear a bunch of waves. They buy a bunch of time. The Baron got very little done here for Bro. The gold is dead even still.
Yeah, in fact, it's deader even. As it is 69.7 versus to 70 gold. Like, it's like, as far as like then thousands of gold, of course, like this is ridiculously close. It's only the Infernal Soul that puts the Bros in a meaningful advantage, right? But Nongshim's composition will always be able to do things, I'm pretty sure,
if they can get,
with how Scout's been playing.
If they can get defense of that Elder, I think they can win this game. But otherwise, Bro can just even keep poking with Skarner rocks and chip away at these health bars.
The problematic thing is that Sponge has not been able to get control of any sort of pit so far, whether it's the Dragon or the Baron.
And that's a large reason why, as you guys can see, the Soul is there and the Baron advantage has been Bro's. I think what Bro basically are going to do now is just make sure they get control of these choke points here. They have all their flashes up. I feel like this game is almost impossible to lose as long as they just make sure they control Baron and go Baron into Elder and then push down that mid lane. Now, it's because all the inners are up and it's Anivia on the other side. That alone might not be enough. They might not even be able to end on Elder Baron if nobody dies on Nongshim in the exchange. But that's the game plan here. Is we have a TP flanking Anivia to try to regain space.
Yellow Hands dives in. Hextech Ultimatum is in the middle of Narnia, though. Scout does make his way over. The wall is gorgeous. They're all in the petrifying gaze, though, as Sponge gets stunned up. The curtains from downtown. Now I'm going to take it out first. It's a double for Scout. Gideon's so incredibly low, but Teddy is able to take down the Olaf. Sponge tries to be the hero, but he fails in the backline, and the Impale is onto 2. Diablo has to flash Teddy. He limps away from the fight, but he survives. Sponge comes back up. Gideon slams him into the wall, and it's a triple for the Fountain Laser. And Teddy even catches the bird in the air. Lehens needs to give the Penta. Man, like, this game has been ludicrous.
Teddy's playing so well. He's fighting this fight with Infernal Soul and like 10% health, but he does all the damage needed, and now he and Gideon are just healthy enough to do this Baron in the face of a Camille that's got no flash, no ultimate, and is on vision on the Raptor camp. It's going to do for some reason. As look at how this starts off here. Initially, it looks like Nongshim are in such a winning position because they get this flank and they find 3. They isolate 3 as the attackers in this situation, but Teddy's the safe one. Look at him just 2-shot Lehens.
Yeah.
And then kite it back with Casting's help here. He's got a little bit of peel, flashes here at the last possible second, chunks Sponge down, and now no one can close the gap on him. Puts the scout into his egg, jumps onto the Diablo on the top side there, kills Jin, and then it's just whittling down these health bars and gets the final shot here onto Scout as well. Valkyrie's in, predicts where he's going with the blast cone and takes him down. And now Elder is on the cards here for Bro. Some respawns coming through for Nongshim, but Scout doesn't have TP.
Yeah, Nongshim know what's going on here. Sponge makes his way over. No Guardian Angel, but it should be a 5v5. But there's the taunt from Namgung. Makes his way in. Sponge gets out of the way. Gideon not able to find them there. As the Glacial Storm goes down. The Impale under 2. And Teddy's Phosphorus Bomb basically just killed both of them in the blink of an eye. That's going to be Exodia for the Bros. And I think that should be enough to close out this game number 1.
I think the brew is well and truly steeped.
Oh, yes.
Ready for consumption at this point at 40 minutes.
I would say that it's probably a bit over the edge, and you're going to need to add a bit of water.
They've been 100%ing this game.
Oh, yeah. They've got all of the trophies.
I think they just got the plat.
Yeah. They can probably take the cartridge out. It's time to go with another one.
They collected all 3 elemental dragons. They got the Barons. They got the Elder. And now they're looking for the Nexus.
Yeah. The Dragon is going to breathe fire on the next one to get beneath that threshold as the curtains have been called, but probably not for the Bros, although these bullets are doing a lot of damage. Diablo holding that last one, just pops Namgung there as they're diving into the backline. Teddy, he's going to be that target. He's down to the GA, but lands is going to get eaten by a Dragon. There is the wall to come down. Diablo is able to get another GA, but Teddy's popped back up again, and man, he is so scary. Double stun. There's that Dragon we were talking about. The kick is an utter fail there onto Sponge, who goes down, and it's Scout against the world. Like it kind of has been all game long. Another multi-kill here for Teddy. 12, 3, and 8 on the Corki. And the Bros win game 1.
What a way to bounce back from losing to DNS last week. Dropping the series and dropping out of Kespa Cup late last night as well. The turnaround pretty quick. And then being behind against Scouts and Nivea at points. Roamer 3 levels down, half a Flame Horizon to Scout's name there, and yet still they wrestle control back. They fight their way to that Baron control, and that was the big turning point. They take that, they get Elder, and Teddy plays the game of his lifetime. And look at that spike of gold in the late game. Bro, what a game. There were a lot of doubters, myself included, that Bro was taking
I was
the
a
game.
doubter up until 35 minutes,
But
Wolf.
this team showcased they know what to do. They're able to identify how to play around the enemy composition. And man, that was a beautiful game from Hanjin.
And that is the least noticeable 44,000 damage that I've seen in quite a while. The Jin not exactly looking useful in this game. Thankfully, it's Fearless. We won't have to see it in game number 2. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space will break that gorgeous game down, and then we'll have the second one in the series. We'll see you there.
가마 끝났으니까 천천히 애니비야 벽 빠지고 밀어내봐. 얘들아 라인 타워 쳐 타워
맞아줄게.
타워 쳐줘 타워 쳐봐 타워 타워 땅 빠져
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Yes, it might have taken a week, but the Fries group is back, baby, as Hanjin Brian and Nongshim Red Force use all their abilities, push every single Drake till we get to Elder, all the different gold swings here until finally Hanjin Brian close this one out.
Yeah, I gotta say, Hanjin, they were not good about the early game macro. They were not trading the objective when they need to. And I think it was really rough early game for them because Nongshim was using like the Anivia really well around the mid lane, punishing the Cassiopeia enough. So they had such a great early game.
I think honestly Scout was playing really well in the early stages of the game, but when it came to team fights, I feel like Nongshim just really lost the plot and kind of misunderstood what they wanted to achieve with that composition. I think Bro were just so much tighter around these team fights, around these setups and finding these picks.
So let's take a look at the big plays here. They mostly revolve around Baron, and the first one was when Nongshim had control of this game.
Yeah, they tried to run into the Nash River because Olaf was flanking from the other side. That's why Diablo stepped up, but it was too early. I think he just need to wait a little bit more to Olaf to collapse on them. Then they can play the team fight out, but it was just too much from Diablo here.
Honestly, I feel like Diablo was kind of playing Jhin this game a little bit like Zeri or Kai'Sa, and you know the reason you pick Jhin so often is to be that follow-up on your team,
yeah,
and because you can operate at such a safe distance, you're never really threatened. So getting grabbed there is really rough. And then we see Kingen going in here on the Olaf, which I think was a great pick into this comp, but he just gets shredded, melted down before he can clean up enough targets. And I mean, this was such a big goal swing for Bro, and in terms of pressure in the game.
I think several times Hanjin Brion were really good at punishing the overstepping. You know, they just capitalized the misstep from Diablo, and it was really great play.
Yeah, one thing that Hanjin Brion did do well was stack the Drakes to allow an opportunity, but they were behind. That one Baron allowed them to catch on up. Check out this second one, though, very similar.
Again, if you can go on Cassio, that's the reason why you picked the Camille, right? So they just tried to go in onto Cassio with the Lee Sin Q landing here. But Scanner, he saved the day again, and perfect timing of Zhonya's while them killing the backline here.
Casting just free fires the ult on the Scout, which although doesn't kill him, chunks him out. And then we see Kingen going into 1v3, and once again, Olaf just not getting the value that he wanted here. I feel like Gideon the Skarner was so good at controlling these fights, controlling any threats that came in.
I mean, at some point, I think Hanjin just realized that they can just group as 5 and look for the team fight. And here,
you know, to me, this was kind of criminal. Obviously, didn't have the vision of them and thought they were just on Baron, but it's just a control ward. I know he's trying to set up so the rest of the team can come in and have that information, but I think Diablo made way too many mistakes this game. And even in the next bit of gameplay we have as well, also making a big mistake.
Yeah, and then finally here, it still didn't end after that. The Bros did have trouble breaking through the base, and then one more time up here.
So I actually think this fight started pretty well for Nongshim, and I thought this was the avenue to get back into the game, because once again, they go for this Cassiopeia. It's a little delayed because he does this flash, but they managed to end up walling them in. The Olaf gets some good target access, the stasis buys time but doesn't win this, and this kick is beautiful. So I'm thinking, okay, Nongshim are back in, they're gonna win this. And then just watch Diablo's positioning here. This was such a humongous blunder, because obviously they're running out of time, health bars are getting low, but then he just walks into the Skarner ult. Like, props to Gideon for landing it, but that was such a critical error. that allows Bro to win this fight and then the game.
He had so many huge mistakes that Nongshim could just drop like all of the advantage they had in the early game. So this was not allowed from especially the AD carry who has to just stand behind and shoot the ultimate for the teammate. It was like brutal. It was really brutal.
And I think we're being a little bit hard here on Diablo because we know how high his ceiling can be, and these mistakes were not game ending. And it was like, okay, that was a bad one, but you still got it. Okay, that was another bad one, but maybe there's one more fight. They get that fight. It's an amazing fight here for Nongshim. And then one more there. Gideon had so many stacks of Heartsteel that he was much tankier than maybe what people thought.
Gideon was just brawling. I think that's a record for how many Heartsteel stacks we've had on a jungler in the LCK. It's normally such a low number. Finished the game with like 30. He was like over 500, just stacking up, getting stuck into the fight, and getting a ton of value.
I mean, I've seen that stacks in the Mayhem, not on the Rift. So I think he did such a great job of like just defending the play and also making the play by himself. So even though they had the poor early game, it was great capitalizing what they could do in the game. So overall, really great game.
All right. Well, we might have seen stacks like that in Mayhem. We got to see it in game number 1. Can't wait to see what we have here for game number 2. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And do you know what I've gleaned? I know how to explain that game number 1.
Sure.
Bro won, but it wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
I think that's the tagline. That's the tagline for it. Let's see whether they can win the next one, and it is their fault. Because I think that's what they're kind of going for here. That was, a series of unfortunate events. So it was some lemony snickets out of
the beginning
Nongshim.
was great, and I think Bro played really well around that.
They did, and they capitalized very well. However, let's get into the draft here, game number 2.
Let's move on as we move into this one. See if Locke is banned again from Hanjin Breon here against Scout. I don't think it necessarily has to be banned in this meta, but Nongshim have been the team that's made so many great compositions around it. So I think they will consider it, especially with first pick here for Nongshim Red Force. And they'll have the 2 and 3 to get a winning bottom lane, potentially, to empower that lock if it does go over. Vi and Poppy make a ton of sense. There's no more Lee Sin to worry about.
There's the lock. Okay, so no Sock this time, which is a little bit unfortunate. The Rumble probably still needs a little bit of a look in here, and the Nocturne was the other one that was banned away. And let's see whether those two are just going to leave again, and then we'll have a completely fresh draft. I think then we have the Rise skyrocket in priority. I think Nongshim instantly first picked that.
Has been looking a lot better very recently.
As a Jace.
Jace, common ban here. There's no Shen or Camille anymore, so you could ban Rise in this spot right here, actually, if you prefer that.
I think I'd be more scared of Rise than I would be of a Nocturne. 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that. People just don't like playing in a Nocturne because it's very annoying and warps your entire draft, so I think that's often why it's banned instead, but the Rise has just looked to be more potent as a pick. They'll ban the Lucian away from Diablo, which also, meta aside, specifically towards Nongshim and that bottom lane, makes a lot of sense.
I would agree. And I think that this has to be the blue man. There is almost no other...
Unless you really have a preference on which jungle you want to give Sponge right now, like the Jarvan.
Oh, wow.
Which is, I think, works very well with so many different picks right now and also limits what Roamer wants to play, especially with how they played game 1. Jarvan's one of the best junglers to punish mid lane, to get flashes early, and if they want to repeat the early game of game 1, this is probably what you want over the Xin or anything else. So they take this one, and this also weakens a Nocturne pick because Nocturne's early game just way worse. We hadn't talked about the Ezreal since game 1, and Teddy is very happy to say, you know what, I'd like to be able to arcane shift away from that Jarvan guy, and also Ezreal's broken.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call here. And we'll see what the support is going to be, as Namgun can lock that one away now if you would like to, or they could get like an answering jungler or mid lane or something like that. The Rise could also just come in here.
I think you can go Rise here, since the jungle's already locked up, and it's not like they're going to take away a jungle prio pick for you, and you can get a lot more flexibility. Instead, though, they want to make sure, or as we say here, we do see the Rise coming now. Instead, of going for the jump, because they go for the Rise. Now there's a counter pick opportunity here, but there's no Anivia because the Anivia was played in game 1, and that's often a response to the Rise. Rumble gets picked up, which is blind here with no Jace. I see the idea.
And what this is going to do is going to force casting to either counterpick on 3 and then give Nongshim the ability to deny Ezreal his supports, or they lock in a support and then you don't get to play what you want into the Rumble. So the Syndra is going to be taken away here. Could be Diablo playing that in the bottom lane, but it's likely going to Scout.
Yeah, I think the Syndra Flex is dead. I think it's not going to be played by Diablo here, although they have been the ones to be a little bit creative with their bottom lane picks. Naafiri will be the answer here, so now we will see some supports banned by Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to ban Karma because there's not a lot of engage. Well, they decided to do it anyways. Not a lot of engage here for 100 Brion, so I personally wasn't that worried about the pick because
it's also into a Jarvan, right? And so you're pretty happy just to pick her off.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. As we will see the Lulu taken away because they don't want to face off against a Yunara Lulu lane or any variant of that.
All right, I'm a bit intrigued. We might see a Cassante taken away here from casting as far as what Kingen doesn't want to see.
Maybe a Kai'Sa ban? Kai'Sa actually kind of makes sense in this draft here for Nongshim Red Force. They got the Syndra Jarvan, and they're playing into Ezreal. They don't ban it, though. It's a really tough lane, but if they want to play the Kai'Sa, the Karma ban makes a lot of sense because the Kai'Sa is just never going to be able to play into that. They also take away the Leona, so maybe even considering something completely different here.
Yeah, I think maybe just Kai'Sa Nautilus to come through. I mean, Lehens always just wants to play Nautilus. So
Leona's,
we'll see what Teddy wants to do.
Leona's super good with Ezreal, and they need engage in this draft badly. Maybe he just denies the Nautilus here.
Yeah, could be an option. Namgun could just pick that one up for himself. I imagine he wants to play something more weird, though. He's Namgun. He wants to play Pyke or Elise, something like that. The Cassante will come through first, something that casting has been very, very comfortable on. I think casting really did run the lane on the top side of the map. Kingen had a bit of a rough time on the Olaf.
Kind of worried we're going to end up with a
Zyrakan, let's go.
Ezreal Alistar lane, which weakens the Sivir that Diablo is now hovering. I'm not as much of a fan of the Sivir in this draft because you don't have the Rise, you don't have the amazing double wave clear. They're going to deny the Alistar pick, so that Cassante come back to bite a little bit here.
Wait. Naafiri is the answer to Rumble. That's what they... No, they didn't. That would have been crazy, though, if it had happened.
I don't think you should play Sylas support. I know that...
No, it was going to be Cassante support, Wolf.
Oh, okay.
Come on. Instead, they decide not to do Cassante support, which was looking very obvious, and instead they will flex it over to the Nautilus.
I liked how Nongshim started this draft. I'm not a big fan of how they ended it. There is a big front line now for the Sivir, and they denied the Alistar into the Sivir for Namgung there. And, you know, they have a late game scaling draft. It's got setup, but it doesn't hyper scale because it doesn't have a scaling mid laner. I mean, yes, I know with Splinters, Syndra is better in the late game than she used to be, but she just isn't necessarily consistent damage. She's more setup in most fights. And on the other hand, you have on the 100 Brion side, Teddy has Ezreal, so that's a problem. They have Rise, they have really good wave clear to answer the Sivir. They have the Nautilus engage, they have Naafiri for backline access. I think 100 Brion just have a much more well-rounded composition here, and with nameplates on, the players who are playing these champions are really going to enjoy what they've got.
I do think the mid game for Nongshim is going to be pretty scary, and then they theoretically have the Sivir for late game insurance. The problem is Diablo's positioning was an absolute issue in game number 1, and he cannot let that happen. He is the late game win condition for Nongshim, and outside of him, there's not going to be that much. I think so much of this hinges on Sponge having a good game on this Jarvan in order to bridge this Sivir into a late game where she can perform. Lehens as well, I think finding some great engages will be very, very helpful. The Wombo combo, what they're going to be looking for, but let's get on to the Rift for game 2.
생성되었습니다.
All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more coordinated on the fan chants. You love to hear that from the bro fans especially. Nongshim still pretty coordinated here this time around. We'll see whether they get their game number 3 with a victory here from Nongshim. Scout is going to be playing Faker's Skin. pretty cute there. As Roma just trying to put some pressure on. Syndra was the decision into the Rise. We've seen this many times, but more recently, Rise has actually found a fair bit of success. Namgung is going to thread the needle. There's the exhaust onto Teddy to start this one up. Diablo already throwing that down is pretty dangerous, and now Teddy and Namgung with a big advantage in summoner spells.
A level 1 Alistair who's just going to try to block Mystic shots.
And anchors. And the heal does get thrown down here by Namgung. At least Lehens does still have his, a little bit more even when it comes to the summoners.
Teddy rolling with that lethal tempo, starting to be a big threat here even at level 1. So gonna have to respect it a lot. Already popped a potion, has Diablo. The exhaust is now on cooldown. And I think that trade for the heal is a favorable one since Teddy has barrier.
Yeah.
And I think this is just going to be full prio here for Namgung and Teddy with a few minions denied.
It's nicely done so far for the bros on the bottom side of the map. Is Sponge, come on, man. That's not what you want to see.
That's not what anyone wants to see.
A lot of time now wasted. Well, Big Raptor is now going to finally be secured.
Blame your pet.
This might actually really impact, but Gideon's waiting for Sponge to come over as he will blast cone in. Actually, Gideon does try to commit to it. Oh, that's a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
as he was waiting for
weird.
Sponge, then Sponge was late because he messed up on the Raptor. Still, Namgung's going to go for the engage onto Lehens, but Lehens is just soaking everything. Scout says, no, break it up, boys, and we'll throw the Sentinel at the Wolves. Kind of insane there, as Sponge not going to smite the blue buff, who is now just desperately trying to make it back to his little pit. Goes down to 50%, but it looks like the bros now will say shenanigans over. We are just going to leave. What a mess of an early game so far.
That was just very silly. I'm actually surprised they didn't try to steal the blue buff away, and now they're going to? Like, what?
Yeah. Well, gets his ward down, says hi.
That whole passage of play like gave me a minor headache, Atlas. I'm ready to move on from that. I don't want to watch that again or think about that again.
It might have been that play, or it might have been like the 6 days in a row of work, Wolf. I'm not entirely sure. It's one of the two.
I mean, I've done it before. I think this was more about that, this was more of that jungle fight.
I'm pretty sure you've had a headache before as well there, Wolf. I'm not going to lie.
I don't know. It just seemed to start right at that moment in particular, where Gideon comes over there, is confused by the late arrival of Sponge. He probably in his mind was like, is he doing a weird path? Like, and then eventually sees him, and then they don't get the smite steal because of Scout pulling it away, but then have an opportunity to secure it because they have smite and they're on top of it, but then walk away, but then go in late. I don't know.
And I think Diablo just stayed in the bottom lane the whole time, and I think that now he's fine. Goes back, grabs a cull, and is just going to try and scale this one up. Level 4 now, so does have access to the spell shield and things like this to be able to help him out in this lane. So that poke not going to be quite as deadly coming through from these Mystic shots, as casting is low here in this top lane. Kingen, I mean, this is one of the champs that you can trust this guy on. His Rumble has been great for a really long time.
I wonder where Roamer is going to try to make his Realm Warps valuable in this early to mid game. You know, is he going to try to play through the K'Sante into the Rumble to put the Rumble down? Is he going to try to accelerate the Ezreal? Because he okay.
Nice scatter. Sponge just gives him the good old QE.
Yeah, just gonna little poke.
Yeah.
As right now, you know, there isn't a great pressure point for this Rise, as casting doesn't have level 6, unfortunately for him, but he's still just kind of chasing.
Yeah, the Harpoon lands. Kingen might have to flash, but there is a flash available for casting. He elects not to do it, but Kingen did not need to be there.
He has TP. I guess he's fine.
Oh, the max range scatter here for Scout, and Lehens, he picked a flash that didn't come through, and still it was very, very cute.
Yeah, you got to press it first, really, to make sure that you can get that if Roamer does flash. So,
yep,
he made a really nice play there either way. I don't want to say that Roamer predicted that Lehens would predict his flash, but Roamer just knew he was very likely dead and didn't want to waste his.
I mean, sometimes you just got to guarantee checkmate, and that's precisely what Lehens did.
The edge of it, and the way Roamer was walking, I don't think he expected that was going to happen there, but Scout just kind of plays pool with him.
Yeah.
All right.
The little anchor does come in there as the scatter is going to go wide onto Namgung. Somehow he hits every scatter onto Roma, but misses the gigantic Big Daddy.
The one that doesn't matter is the one that he misses, so I guess that's okay.
Well, Nongshim have leads absolutely everywhere right now, but this was the same situation in game number 1. And so the bros probably not going to be deterred by this. An early game do not maketh the game, you know?
No.
As the equalizer comes down, Romer is going to Realm Warp over, and they're going to have to just dive the turret. Let's see whether they can get this one done, as Kingen will be taken down. Casting with the all-out, just gets himself out of there, and that is the second kill of the game, and the first for the bros.
So Kingen TP's back after getting caught there by Casting, has the wave in a good spot, but then just gets dove by the Realm Warp, as there's no prio for Scout to deny it. And we got the answer to that question as to where he would Realm Warp in the early game, and it's the Rumble that's vulnerable with the Cassante taking up the turret at full health as Diablo's got a spell shield.
Yep, he is going to be absolutely fine here as Sponge. Taking some time, but should be able to take this first Hex Tech Dragon. And Nongshim will be able to lock that one down for the first of the game. Nicely done there. Now actually looking to try and steal away some Raptors as well. Did have vision here already. And Gideon on the wiser right now. Sponge is actually looking a little low. If I was Gideon, I'd probably want to get over there, but he has no information. Yeah, so it's just going to be some free Raptors over to Sponge.
Level 6 for both junglers actually on the trade of camps here. As we'll watch this again, which is pretty self-explanatory, as this equalizer tries to thin the wave, but it's too slow, too late, and Casting says, I am the wave. And Romer is able to help Gideon secure this first kill here.
Yeah, might have been like a better idea to like hold a little bit closer to you, but I don't know. I'm nitpicking.
I think he was dead no matter what without any help.
I think it's fine just to clear out the wave where you can, lose as little minions as possible, as Kingen is going to silence himself. But as this first item comes in, as the Rukon is built up, this Cassante becomes more and more difficult to take down. And Kingen just going to have to try and use him as a money printer. Another max range scatter, as Romer is kind of addicted to taking these. That one's not going to hurt him too much. As the grubs have now spawned, and Gideon, you can see the draw of the grubs. It is so powerful.
It's powerful, but he doesn't have prio to back him up. Romer still doesn't have his ult back. He's going to have to rely on Casting's collapse if he wants to actually force a fight here. They're playing very safe, but this is an engaging one.
Yes, Sponge going to miss the Q onto his flag as Lahan's able to play some defense here. Only level 5 on the Cal, though. He's in a lot of trouble. No flash available, and he will be taken down. The unleashed power, the Cataclysm, they're trying to kill Gideon, who just flips his way out of there and will be okay for the moment. So the one kill onto the Cal will be the result of that play. Taking these grubs will be a little bit difficult here for Gideon and the bros.
Even though it's a nerf to the Fury, get that here early in this game. Gideon getting that early kill, setting up one here now onto Romer. Lahens does end up being the casualty of this exchange, and nobody's going to stop Gideon from getting his grubs.
Yeah, he does manage to secure it here, so it should be all three over to the bros as a result. Sponge just in his jungle, not wanting to risk it.
I think that
the cracks in the armor here for Nongshim are showing once again.
Nongshim didn't really have a setup there to force the fight, so they kind of decided, okay, let's back out, but that meant that Lens was just left isolated on the back end, and Namgung is the one who sets up the engage, and there's just too much bro there. And sometimes that's how the early game goes. It's not about like who has what item, it's just about who has the champions in the better position. And with the level 6 there for Gideon and the reset on his ultimate, Nongshim couldn't really continue the fight, try to save Lahens there. So down he goes.
All right, well, Diablo making his way back down towards the bottom side. He's currently 10 CS behind, hasn't quite put his Yuntal together, which has become the more popular first item for the Sivir. Teddy, pretty close to his Trinity Force, but we're not really at the power spikes just yet for the 80 carries. That's why our focus has been towards this mid lane, as Namgung taking a fair bit of poke damage here from Scout. And man, Scout has had such a great series so far, and it really hasn't been augmented by good play from his teammates just yet.
I mean, in some cases it was, but in other cases it was not.
Yeah, there has just been some
watch this
some moments ruined a little.
Super late here. Now the catch is on the Sponge. He has to flash away. And because he has to flash, he can't really re-engage with Cataclysm here to stop them from getting in. And they know that there's just too much bro here, right? Like the control of the top side was there for the Cassante as well. So they just kind of have to slowly walk out. Sponge escapes, but Lahens is not so lucky.
Yeah, Lahan's still level 5 actually. As Namgung as well, just really wishing that he could find like a lane with some creeps that are dying. He is a little bit closer than Lahens right now. The Unbreakable Will and the Death Charge are both so important for the team fights, both of these teams, and there's a minute left on the Dragon.
They should be able to get it before this Dragon. Should.
Oh, Flash Bolt to come on through as Namgung being delivered over to Sponge, but Gideon is right there, and Lehens is just dead. Yeah, well, Realm Warp is going to secure that one, as now Namgung may actually die in the end, and there it is, the Unleashed Power, and both of these
So I guess
supports
they're
are now
not
dead.
getting level 6 before Dragon, because they're going to be in the Death Chamber. They can't get any experience in there. As, okay, 30 seconds before the Drake spawns, they will actually be able to be up and available to come over here for a contest. So maybe I spoke a little bit too soon on before the Dragon, but they didn't get them in that moment right there.
I mean, I don't know whether they're going to be, like, Namgung just needs to have one minion die near him, and then he'll get there, but he was, wasn't able to get it either.
Gideon is going for a pass up here on the top side. No Realm Warp, but Romer has full prio right now. A Scout backed late, and Kingen has got Flash and all, but I think he's just dead.
Yeah, there's the all-out, the equalizer this time underneath the turret as Kingen is just flashing away. Just trying to pull the minion wave, I guess.
Yeah, but that's a really expensive way to die using your flash there, and obviously because he ulted to try to defend there, didn't really get any of this wave thinned out, so that means casting's getting a ton of money. And Nongshim, they don't have their jungler on the bottom side to get the cross-map Dragon either.
Yeah, and there's like teleport if
why
this
without vision flashing to set up, like there's just no information that this is a safe play. Like it was a reaction out of Lehens, a very
I think there was
visceral
information that it wasn't safe because Gideon was right there. So yeah, I agree with you. A little bit of an unfortunate
Kingen here just going to equalize to try to defend. The flash though, I can't get behind it. You'll pull the wave like you said, but it doesn't really matter since it's just going to get pushed into the turret anyways.
All right, Anchor comes down, level 6s for our supports as Nongshim looking for Dragon number 2, and they are actually getting a decent way through it. Currently, Diablo almost has a 700 gold lead. That is from largely the cull being completed, as well as his quest, which is done. But Roma taking a lot of damage here. Cloud Soul this game as well. And Namgung taking a lot of damage. Man, my hands is going to be running so fast. 5 extra movement speed on the patch and Cloud Soul. Oh, baby.
Scouts significantly ahead in this game. If you look at his combat power versus Romer's, it is definitely stronger because he has that first item completed and he does a lot of burst damage, but didn't have enough burst in that last moment. And we need to be looking at how these fights have been lost for Nongshim, right? It's been kind of pulling the trigger too early. They've been opting into every situation. And I think that when you look at how that's going to happen on, for example, this upcoming Herald fight, they need to be a little bit more cautious, right? Because Bro are behind in this game, and yes, a lot of that is the Syndra, but the Ryze is still going to do more consistent large damage output in a longer fight, and they've got the front line for it. Nongshim really need to be careful. Like, Len's down flash still, and is a vulnerable target. At least now he has his ultimate, finally. Both supports do at level 6 here, but this next Herald fight could be make or break for Nongshim.
The thing that I'm really worried about is that casting is so incredibly big. He's got a 500 gold lead against a first strike Rumble. Like, you should, even if you're ahead in farm, you shouldn't be ahead in gold.
Just going to be tough to cut through him because the Sipper is still in its early stages. So I agree with you. This is why Romer is actually so powerful even with no real combat items in his inventory. He's just going to be able to get enough time to bounce enough flux through Nongshim.
Casting, buying that time for his teammates is Kingen, seeing whether he can find a target that is a little bit less durable than the guy he's been laning against all game long.
And in this meta, not really on this Rise, unfortunately, with the Catalyst and the Crushers tier 3. He's just not really going to hurt Romer that much.
Well, Lehens, he was thinking about a headbutt pulverized and then realized that it was probably not worth his time as Diablo does get the spell shield down. Gideon's in a lot of trouble. Gets the shield, but look at those boomerangs go. Namgung going to be the next target, and down he will go. Teddy standing his ground, but I don't know whether he really wants to, as On the Hunt has been popped, and Diablo walks into that True Shot barrage. Romer is just burning down. And he is just trying to catch this wave that Kingen is delivering. It should be Sponge locking this one up. Another pole flash here from Lehens as Teddy gets himself out of the way. The ulti there from Lehens will be able to keep him alive as Diablo will just take down this turret. Teddy lives, but the structure does not.
Yeah, and just a second before Bro get this top turret here for casting, so they miss it by just an inch as Diablo is not afraid of Teddy right now.
Yeah, the ricochet's going straight through. The flash gets out, though. Nicely done there from Namgung.
And finally, Nongshim make a calculated engage where they have the information. They have full information this time. to go for this play and set it up. But then Lehen's, his flash play there was risky, but it guarantees they get that first turret. So I think worth it absolutely there in the end. Diablo's now able to pick up his second item, Flicker Blade, before we go into this next objective.
Yeah, there is Namgung hitting a hook there onto Lehens, who's taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will. And there's the ulti from Gideon. The interruption from Sponge. He's an absolute hero. Kingen, though, doesn't have Equalizer. Kind of wishes he did, man. That choke point would have been brilliant to light on fire, but not actually going to happen this time. Might have been a large reason why the bros are actually feeling okay with going for that play. Let's have a look at this one once again.
This is the fight here where Gideon just doesn't have setup, and Namgung is not going to be able to peel enough for him here. They have so much control, right? And Teddy was pinned under turret, so they knew that. Like, Diablo was the one who did it, so he's able to rotate over, has his ultimate as well for a little bit of extra movement speed to secure that. And then they turn it into a turret take right afterwards as Roamer is just weathering the storm in this bottom lane. Whether it's a Rumble or a Sindri he's up against, he's just tanking it.
Yeah, Namgung is going to turn up. Sponge just gets out of there. Scout in position, though, as you were saying, was kind of been the bane of Roamer's existence so far. Yeah, they're looking for an angle. That's an anchor in. Not sure about that one, as the Aftershock is going to wear off. Scatter onto just the Nocturne, though. And now Teleport does bring Casting in. He's running real fast. He's got a huge shield, and he's just looking to run amok. Just not going to land that Q, though. And so just kind of getting kited around.
They defend the turret with this because if he doesn't TP over here, they are going to lose it for sure. But ultimately, they're still going to lose a lot here on top side because Kingen not only doesn't have to TP and now holds teleport advantage, but is going to pick up a lot of gold himself right now. So putting a dent in that lead there that Casting currently holds. And this Sivir, despite how the early game went and the Alistar laning phase didn't go so well, just started to generate a lead, got the cult cashed in, got that early kill. Oh my god.
Yeah, Scout having to flash. Casting is very frightening.
But with no turret to push into either for the Sivir, she's constantly going to give prio here to Nongshim, and they have control over this dragon as a result. And they're looking for Soul Point as an ult from Sponge.
Yeah, they're going to take about a year to get through Casting. I think just go back to the dragon. That's an easier target to take down.
That's a little bit less tanky.
Yeah. And they are just going to try and take it. We do have a teleport on Roamer available. He's going to use it here. Here's the contest from the bros. True Shot Barrage does come out. Lehens uses his flash in a weird way as the Pulverize does basically nothing. There's the all-out onto Casting. Good knockups there from Sponge. Scatter is phenomenal, but Diablo's already down. The only power comes in though, and Roamer is going to get taken out, and it's Teddy that's the hero of the fight. Scout just not quite in it. The anchor stops Lehens from getting away, and it's a triple for Gideon. Sponge has to try and run for the hills, but he's not going to be able to do so, I do not think, although he does have the flag and drag. And there he will be allowed to live. That's the first dragon going over to the bros, and they win the team fight.
This Rise is not the threat, is not the real problem in this fight. And Casting gets into the backline, and they blow up Diablo. So watch Diablo in this one. Again, he's the one who's positioned pretty aggressively. Spell shields the True Shot Barrage. But look at this, gets caught by Casting. The Cassante engage, and then gets followed up on by Namgung, and Gideon bursts him down. And they just don't have any way to fight this one out. Scout does end up hitting a big scatter there, but where's the follow-up damage? Teddy is the real damage. He's the only damage dealer left in this fight, and they cannot kill him. Scout's broken up on the right side, so cannot actually collapse the Sponge. Sponge escapes, but it's a huge win here for Bro. They get the first dragon of the game and a massive swing of gold.
Yeah, this is huge. And I think I did Lehens dirty there a little bit. It was just a Hex Flash that he decided not to go in on. But then he pulverized a Cassante. And he's the target that you're really not allowed to do that onto, right? He can certainly eat any CC that you want to.
It's just crazy that Casting got on top of Diablo. And that was what they needed. And then Namgung's able to follow up on that. And there's just so much burst in that moment. As this Cassante is such a problem. You mentioned it earlier. He is really annoying to deal with this composition. Eventually the Sivir will cut through with no problem, but when the Sivir is the one that's dying instantly to him, then it becomes a different story. As he may be cut down by too many members of Nongshim here.
Well, let's see whether they can do it. He is pretty good at dealing with magic damage, which is what's coming in. There's the Pathmaker now on cooldown as the Cataclysm is going to try and hold him in place. The all-out is down, and that means that he's a bit more susceptible to death.
But on the
cross,
Scout's
going to give that to him.
It's going to be Roamer getting that bottom turret, and Scout's not here to help defend this push either.
Yeah, no teleports at all. from anyone. And even this siege is working out for the Bros.
I don't know if that's really a big win for Nongshim ultimately or not. The Scout's going to get some damage done to this turret, and they did finally kill the Cassante, but Romer is really starting to get a ton of money. He's still obviously behind Scout right now in this game. Scout's got 4 kills and a massive CS lead, but the fact that Romer gets this money means that he's getting out of irrelevancy in terms of damage very quickly, and now they're even maybe going to get King in.
Yeah, Equalizer goes down. It's a pretty good spot, but Kingen is still very, very dead. True Shot Barrage was there to block off any attempt at escape, and that is not going to work out. Good timing there on that kill as they were rotating down, trying to get towards their Rumble.
I guess they thought that maybe Gideon would try to defend against Scout instead, but...
Oh, that is a flash from Lahens. Gideon does have now some support coming in. The teleport from casting will be able to stop Lahens from finding an angle, and now he's got the Unbreakable Will running. Nice scatter there from Scout.
Here comes Teddy and Namgung too. They need to evacuate.
All right, so Nongshim do make their way out of there, and Sponge is just going to grab his blue buff on his way out.
Bro, we're just kind of
denying the aggression.
They're running the map despite the deficits. Okay, Namgung though.
Yeah, good scatter does come on down here as Diablo's just trying to layer this damage through. They do not manage to take down the Nautilus.
Oh, that true shot.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. As King in, big old shield after the teleport, but he will just use it in order to take down this minion wave. That turret is on like half a health, I'm pretty sure.
There's so much right now about this game that's been Bro finding the better angles and the more relevant plays, either cross-map or just straight up where Nongshim decided to greed. Like Kingen going down to try to defend that bottom side turret, he just also dies as a result of that. And then they try to make that into a collapse play and can't, and then they have to retreat, and it was very risky and almost turned into an even worse situation there. As now Bro have taken a gold lead in this game. Again, a lot of it's just the Nefiri.
Yeah,
the leads for Scout and Diablo are much smaller than they used to be.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Gideon is 3,000 gold ahead. 7-0-1. That kind of just came out of nowhere. Hadn't really been looking at the score lines, I guess. This Nefiri just massive here in this game right now.
And the next dragon here would be Soul for Nongshim, or just a double stack here for Bro, which is starting to become quite terrifying in its own right.
Oh, yeah.
So they want to contest this. This is a very important one for them. Scout is on 2.5 items. Actually, almost got his 3rd completed here. He's incredibly powerful, way stronger than the Ryze is right now. The Sivir is on 3 items, way stronger than the Ezreal is right now. Like, they cannot give this one up. They absolutely need to be fighting right here, right now. And it looks like Bro are trying to keep it like they're interested, but instead of just pushing the top side with Romer. He has TP if they like the angle, but otherwise I think they just need to let Nongshim have Soul Point here.
Yeah, you can see Scout very close to having his teleport back up again, so he is going to answer the Ryze's push as Nongshim trying to set up a gank rush, 4 versus 4. The anchor is going to connect, but it's onto Lahens. He kind of likes those odds. He's casting, getting into the backline. This time he will get knocked up, though. It's Diablo. So much safer. The all-out is not going to work at all as the equalizer stops Gideon from being able to approach. Teddy not going to get scattered because he's not weak. He's dead. It's a double for Scout and Nongshim. They don't like the other dragons anymore. They're going to take a Baron.
It looked like initially Bro had just been like, all right, cool, the dragon's not even up. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to let you guys stall it out there. We're going to get the advantage elsewhere as they're going to try to turn this into a dragon for Baron, which is a great consolation prize, I suppose. Plus Lahens, maybe?
Yeah.
Scout's coming over, but I don't know about this.
Lahens is just trying to keep him interested. That is going to be the Drake secured. Lahens did not need to die.
They don't need Alistair to have Baron buff. It's fine.
In fact, I think they're stronger when it doesn't happen.
Look at the minimap. Look at where the control is on the top side. They don't need to be the aggressors here. And when I was watching where Bro were on the map and how they had this setup, I was like, wow, this actually couldn't be better for them. But considering that Soul Point's on the other side and they can't win a team fight here, they're actually pulling Scout around the map. They've got some angles to where they could maybe go for a late contest, and then they just send it. So I was like, maybe they didn't have a plan, actually. Maybe they weren't really playing the Maestro game. But ultimately, they end up just giving over a massive team fight win to Nongshim for basically free when Nongshim are at their strongest right now, and end up giving over the Baron as a result of it. Sure, they got that second dragon, which is some value, and they got Lahens for some reason.
Yep.
But definitely not the play, Hanji and Brion, on that one.
Yeah, they also, they didn't kill Gideon, which is definitely good. He is very, very powerful here. You wouldn't want to give away that shutdown, although he's not exactly worth a crazy amount of gold right now, given the state of the game. And Nongshim now with 2 minutes to work with this Baron.
Yeah, it's crazy. He doesn't have a bounty, but Sponge does.
I was actually about to say, like, I'm glad he didn't give away the bounty, but, like, he doesn't have one. Namgung now looking for a little bit of a catch here, but it's a great scatter from Scout. Scout is always there to keep these kids alive, and it's working out very, very well. I like how Lehens is probably one of the oldest players on this team.
3-item
He's
Scout.
the one that needs the most protection right now.
3-item Scout, 3-item Diablo. That hasn't changed. And this Baron with Sivir, Siege, and the poke here from the Syndra is just so incredibly powerful that he's just desperately trying to clear this with the help of the Rise. But this Baron has already gotten a lot of control on the map.
Spell shield down. Casting was thinking about trying to find an angle. The Bros will be able to push up. Only one plate does get removed from the bottom inhibitor turret. And now the backs are going to come in for Nongshim. What kind of items can actually be purchased here off the back of this? Just a pickaxe for the Sivir and a needlessly large rod to augment the rest of the build here for Scout.
Shojin does finish
scarier
for Teddy, so he's even in items basically for a moment, but that's not going to last very long.
Man, Scout is so large.
He is, and with how they're playing around him and through Sponge and Scout, you know, Diablo's just able to free hit, so it's very terrifying as Hanjin Brion.
He's 310 CS at 27 minutes. Like, what the heck?
He's far
He's
apart.
been orbing these waves.
And they've been grouped a lot here in mid, but he got a lot of alone time on the top side earlier too.
Yeah, Teddy actually taking some poke damage here. As man, it's a bit of a different story when Diablo is on one of these team fighting 80 carries. These team fights really can be problematic for the Bros. Casting just trying to deal with this minion wave has actually done a great job, and Diablo finds another gorgeous spell shield. And it's now on cooldown though, and he does actually take some meaningful damage here. As a Realm Warp trying to catch out this Sivir. They do get behind him, but the Equalizer goes down. There's no Grom thrown at him. That was crazy. Scout unleashes the power onto Namgung, and it just doesn't work for the Bros. Diablo's burning down, and he may actually die, but I don't think it even matters. True Shot Barrage from Teddy kind of does nothing. Lehens might die, but that's kind of been what he's wanted all game long, and in fact, he'll be denied. They don't want to give him that extra power. There's the ace, and Nongshim, I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to deliver us our coveted Game 3 in the prize group.
Nongshim deliver us the same way Romer did, and that he's just going to send his team into an equalizer and a freebie for Nongshim. As I get the idea here, try to get onto Diablo.
Yeah, let's get the Sivir as he's making his way out. Dropped!
Watch Diablo. Does he care? Nope, still not that worried, not that care. Romer's like, I got this. No, you don't do damage, actually. Diablo's like, yep, thank you. All right.
Yeah, and Gideon just keeps getting scattered whenever he tries to ult as well. It's either he gets flag and dragged or scattered. Like, the ultimate has just been useless from this Nefiri that had such a great start in this game.
Yeah, the Fury isn't going to scale that well when the rest of the team is made of paper, and not the sharp kind that could even give you a paper cut. As Romer, that flash play in the last team fight was just, I mean, it looked pathetic, right? He's like, I got him! Almost like, I don't think so. And I think at this point, bro, no. And they've known for a while. There's really no coming back in this one. Actualizer's done now for Romer. Oops, didn't have it in the last one. And I think they wanted to make a Hail Mary play where maybe if Nongshim mess it up, they could get back into the game. But now I just don't see it as... Soul point again here for Nongshim on this Dragon.
All right, lands. I'm going to get anchored here, but he's got the Unbreakable Will. He's just trying to keep them interested. And now looking for some cooldowns. Teddy gets dove on, and the Pulverize comes down. The bottom lane gets locked up. It's a double for Diablo, make it a triple. Casting going to be the next to go down. It's Scout that collects that one. Casting goes all out because he wants all out of this game. And I think he'll get the wish. The scatter comes in. It doesn't matter. That's going to be the ace to come through. It's clean. And Nongshim are just going to knock down this stuff and destroy the Nexus.
Yeah, they're not really that interested in this Dragon anymore. Casting's got a big smirk on his face. He had some big moments in this game, but wasn't able to team fight once Diablo hit 3 items. And there just was, again, no sound there, no control, and bro just looked for another desperate play. But I think they were ready for game number 3, the decider, in another banger game here of our Rise group.
And I have to say, we were saying, Sponge, make sure that you're playing well on the job, and this time around, 100% kill participation in this game. Undying. Scout exactly the same on 16 out of 16, I'm pretty sure, unless it was 18. I know that it was definitely 100% for Sponge anyway, but 8-0-8. Scout legendary in this game. The mid jungle coming up pretty strong here for Nongshim. And this is definitely the look that they were aiming for moving into this series. And to them, I imagine game one, a bit of a blip. We'll see whether they can close it out from here.
Scout having 2 back-to-back great games. You know, despite the loss in game 1, he had an incredible Anivia performance, and then in this game, just took over on Syndra. And it wasn't even necessarily about Jarvan's Syndra. He was just getting so much done on his own. Farmed hard, became an unstoppable force, and then eventually Diablo caught up with him, and Teddy and Romer just couldn't keep up, and the tanky Cassante that had the early lead was just made of nothing, made of Play-Doh in this one with all the damage that was coming through.
Unfortunately, it was just kind of molded into something that he didn't want to be by the end of that game, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. The Bros have a chance to bounce back, and they have very generously given us a 3rd game in this series to enjoy. We're going to take a little break, and when we get back, the Space going to break that one down, then we'll have the 3rd game in the series. We'll see you soon.
나 물면 그냥 천천히 봐봐.
앞에 좀 보자.
야, 이제 라이트 없어, 라이트 없어. 쪼이 잡힌다. 이제. 야, 나 이거 싸울게.
이제 봐줄래? 아, 써봐.
나 크게 돌아가는 중. 야, 탑 봐줘. 야, 이제. 야, 아무것도 없어. 나 봐줘. 바텀도 좋다, 지금 상황.
나 맞을 사람.
어우야. 나 EQ 2초.
아, 바텀.
끝났.
1초. 한 듯.
From Closer finds the electrocution and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
얘들 진짜 오늘 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the 2nd time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Oh, God. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the 3rd solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Crescent guard for owner and T1's War Machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
근데 세라핀 5인공인 거 알아? 세라핀 5인공이었어? 아 진짜? 감사하니?
Alright, they're gonna try to press the button. The general direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the
flank there. They take down King and this time around. He's still alive. And they go to Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment. Not able to deal with Kingen. World champion, by the way. They're trying to take the core of Cousins. And there's the flash. Looking for the kill, actually. On the Cousins. He lines up three! And the wobble combo gets started early. Maker super low. And that'll be a double kill for BDD. Make it three! Navi, can you make this one happen? As there is the Baron in the back line. It is going to be the Baron taking down the Baron. Somehow, Baron! It goes down. There is the quadra kill denied. And it's a full house. Baron full of Cousins. 나이스.
Hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Welcome back, summoners.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
And despite the Fed doggo, the good doggo, Nefiri 7-0. Nongshim Red Force play like a team. They protect their AD carry, and with the fast cow, they get the job done. We're going to game number 3. It is 1-1, Hanjin Brian and Nongshim Red Force. Degon here alongside Oxen Wadid. There's a lot to talk about in that last one.
Gideon was really trying. Game 1, he was such a massive impact. Game 2, he really tried to make it happen. But I think Nongshim, we're kind of seeing some of the team fighting that got them to this point where we were impressed with them last week. I will say, though, it wasn't the cleanest game altogether, but when it came to the big moments, they got it together.
I mean, for me, it was kind of crazy to last pick Nautilus into Alista, which makes no sense. You don't, I guess you win the earlier phase of the laning phase, but you don't really get anything out of the lane. And you know what's more crazy?
What's crazy?
The movement speed from the cow. We just talked about it in the pre-show, and it was impactful.
Well, not just that, but actually, we saw the Hens rush early tier 2 boots and go celerity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, the Nautilus had magical footwear. So you're getting your boots so late. We really wanted to highlight the speed difference between these two on the rift.
Yes, now we know that League Classic is back and it's a little goofy, but we're starting off a race here. It's Alistar going up the river using celerity. Don't worry about the anchor missing because Lehens still stops for fruit, and look how much faster he gets to mid lane.
Even with stopping for the fruit, he's just running so much faster. It's like Nautilus is in slow-mo in comparison.
And he was just too fast. So he thought he was just so ahead of the tempo. So that's why he just runs in to look at him. He's just so much faster. So he couldn't even stop. He can't stop. He goes in. And that was the ending.
Sometimes you can go a little bit too fast, I think, is the message here.
And even Namgoon knows.
That's what Namgoon thinks about it.
Again, the speed there by Alistair. Again, funny early on. You know, we're thinking, okay, Lehens showing off some tech here.
I also find it really funny because I got asked, what should we call the lower third? And I was like, we should either call it I Am Speed or Gotta Go Fast. And so the title was just I Am Speed or Gotta Go Fast. Yeah, that's what this was about.
Yes, again, just unique things that the players are always finding, edges that they can find here. But then sometimes it just comes down to big team fights.
So this one, Lehens does a great job of blocking here, and then they go for Diablo on the Sivir. And if you look at this moment when the Nautilus ult comes in, this knockup comes through from Sponge, and then immediately the combo from Lehens as well. So even though they get the Nautilus ult onto the Sivir, the follow-up's not there. The Xante ends up having to ult the Jarvan, and they're able to use that peel to get back into the fight and clear out these targets. And this equalizer also is great from Kingen.
I just didn't like the setup at all. Hanjin Brion didn't have a single vision into this river, so I think they should call the Rise even earlier to make the 5-man and the man advantage so they can just walk in and look for the fight. But it was the moment where he had the sideline push, and it makes no sense. They have no ward to TP in, so he was late. Like Cinder was faster, even though they were reacting to the fight. So I think Hanjin Brion, they're just messing up so many fundamental setups, just like what they did in the game 1.
Yeah, and from a micro perspective, despite having so many kills, we saw a lot of times where the Nefiri tried to ult somewhere and he gets denied. That one there ended up costing Hanjin Brion the lead. And then it leads to this big fight, our final one on the top side of the map after Nongshim have taken control of the game.
So Diablo ended up getting chunked out here. And they actually end up going for the Realm Warp, especially as he's down Spell Shield. But look at this equalizer again. Completely cuts them off here from moving in on him. And then we get this great target selection immediately. Nautilus just deleted from the fight, doesn't get to use his abilities. And then the peel, once again, having been there, allows him to shred these targets. That stun onto the Nefiri is so good. And I think there was a couple of moments in this game where I think Diablo's positioning wasn't 100%. The fact he got chunked out in this position was not amazing, but I think the team was doing such a much better job of peeling around him and giving him the defense he needed.
Yeah, we did. This reminds me of what you were saying from last game. At some point, Hanjin Brion realized in game 1, just group up and we'll be fine. Here in game 2, Fed Nefiri has trouble when there's all that CC and you're able to protect your AD carry.
I think they're just making it too hard, you know, because they got the advantage, so they had the option to just push the side lane as well. But I think, yeah, they just did in the game 1. Just group as 5, make it simple, and just walk through mid and get the vision control. That's not hard, you know. I think Hanjin Brion still struggling to find out the way.
We are in our second year of Legend and Rise group, but this is becoming a Rise group classic match today. It is Hanjin Brion and Nongshim. We're going to game number 3.
It is an absolute joy to be here, and we would have it no other way. The Fries Group finally delivering us the absolute bangers that it promised from last year, and Scout looks annoyed that is the case, because obviously Nongshim were a Legend Group team last time around, but are now sitting in the Rise Group. They're the ones that drew the short straw compared to D+ here after their relatively weak earlier couple of rounds of the LCK.
Polishing that little bro stone is what's going on here. I don't really know the reference. Maybe someone can explain it to me, but I saw they were giving those out before the...
I know a few references to that, but none of them are that good. So I'm just gonna let it go.
Yeah, I think I know where you were.
Yeah.
There's probably something deeper going on here.
You can polish a potato, but it'll always be a potato, Wolf. And that looked a little like a potato in the picture. So
yeah.
It needs to make sure that it is indeed a potato, or a stone instead of a potato. It might actually be a diamond, though, so who knows. Let's see whether the diamonds on the side of the bros are going to be able to shine brightly here in this game number 3 to pick themselves up a win, or whether it will be Nongshim. Nongshim will be first pick on the blue side, as Hanjin Brion have elected for counter pick on red.
All right, let's see if this does pan out. The first pick, Cassiopeia, did eventually work right in that first game. Scout, though, has just completely outclassed Roamer this series.
Yeah.
So I'm most concerned about him if I'm Hanjin Brion. They take away 2 of his champions right away, but those are also 2 champions who could have banned against almost anyone, even though he has been the best lock.
Yep.
We'll see what he gets his hands on here in Game 3, because even imagining him playing Talia sounds like a scary prospect.
Maybe we can call him the Loch Ness Monster.
Ooh, I like that.
Could be fun. Okay, couple of bans left to go. One final one here for Nongshim. The Nocturne was just kind of ignored in the last game. Maybe it would be, there it is, banned away in this one. And one more ban. Xin Zhao stocks are pretty high given the junglers that have already been played.
Look at the support.
And Poppy being banned.
The support pool that's banned away is the core right now of our meta, with some counterpick Leonas sprinkled in there. So stuff like Rakan could be a consideration. Annie, Wukong.
Oh,
so
Vi.
maybe first pick Annie could be what Scout wants here. The Vi is definitely going to be banned, right? So maybe he just locks that one in and they play a simple draft here to close it out and also deny it from Bro. Instead, they're going to get that high prio Jace.
Okay. No Olaf to pick into it, which has been a bit of a deterrent when it comes to the Jace blind picks this time around.
How's your Yorick looking, casting?
I mean, casting is
There's no Cassante.
Yeah. Casting's been pretty good, but this is a difficult situation to counterpick the Jace. So a pretty nice first pick here for Nongshim to start us off, but casting could show us that he does have a plan. Pantheon available, but so is Lucian Melio. They could just slam that and just say, we'll find something else to play into the Jace. How's your Malphite casting? Maybe there's going to be an angle there. But this will almost definitely be Emilio.
I'm kind of shocked that Annie Prio is just not there in either of these drafts, considering how incredibly powerful it's been deep and fearless, but
has also been very popular in the Kesper Cup.
Yeah.
A lot of our teams have been gravitating towards it, mainly in Game 2s.
The Lucian lane is very powerful. They're not going to grab the Milio, which I guess is pretty fine since most teams don't counterpick it.
Yeah.
Or rather, steal it away, I should say. You know, to try to go look for like a Milio Aphelios. We saw Pays and T1 do that once this year, but I don't think they are going to get it away. So they get the prios in. That's the risk they're taking here, but I think it's a pretty low-risk choice. We could still see Annie Wukong here, but with the Jace, I feel like this comp doesn't necessarily call for it anymore.
I want Draven Melio. That's what I want.
Hens wants to steal it away, but maybe they're just trolling.
Yeah, they're going to hover it at least. The time's ticking down. They may actually just lock this away. So the Melio denial does come in. I don't know if it's a good thing.
I mean, Diablo plays a lot of the carries that are empowered by Melio really well, especially Lucian, but he can't play that one. But he could play Jinx even in this draft if they want to just kind of play an outrange game. He could play the Aphelios. See what he wants to do. I mean, Yunara is possible. I
want the Draven!
I mean, I want it, but I don't think we deserve it.
That's a good point. It's been a while since we've seen that guy. It's going... Oh, Xayah Melio. Oh my goodness.
What are we doing?
That makes...
Why are we doing
way worse than Draven. My gosh.
Namgun can either play still the Nami or can play... I mean, there's a lot he can play. Can even play Yumi.
You know what my favorite thing about Xayah is?
Tell me.
Xayah backwards is Hayax. That's my favorite thing about Xayah. There's a lot of negatives that I could take you through, but I'm not going to go there. The Yorick is going to be locked away. That was your answer that you came up with into the Jace provided before.
So,
wait, now we're just going to ban everything that the Lucian wants to lane with.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Nami is going to be gone, right? They're going to take away the Wukong.
I don't know whether you need to ban Nami. I think that champion is just kind of trash at the moment.
Pike. And Braum, maybe? But Braum and Demilio sounds pretty miserable.
Yeah.
So maybe not actually caring about that one. The level 1 gets a little bit funny, though. Not in the lane, but outside of the lane.
Elise doesn't exactly activate.
Are they just going to play a range support, like a poke support, like
Seraphine Lucian?
Yeah, I mean something like that, or could even just play like Ashe support.
Yeah,
I don't know. The thing is, a lot of this, any of it that's ranged beats the Xayah Melio lane, I think. So, see what they end up going for is we'll also see Roamer's Akali of fame taken away from him. Annie's going to be picked up with the Wukong banned away. They have the Xin. They picked it up early in this draft, and that's why they don't have Emilio right now. So eventually we got there. We found the Annie button. And it's good for Lucian.
It's a pretty good Annie angle.
Good luck ulting away as Xayah the bear.
Yeah, that's
good luck
what I'm
timing
thinking.
that.
At least Lehens will always be able to ult Diablo and then he can press Featherstorm afterwards. But I don't know whether like the damage has kind of been done at that point. And he will be locked in. What's the answer for Scout? It is just a very standard Victor. He has enjoyed this pick a lot in the past. So we'll be very comfortable as that
just
is
a Trundle. It's going to be
angle.
Trundle, isn't it? Trundle into the Xin. A lot of power if the Xin gets cut off, and it's very good in dilution because he's low range and needs to be dashing forward. And the Yuumi I mentioned earlier looks like it's going to fit the bill here because it's going to be able to deal with a lot of this pressure. Okay, going for an engaged support, though, creates a level of volatility in this lane that I just am not a huge fan of.
See? They knew!
Support Draven.
The Draven angle would have been the brave option. Instead, we're going to have Lucian Yuumi versus the Milio Xayah this time around.
I don't think that this draft is going to be defined by the Milio lane. I think this draft is going to be about the fact that there's so much disruption here for Nongshim, the pillar in particular, but the gravity field, the Jace poke that outranges here, that makes this so hard for Hanji and Brionne to play out if they don't have a massive lead with this Lucian. They might be able to get it, right? They can play their bottom side, getting a path down there. That means the Yorick doesn't necessarily get online the way he wants to. And Roamer will have a lot of setup here, but even though there's a Xayah that is not going to really be able to escape the Tibbers, maybe he just isn't in range of Tibbers at any moment in time, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there'll also be a Ghoulie Wall to deal with as well. That one might be a little bit more difficult, but there's not a massive amount of range, I guess, on the Bros. And so the Xayah could find some value there with the Featherstorm and the Recall. But I just haven't really liked Xayah that much in the current meta.
I don't think anybody really does. We just pick it sometimes, but usually it's our players who have years of history playing Xayah in these situations and outplaying. Diablo's just too young to have that under his belt just yet. We know he's capable, but I'm not ready to trust just yet. I think these drafts are pretty even, but they are pretty weird as well. So let's jump into this game 3. I guess we're going to find out together.
Yeah, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for game number 3 in this Fry's group bout between Nongshim and Brionne.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, Bro fans getting louder and louder as this series goes on. The vision is down, and we are ready to get into this laning phase. So far, no shenanigans, no funny business. And I think, as far as like looking down the lanes right now, I think that Bro are pretty happy with their matchup topside, although that will take a little while to get into a good place. The bottom lane, I feel like the Bros are going to be very happy, at least for a while, although right now I would say not super.
Well, it doesn't matter if the damage is on the Yuumi, if she can just stay attached forever, but problem is Teddy didn't do any damage while that was happening, so it wasn't really a trade.
Fire kick can be really annoying as well if you do manage to catch a Yuumi who's trying to reattach, so I think I'm going to have to be careful.
Because of the pathing to the bottom side here to impact this 2v2, I do think this Yorick is not necessarily going to get off the ground as early as Bro would like. So that is a bit of a concern. As you guys can see already, the push is there for the Jace in level 1.
It looks like
Teddy
Diablo
is just,
in the hands are very comfortable.
Yeah, Teddy is just trying to layer some damage in, but just really is reminded that Yuumi is kind of in a horrible state, which most people like, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the weaker Yuumi is, the better League of Legends is, just in general. I remember, like, there's other examples when Teemo is way too strong. You also just don't want to play the game. There are a lot of champions that can just be a little bit frustrating.
Mel.
So a lot of people would agree with the Mel angle as well.
They're just going to catch this wave, but, like, this Lucian lane isn't working out. Let's see if Gideon can make up for the fact that they lost that Milio with this Xin pick, you know, because that was the expensive choice they made. I didn't think this lane was going to be defined by the Milio pick or anything like that, but based on how the level 1 went, I think actually it kind of is.
Yeah, they do on level 3, right, before they're really going to be powerful in this Lucian lane, and it's even more pronounced when, like, Lucian is the only one in the lane, basically.
They're getting out-cleared right now by Sponge, so Sponge is going to be here first.
Yeah, he should be able to take the scuttle.
And I don't think that Gideon can really make a play here right now. And Scout is controlling the mid lane, so you got level 3 on Lucian, but you're kind of huddled under a turret, so That is what it is, I guess, for good old Teddy. He was like, wait, but I needed the Milio when I wanted this one. Now, under threat because Gideon just left him here.
Let's see whether this pillar can actually make this one work as Namgung does detach. They're trying to tank up this turret as Diablo's flashed on in. That is first blood over to the Yuumi though. They're going to pick up a double and oh my god, that could not have gone worse for Nongshim.
I guess the value of the Yuumi after all was just the ability to press exhaust in a failed dive defense to then be able to get a free kill for Teddy while the jungler was on the other side of the map. All right. I guess it was a great pick after all.
I think I have a headache too. Let's have a look at it again.
So this is a Trundle gank, so it's not very easy to set up, right? Tanking starts here by Lehens. Or actually
Phenomenal flash from Teddy.
And Teddy flashes there. They don't have the damage, and the Xayah can't actually chase for the kill.
And Casting's just having a bit of a giggle about what's going on.
That broke my brain a little bit.
Yeah, mine wasn't functioning all that well to begin with, so I'm right there with you. Diablo still has a bit of an advantage as far as farm, but he's now 400 gold behind. 500 gold in the lead is Namgung.
I just love how Gideon was like, you can't have Milio because I want this. Also, I'm not going to defend your bottom lane. Good luck.
Yeah.
And Teddy's like, it's cool. I'll outplay it.
He did.
So a trade of flashes, an early kill for the Lucian, an early kill for the Yuumi, which is, you know, it is what it is, but I mean, it's relevant.
Okay, Teddy is just going to try and utilize this extra power that he does have in order to put the pressure onto this bottom lane. It's working out so far. Diablo does pick up the majority of those minions underneath the turret, and he's going to do his best to try and claw his way back into this lane. This is a tough time. It's now Sponge fighting against Gideon. I don't know whether Gideon really wants to pick this fight, but it's Sponge saying no to it anyway with that Pillar of Filth. Shout out to old Trundle.
See a plate goes over here. Dragon's being taken with all that prio. Roamer continues to be annoying here in this lane. Now that he's got Tibbers, can push Scout away. So Gideon should be able to get this without any problems.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Blast Cone here for the Trundle to deal with. There's Sponge just trying to take the remainder of his Krugs before he goes back to base. So this will be first Dragon over to the Bros. And an early Ocean. Probably the best individual Drake to get early on in the game.
I'll even
Gideon
get to
will be able to secure it.
Get to keep that control ward in the river. And Bro are just going to be able to continue to apply pressure until that Essence Reaver is done here for Teddy. Then he moves the advantage to the rest of the map.
Man.
And this top lane also, because the junglers have had to, well, one of them at least, decided to go bottom. Because Casting hasn't had any help up here. Kingen is just kind of happy to chill. He's got his flash still.
Yeah, that dive has really warped everything here in this game. As Teddy, Piercing Light comes down, Fire Kick goes wide, and he's now in that fog of war. Lehen's so incredibly low. Is Teddy still going to be going down a little bit here?
That control ward's still there. It's still so valuable.
Oh,
they're in trouble.
They
no flash.
cannot do this. Is Gideon going to flash in with the audacious charge? Diablo, no flash available. He's just dead. Lehen's, he's going to flash, and that will keep him alive for the moment. But with no Xayah there, so much money going to the wayside. And Teddy just massive here in this game.
Absolutely. And I guess the Lucian pick is just going to work out here as he just picks up so much more gold on the play here. And Diablo is denied some of that farm. And now Teddy gets a free back, gets his Sheen, getting so much closer to that coveted Essence Reaver.
I think Sponge will be able to take this Raptor camp. Did actually clear the entire top side as Gideon just going to cut his losses and head over to his Wolves. And so it is a bit of a sacrifice. Sponge actually goes up 3 camps as a result of this. Diablo just going to be moving towards the mid lane, actually, because his bottom lane looked a little bit cooked. So we'll just be able to get a wave delivered so that he can at least get towards his first item as quickly as possible. They crash this one in. Gideon looks to try and clear out some vision here. I think hanging out with Scout is a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think Bro are going to be able to try to make a play here. So you're too far up. You don't have flash. I mean, watching this is almost just an insult to Nongshim because it's not like anything special happened. Your Lehen's flash the last possible second. Gideon doesn't have the ability to gap close there anymore, so he gets away, but he's now also flashless. Diablo's got his back. But yeah, this Lucian lane is a problem. It's not game-ending yet, but it is certainly going to lead to what could be a larger snowball as we move into the mid game. As Sponge is going to try to come over here and get triple grubs, but Gideon always has an opinion about that.
Oh yeah. First grub taken, no smite though, so Sponge should be able to at least get 2 before they have to vacate. Kingen with the inside track from this top lane just guarantees that these grubs go Nongshim's way. Very, very good to grab grubs in this game. The Yorick being denied is extremely important here for Nongshim, as he could be a big problem in a side lane. Fire kicks going wide every time that happens. Teddy just has so much control.
I mean, not to mention grubs for Teddy, who will have mid lane control coming up. And if they get Herald, for example, whittling that down before it happens would be also very valuable. Teddy's just trying to get any advantage he can right here, but there's no kill threat. I think also trying to find out if Sponge is down here on this bottom side. Trying to deny Hens this ward clear, but he won't be able to quite stop Hens from getting that one away. This top side has just been, it's been very top lane, which is not often the case with Yorick and a Jace, because usually you want to protect your Jace's little advantage, and the Yorick wants to really get online and be this counter pick. But we just see this volatile matchup end up being pretty even, but Kingen has generated a small lead.
Yep. Just taking whatever he can get. You don't really want to have like a small lead though, as the Jace left alone in this top lane. You do kind of want to play out that early game as aggressively as possible. Because the Yorick should be able to find an advantage when he gets to a couple of items.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Sponge went bottom lane with that dive, failed it, and it's just been, Kingen trying to hold on to this advantage, but it's getting tougher and tougher. We haven't seen any rotation over there by poor Sponge on this Trundle. Scout's doing a good job in this laning phase here, but it's not about the mid lane right now. It's about the setup the Annie's going to get no matter what. Pretty easy to do, and it's about this upcoming Dragon fight and the Herald fight more important than anything else, as even a Ghoulie wall is not going to stop Kingen right now.
Yeah, Kingen is going to be able to shoot through that one with the W very, very comfortably. Sponge looking for a potential angle here.
Finally, a jungler comes topside.
Yeah, just going to eat the Maiden for 50 gold. Gorgeous. They'll also grab a bunch of extra plate money here, yeah. So this is the first time they've kind of played towards this top side, but they do so beautifully.
They've also rotated Diablo over, so it's going to be a lot of money picked up here for Nongshim. It also means Teddy's getting free stuff on the other side, but this is while denying farm to this Yorick. So I don't think this necessarily is going to be good for Bro, especially with first brick going over here with all this extra damage.
This is not where Scout wants to be either. Wind becomes lightning and he's going to miss because of the flash.
Good
Scout
flash.
does win the ulti trade. But Gideon should be able to take this free dragon. There is also this tower falling down, is casting in a lot of trouble.
I think this is really starting to favor Nongshim. They're getting way more here topside, and Diablo, he's 1.2k behind, but he's getting a lot of money he shouldn't otherwise have access to, and casting is just being pushed out of the game. What Teddy gets on the other side is nowhere near equivalent. Look at the gold lead just vanish for this Lucian.
Yeah, and that is all of those plates. This full inner turret. Inner turrets are worth so much money as well. And so it now gets, like,
he just
the gold lead for Teddy gets cut in half entirely, and there is that gold grab. Sometimes you gotta love production, knowing exactly what to do. And yeah, the outer turret is going to survive. Kingen just jumps on top of Teddy, and he's dead! Oh, God!
All right, well, you had the little mishap Nongshim did where Teddy got ahead, but now he is just put in the bin.
All right, so the Bros, I've figured it out. I understand. This is obvious. This is how it's supposed to be. The Bros, they know that they're not supposed to have an advantage like that in the early game. And so they're like, you know what? This isn't our comfort zone. Let's just let Nongshim walk all the way up our top lane.
I think the explanation is a lot more simple. The lane swap worked out. Bro didn't respond. They had no answer. They just said, Teddy, keep pushing. And then they got 2 turrets for Nongshim. Bro's response was poor. And now, with the swap back, Diablo's looking for another turret.
Well, let's see what they can do here as in goes Gideon. The final chapter comes on down. Kingen is going to be able to get out. Diablo's fine. Featherstorm, Flash, and Exhaust all expended. The Nongshim will escape.
They ended up getting the flash and the ult out of Diablo. It's a really nice flash angle there to prevent any sort of follow-up. But He does have to ultimately expend both of his safety tools here, and they don't get the turret. So gold-wise, not a big defense for Bro, but it's just the turret demolition squad here for Nongshim. They've got it on the banner. They operate in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, this is just like a tempo masterclass here, as it's not a shock blast masterclass from Kingen, who's going to make that one go wide. Tibbers goes down, Guliwall goes in, Tibbers kicked away, but the turret is still going to go down. And Nongshim are going to reclaim that gold lead and extend it above 1,000 once again. There is like, look at all of these turret plates that have gone down in favor of Nongshim. Only one more remaining on that bottom side. That'll be 4 turrets to 1. So it is a lot of standing gold, I guess. So a lot of this gold lead is somewhat artificial.
I just think that the cool thing is, like right now, this comp for Bro needs to be exploding and forcing fights and fighting over objectives, everyone they can take. They got the first 2 objectives. Nongshim ended up giving those over. They got so much gold that when Bro are at their strongest with this Essence Reaver for Teddy, Teddy's like hitting a turret in the bottom lane and otherwise just getting outpaced everywhere else on the map. So they actually don't get to utilize the advantage they had. He still has a gold lead, but that means less and less. And it's obviously much smaller than it used to be. It's about, 800 of the 1,200 now, so he got it back up from the 600 it dropped down to briefly when they did finally finish off that bottom turret. But Nongshim are really playing the map well. They took what was a disastrous early game state and just played the map brilliantly and have fought their way back to looking like they're going to be able to be the ones to control this Herald that's up here in 40 seconds.
Yeah, you've got Kingen, who's absolutely gigantic right now. Being able to move towards the top side, he will be able to get that wave pushed out again, and it pushes a really long way before it reaches a turret. And so top side control is certainly going to be something that Nongshim has in spades from now on. As Ghoul's frustrating Diablo here momentarily, but Casting not going to let that last plate go and this turret fall down with it. So we'll be there to defend. But I like this. What they've been doing is just moving Diablo into safe places to get money, because he was the main sufferer of that bottom lane going horrifically wrong. And I think they've triaged the situation very, very well.
Absolutely. Now starting up that Herald, like I said, they got map control. By eliminating those turrets, it's really easy to get Prio here. And what's the answer for Bro? Okay, finally Yorick gets to push. That's the answer. That's all they've got. That's the only response. And by answer, I mean that's their answer. It's not really a answer to the problem, as this Herald is now going to be able to rip through what's left of the mid lane, or just guarantee Prio, or even be used as a combat Herald here for this next dragon. They have so much map control. And the Yorick, yes, got some free time in the bottom lane, but wasn't able to touch the turret. And he's still so incredibly behind. And damage-wise, Kingen is doing so much more against this low-range comp. He has so much power and will be able to just effectively free fire, especially if they can keep up the map and vision control. There's a lot of vision on Dragon right now here for Bro. Let's see if they can maintain it, because Prio is not theirs, and I think it's just going to get wiped away.
Yeah, Nongshim, they probably do want to start considering these Drakes. And yeah, it's a Chemtech. Sometimes we like to say that Chemtech isn't great. For a Trundle composition, it's pretty good. Not to mention the fact that they also have Emilio. So I think that if they're able to stack up a few of these, they're going to be feeling very, very happy. Shock Blast now raining through. And Teddy throws down the culling. Lehens is able to heal off a lot of it. And Gideon going to get pushed back. Nongshim now looking for a fight as Sponge goes in. Gideon taking a lot of damage, hasn't used the Crescent Guard just yet. But if he gets poked down, it's not going to be that valuable. And I think the Bros might just have to give this dragon away.
I think they do, but they're not scaling. And they don't have a Yorick in a side lane, as they're going to try to TP him into a flank.
All right, the flanking Yorick is the deadliest, as in comes the Maiden. Kingen is going to get rounded. There's the final chapter, and the Jace will be going down first. Nongshim are just going to secure the dragon as now the kite back begins. Can Diablo make that one work? The answer is definitely not. It's a double for the Yorick, as Casting now has a little cat, as well as a bunch of ghouls, and he has the right skin for it as well. Into the ghoulie wall they go, but it looks like Nongshim will be allowed to escape for now. Good fight there from the Bros. The dragon stacking is denied.
A very thin margin by which they won it with this Yorick teleport. Kingen just not able to react here. And by the time he gets ghoulie walled, the fight is already over. So Nongshim decide, okay, we're just going to back away. Lens flashes super early because he wants to buy some space here to maybe be able to fire kick and peel for his team. He does get one there as he dies. They get the dragon and get out. But this is just step one for Brion, right? Hanj and Brion end up winning a team fight here. They don't get the Dragon. They don't get Soul Point. They get a gold influx, right? They take a gold lead, but the composition is still going to get outscaled. There's still big problems. They need to win another fight, I think, before we can really say they're truly in the driver's seat. Because right now they want to fight, but now they're losing turrets on the map, and Casting is nowhere near getting side lane value. Got 2 kills, so that's relevant. Still 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and they have 4 people in the top lane. Well, it was 3, and 4 until Teddy went back home again. So this turret is just going to go down for free. Scout is moving towards that top lane to try and catch that wave that is getting shoved forward. But all of these minion waves are just so far away from Nongshim turrets. Like, bro have so much work to do to get tempo back in this game.
I just feel like that fight itself is only relevant if you also can then threaten Soul Point with it, but they couldn't do that. And the gold they got, it matters, but it doesn't change the full story.
Sponge, don't listen to the voices. Don't listen to the voices. He listened to the voices! He's going to need to subjugate. It's not going to work! As the final chapter comes down, looking for some snares. Doesn't quite get it. Teleport in from Scout, though, is now Teddy. Has to flash to get out of the way. Still, it's a pick onto the jungler. And they're going to be very happy that that one is acquired. But that is going to be it, really.
The big win is that Casting gets free time down here. And maybe could even get a proc of Overgrowth. But Kingen is rushing over already, so I don't even know if that's going to happen. He looks like he just barely will get it.
Yep.
And so that's something here for Bro. Like, they got the jungler, like you said, but couldn't actually further anything on that play. So much was used, including the Crescent Guard, actually, to prevent the follow-up on killing Sponge here. So I think Sponge knew they were in this brush, but was just hoping they could fight their way through it with this Xayah at low range, but the Crescent Guard puts a big damper on that. Kingen does a lot of damage, but they can't get any follow-up kills, and Scout TP's in. So they get a kill, they get that extra push in the bottom lane for the Yorick, who takes 2 plates off of just 1 big swing. But ultimately, still the same problems remain here for Bro. Yeah. I mean, look, Teddy is also scaling. He's ahead still 2,000 gold. If he can be set up correctly, and if Nongshim keep face-checking or walking too far forward, I mean, Bro absolutely can win this game despite some of the larger challenges they have here compositionally. As Sponge goes for Randuin second. I actually really like that choice, given this game state.
Kind of crazy. He's also only got the free boots. He's just really booked it towards these 2 items. Sponge didn't use his ult in that last fight. I actually kind of thought with Lehens there, the subjugate might have been enough to keep them in it for at least a little bit longer and try and fight that one out. But instead, holds on to the subjugate. And
Late Herald.
Going to use it there as, yeah.
I guess they could try to just board it and charge it and siege this up. I mean, I think it's really difficult for Bro to defend without Yorick here. He is coming over.
Yeah, so it might be Shelly getting a charge, and there it is. So that is some extra money, and in fact, almost takes that turret down. Gideon also looking worse for wear, as Sponge really has been inside this jungle. They will siege down the inner,
but they also
there's only 1 inner turret left.
They get Casting out of the bottom lane. You know, they get the Yorick out of the side lane. They forced a full group for Bro. 5 people came to watch the turret explode. And that's like what the value of this Herald ultimately ends up being, is Nongshim were like, well, we want to get something more out of it. We got the turret so early. I guess we'll just drop this down mid. And Bro pull everybody there and then still lose the turret. And now we're not going to have necessarily prio for this next dragon fight here. This Casting just cannot get even across the equator of the rift right now.
Do you think that Gideon assumes he has a gold lead? Because I personally, if I was him, would assume that he'd have a gold lead. As Sponge going to get stunned up here. Does have to subjugate him. My God! They can't hurt him when he presses that button. Casting comes down, though, and they will keep Gideon alive, at least for the moment. Sponge running real quickly on that tainted ground.
Too much
now Kingen trying to rout them. There's the Arcane Storm down from Scout. And they are just zoning them away, saying, no, bro, back to your base.
They can just go straight to Dragon here and keep lobbing shock blasts at the approaching Brion squad. And Brion just can't close the gap. I mean, Romer has flash, but it's a long flash she's going to need to get in and engage here. Gideon with no Crescent Guard.
Whoa, the flash from Romer. I don't know about that position from Diablo, but he goes up into the sky, puts the feathers down, and now Kingen to the skies into the back line. And they do look to take down Tibbers. The flash forward, he takes down the Annie, but he will get taken out for it. Gideon now in a lot of of trouble. Teddy getting chased down. The flash in, but Teddy stays alive. He's skating, and he's able to get the double as Scout falls. Diablo so close to dead, but he will stay alive for the moment. 3-2, and that should be soul point to the bros.
The defense of Roamer's flash was great, but they didn't need to chase that far onto Teddy, and it's going to backfire in a huge way. And now Diablo, I think, is probably just going to get run down. Lahen's 100% dead, and this is a disaster for Nongshim.
There were 4 that were alive. Actually, it's just the cat is a little bit confusing. That was a cute flash from Diablo.
Okay, he gets away, but it's not going to stop that soul point from going over to Gideon. And like these teams have got to understand the map, you know? Like right here, Nongshim is like, okay, checkmate, you guys can't come over. And Diablo's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to walk in. So Romer does get that flash play. I said it was going to take a big flash, but Diablo walked forward. But they were so confident with Kingan's flank here they would win this fight. He does a ton of damage, but from here, you don't have to flash on this. You won. Go get the dragon. You have a gold lead. You're scaling. And so they're like sending all their summoner spells into Teddy when he's got a Xin to peel for him, a Yuumi on his back. And then the greedy back here happens. Lahen's will pay for it. Diablo was able to do the tricky blast cone out, but this was such a misplay straight up here for Nongshim Red Force. And even the speedy honey fruit isn't enough to get Diablo into a winnable position. He's able to avoid Teddy's blast cone in with a flashback.
Don't tell me that they just take a Baron. That's not fair. Well, Gideon and Romer are making their way over. Teddy's here as well. They're going to have everyone there except for Casting, whose teleport is still not off cooldown. Gideon gets in. It's going to be a 50-50, but Gideon's going down low. The Culling's massive. They steal the Baron. Teddy's just partying on the Arcane Storm and not caring at all. King is dead, and the bros are going to destroy Nongshim now. The Featherstorm comes in, but I mean, that was way too late. The bros let him go. They've gotten what they wanted.
Bro, get the steal, get the kill, and they're just like, thanks for taking another unnecessary risk. And if they had gotten away with it, Nongshim would have felt great about the play, but
I mean, they were feeling desperate. That must have been it.
Nongshim, here's the best way to put it. I don't think they understand their win cons here. And where this game state is, you asked a question about Gideon thinking he has a gold lead. He's getting closer. But, you know, Nongshim, I think, maybe thought that despite that last disastrous attempt, they just had such a lead that they could burst this one down and just continue to siege because there's not that much left on the map here for Bro. They've got 5 turrets to 3. They just keep feeding team fights over to Bro. And now that standing gold you mentioned is still a thing.
Jump scare. As Sponge doesn't have Subjugate, nor does he have his life. Teddy's going to be able to lock him down. Scout now trying to stay alive against both of these Brawly members of the Bros, and he is just dead.
Where's the macro we were seeing earlier? Now Bro just get a Baron, and they're just taking freebies all over the map. Scouts in no man's land. There's 2 dead for Nongshim. And Hanji and Breon, it looks like they're just going to steal this game away.
That's what's happening so far. As Teddy trying to siege. I mean, he's a Lucian. Sieging is a little bit difficult. Probably does need a minion wave in order to do so, and is going to have to wait for that one. As Kingin is trying to be frustrating towards the top side. I mean, there's bounties, but there's no turrets they can get to. It's kind of hilarious that the Bros have managed to get such a massive gold swing. And they'll break open the base here in this mid lane. They'll take down the inhibitor. And now Kingin just trying to get this Maiden away from the structures. Mid lane inhibitor, probably the least important to defend here. So Nongshim not too worried about that one going down. But there's an outer turret to take in this top lane. Like, it's insane how much standing gold there is for the Bros to take.
I think there's more worries than the inhibitor. I think there's worries about what happens on every subsequent objective in this game, as this was just so greedy. Look at Lahen's health bar too. And Teddy's positioning, because the Crescent Guard is here, they can't focus down Gideon. Only Sponge can really do battle with him. And Romer ends up dropping a bear onto Kingin, and Gideon's still alive. And Teddy's just skating forward. And this is the coach reaction here. We jumped into it a bit early. But they know that they were in a dire spot in this game, and they were gifted 2 opportunities by, firstly, Diablo, and then the follow-up there from Kingin in the first fight, and then this one just a risky Baron. As we'll jump into another replay of Sponge just dying here, and then Scout also being caught. We don't need to watch this again. I don't even know why we are, but
yeah, we didn't really need to. We're going to go back to the game. Not a whole lot was happening, I guess. And Scout this time will not be caught in this side lane
like this does wonders for Bro in the Rise group, by the way. If they win the series, they go up to 7-14 to tie Nongshim, who will have 14 losses after they lose this game. Crazy stuff. I mean, they were massive underdogs in this one. The upsets just continue. The game isn't over. The Nexus hasn't exploded, but it's all but done here. I'm kind of speechless.
It's kind of ridiculous because Nongshim were in a very good position earlier on in this game, and it felt like they were playing it smart, right? 30 seconds now, and it's going to be Chemtech's Soul as, the Shock Blast avoided. Gideon not looking too susceptible to damage right now.
Romer doesn't want to use his Tibbers here. He's got Flash. They have so much control. They can just go back to this Dragon. It's a pretty good Dragon for this comp, especially with the Xin, who does have a gold lead now.
And the Yorick. So a very good moment here as Diablo will be able to get some autos onto Gideon, who does throw down the Crescent Guard. It's pretty early, and there's not a whole lot that they can do about it. It does wear off now as he has to flash, gets over the wall to burn the tick, and he's down to the Subjugate. And Nongshim, they get rid of the jungler right as the Dragon is spawned. Maybe a chance to come back.
This game starts to feel like who's made the most recent error.
Yeah.
Another Shock Blast is not going to land. Romer has Flash Tibbers. They need to play around it a little bit here, but they just have so much damage. They can kind of just camp the Dragon and say there's no enemy jungler, so
Bounty gold, baby!
Bounty gold, as you say. And will Romer be able to punish some desynced backs? It's not going to happen. The base will need a defense.
Yeah, and
so
there are a lot of super minions making their way in.
Like, this is not Bro losing the game, but it's losing the soul, which is one of their big win cons. And if this game goes super late, and we are looking at Xayah Victor on the other side, and this would have made the Elder spawn faster. This would have been soul point, or rather soul for them. And you mentioned the Yorick also getting a lot of value out of that in straight up team fights.
Don't you think Namgung could have done like one thing in order to make his Xin Zhao not die?
I mean, New Yumi she only protects her best friend.
Okay.
But I was thinking that the whole time. Old Yumi would have been like, we fight this, by the way.
I mean, he at least has, like, heal.
Like, I don't know if the heal would have saved him, though. I think he wants to keep the heal for Teddy, is my guess as to what happened there. Bro are still in a commanding position in this game, but that should have been the last nail in the coffin, and instead it's just kind of Nongshim fans getting another lease on life, a little bit of extra hope here, as that inhibitor's going to respawn in 80 seconds as well.
Yeah, Diablo is nowhere near his Infinity Edge. 4 items are well and truly completed here for Teddy. Still some brown bags on this Xayah as well. My goodness, needs to buy some Nikes, I think. But just hasn't been able to.
He's been a little low eco on this one.
Yeah, a bit of the bargain bin on this Xayah. As the Bros in great position around this Baron. But as we mentioned before, I mean, this is the right inhibitor to go down, right? You want to keep pushing in this mid lane. Sponge takes the Mega Cone to get back towards his mid lane.
Lichbane picked up for the Victor. A really potent item as well if they end up just winning a fight suddenly with that open mid lane.
Oh, Roma looks for the angle, finds Diablo in that backline, but the ulti does come through. Final chapter isn't the best, as now Diablo just gets on top of Roma. Roma should be dead, but no! It's the Xayah that goes down. Scout has to overextend. Lahan's looking to keep Sponge alive, but he'll fail to do so, and Teddy's on a rampage. Scout staying alive here towards his top side. Wind doesn't become lightning, and Gideon doesn't get in there. Okay, Gravity Well goes down, and Gideon will have to back away, but Scout has to try and get back, and I think the Bros have done it! Nongshim looked great in the first week of this round robin, but this time around, the Bros are gonna find their win here in game number.
No, that inhibitor respawns! And Xayah is gonna respawn in 10. They're trying to force this here, and I think they might just have the damage.
I think they might. It's a naked Nexus. They're gonna kill Scout first, just for fun. Teddy, an absolute monster here in this game as the Bros take down Nongshim here in the first series of this round, this week.
What a silly series in so many ways, but a huge one that has massive ramifications for this group, as it looked like Nongshim were going to just run away with this group, right? They were the ones who looked most on form, had a great read on the meta, and Bro also in so many of these, the loss streak that continued, we're in such dire straits, like we're looking really rocky, coordination all over the place. Get this upset win, which is arguably the toughest win to get in the group. And sometimes that's just how it goes. And maybe the other teams that are competing with Bro might not be able to catch Nongshim on an off day.
Yeah, I mean, they just lost to DNS. And then just turn around and take down Nongshim, who are looking in really fine form. It's just a crazy situation here. Maybe they got jealous of the Legend Group, which is where all the upsets were in week number 1. Now in week number 2, we've got a dancing Roma. We were been waiting for that one because they've been on a loss streak for a really long time, and now we do get it. The Bro fans are pretty psyched about it as well. As Teddy, no funny business for him. He was all business here in this game and looking phenomenal while doing it. Namgung had a game off here for this game, just playing some Yuumi.
Yeah, he helped. He pressed exhaust when Teddy flashed when they defended that turret.
Yeah. That was a good way to make it happen. Let's have a look. We're not going to check out that turret dive as we head into the highlights.
I think that I'll be honest, as I often am, and I like to say I'll be honest when I'm going to say something that's not very nice because it requires honesty. This was a giga throw from Nongshim, and they had so many tools. Like Diablo.
But I mean, it was a throw so many different times as well.
Like, Diablo lost this series for Nongshim, and they've been so good about playing through him. They've been so good about making sure this AD carry gets all the work done. But that first game where he walked up and face checked, had so many times where he was caught and punished, like these small advantages that you gain from those kind of mistakes really add up. Not to mention that Nongshim didn't play through the win cons there on the Baron. It's just a greedy call. But the Dragon setup they had where they could have just gotten that and walked away and continued to control the map, like that was such a disaster. And I think Dandy is going to have a field day with the VODs, as there's just so much to go over.
Yeah, there really is. This was something that we kind of thought the Nongshim would be able to deal with, right? With the fact that they had the Melio. They could then stop that stun from being too much of a problem, but if Lehens is immediately stunned alongside, then it becomes very, very difficult. And Teddy was just kind of unanswerable in this game.
He did so much damage on the Corki. He popped off in this game on the Lucian, but I think the thinking man's vote is Gideon. Even in the loss on the Nefiri, had such a great series. I voted for him. It was pretty easy for me. His Xin saved this game and saved space so many times.
Yep. He also, just let his bottom lane win that dive towards the bottom side because he knew and was then able to get so much more done elsewhere on the map. I think it wasn't about the Xin Zhao, but I think in game number 1, his Skarner was phenomenal. And a Gideon back to form is definitely what the Bros needed here in this week, here in the Rise group, as they do finally pick up the win. Let's have a look at Teddy's damage, which is absolutely
I think Teddy's going to get the boom boom palm, but I think a lot of this series was about Gideon. Romer getting that catch on Diablo at the end might get a stray vote as well, because that was the moment that ended the game, but I think the game was very well and truly in Bros' control. The graph is a good indicator of what we saw across this best of 3.
Yeah, this is a Rise group graph, ladies and gentlemen, as Teddy is going to pick up the player of the match. The Ezreal game, notwithstanding, he was absolutely phenomenal. The Corki able to pick up so many of the kills and did so much damage in that game number 1. The Ezreal honestly hasn't been a whole lot of success for Teddy. Actually had a loss on it yesterday as well. But moving his way up the POM standings as well, now tying Taeun. And that is one of the first times I've ever seen a Bro player in 3rd place on POM. That's nuts.
The Melio denial didn't work. It looked like maybe it might have, but it just ultimately did not.
It did not. But now it is time to hear from Teddy. Let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjin Brion. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you. Teddy, finally you just broke the chain of 7 losses and took the sweetest victory. How do you feel? I really wanted to get over the losing streak today. Today would be the day, but I'm just really happy that we're able to really flip things around with this 2-1 victory. So in the long LCK loss streak, what did you guys discuss as a team? Despite it being a long slump of losses, we were trying to really cheer each other up and keep up with good feedback. Just stay positive. And I think that's really what paid off today. And lately, the meta is for supports to roam up. So maybe from an ADC's perspective, it feels like you're losing your partner. So what are your thoughts? Yeah, all the supports lately, they just all move up. And in the end, a lot of the times you end up seeing a lot of the AD carries just doing a 1v1 farming in the bot lane. And I feel like we had enough fun in rounds 1 and 2. And now I guess it's less fun, but I don't think this kind of meta is bad. So what have you been working on with Namgun recently then? There's really not much to stay on the same page with my support with the given meta right now. So I think my support, he's been really just communicating more with the top side of the map. So I just play my own game in the bottom. So after that game 2 loss, what was the feedback like? Yeah, the severe value-wise was actually really hard to face. So I think that's just something that we talked about, maybe the draft and how it was a little bit of a regretful choice. And in game 3, in the draft, after the Lucian pick from Hanjin Brion, the enemy stole your Milio away to complete a Xayah Milio comp. So did you see this coming? Yeah, Namgung. Obviously, we were trying to take Milio, and when it was stolen away, Namgung was like, what do we do now? And it was kind of funny when that actually happened. But there were a lot of different options, so I think we weren't really panicking or anything like that. It actually worked out pretty well for us in the end. So in the end, you guys went for the Yuumi. So what was that process like? I think for Lucian, you just kind of really want that utility support. That's really your only option to go. So in the options that we had, Yuumi just looked like it was the most viable choice. And what do you think actually gave you the edge to win the last game? I mean, the matchup didn't look too bad. I think in the early game, we actually weren't able to hit enough of the skill shots and it felt a little rough, but I think I was able to get some kills and get fed, so I think that's why the game was a lot easier in the end. And your next opponent is BNK Fear X, the top dog of Rise group. So, what will your mindset be? You know, it was a long time coming to overcome this losing streak, and I want to keep this momentum going. We'll try our best. And that is all from Teddy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for those wonderful translations. And it is Teddy to get it over the line here in Week 11 as Hanjin Brion get themselves a victory over Nongshim Red Force. And that was a
very clean, very straightforward.
No, it was not. It was not clean. I mean, Dan, Ox, that was Ox sausage right there.
Well.
Ox, that was not clean. Did you see when they lost 2 towers top? And all of a sudden, I mean, there was like 15 seconds to TP and Teddy stayed and then died to Jace.
They would just sacrifice.
You saw that, right?
They were just like trying out some new picks, right? I think they were also not expecting to like get away from the Milio, you know? I think the draft was the key. Like they picked Yuumi, that's why they couldn't really like match the ROM. So that's why like Nongshim had such a great trade into the turret plates. But I think, yeah, that's the patient, you know, like sometimes you gotta like pick something that you didn't even expect it by yourself, but it still works out, you know. And I think the only concern about the Lucian Yuumi was how you deal with the early game dive on the turret, and they did. And that's why they could have an insane lead in the early game. So I feel like Hanjin Brion finally, they just figured out how to do it in the last game. So at least win is a win, right? There's so many things to go, but win is a win.
You know what, Wooded, you said so many things, and all I really care about is a win is a win. That's some truth.
I mean, there is so many things to talk about, you know. Like it was really
a win
rough.
is a win.
A win
game
is
1
a
and game
win.
2.
Theodore takes himself the POM with a lot of help from media and soup.
Wait,
And
it's actually the bottom and jungle in the mid and the top on the top side, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Well, I guessed
It was the bot lane vote there, right?
Oh yeah.
media and the streaming sites, they just know more than us, I guess.
Korean Cast and Korean Analyst were one brain. Ian Cast and Ian Analyst were another brain. And then we had
the bottoms.
the rest of this way. The rest of those brains right there. Yeah, that way into all the way across. Okay, let's get to comments here to see what our collective brains thought. Ox, what'd you have?
I mean, I think Gideon, even in the game that they lost, was so far ahead in the theory. I don't know, some people say, well, should he have carried? But I think he was doing everything he could in all 3 games. And honestly, he was just gapping Sponge. Like, all 3 games, I think he was just by far the better jungler and, for me, the best player in the series. So I'm glad to see this form of Gideon. The last time I could think of him in being this sort of form was, funnily enough, on Nongshim when they were having that good run early on in the season. So this look for him is just so fantastic.
I think he did such a great game on Scanner, especially not the engage, but also the defending. I think I remember on the Nashor fight, he could have 2 targets to save his Kazuya.
Can you please read your comment out?
Yes, please. Huh?
Why? Finally, Gide online after all these losing streaks.
Say that second word again.
Why?
Just like to hear it one more time.
What about you saying it?
No, you're the one who made the comment. You have to stand by
I'm not
the
gonna
phrase.
This
You don't like the
all
phrase?
right, so anyways, I really like to see Gideon finally playing good again. We all talk about Teddy, how good he is, but we need this Gideon to play for the early game, and I think he's the one. It carries the Brion.
What do you think, Tegon? Is it going to catch on?
I don't know. We'll see if Umpty's comment will work out here. Let's see who else that we had for our comments. Wolf, Gideon.
What?
It's actually worse.
No, get it back up. Get it back up. Get it back up.
It's a typo.
Gideon
It's a typo.
the Punisher.
Okay.
No, it's the typo from the
All right.
production team.
Okay, we've had it clarified. It wasn't Wolf's fault. I was going to roast him so hard.
Man.
I'm so sad.
That's my boy Gideon the Punisher there.
So this one,
Okay.
Gideon.
I mean, that still could be
Punisher.
Gideon the Punisher. My boy, Gideon.
Okay. Maybe you watched the new Spider-Man film. That has the Punisher in it, right? Maybe Wolf's feeling that.
I didn't watch it. Don't spoil it.
I didn't watch it either, but I just know he's in it.
All right.
He did punish.
Yeah.
He punished.
And you know what, Wolf? Good job on the spelling. I would never have heard the end of it. Never have heard the end of
I'm
it.
glad you're on the same page, like our global sites.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're knowers.
Yeah,
Don't-
we're the knowers.
Don't let Wolf distract you from Gideon Line from what did earlier. Oh my God.
Why?
Be online. Oh my God, it just
Gideon Line. Or is it Guide Online? Is it Gideon Line? Like a train line?
You know what? Didn't you think of something better than this?
He didn't.
He didn't.
Oh man, I got to hit him with the villain laugh too. It was so good. All right. All right. Gideon Online. Oh boy, we are cooking here. I think it's dead. There were a few mishaps, but he remained sharp. Did casting. Casting's been really solid here. On a serious note, he's been really solid here for Brion, especially lately. Which family of Shin are you? Again, they are Shin family
jokes.
trees. Yep, the Shin family tree. One here and one there. Those are the Finn.
I love how just Helios is always like the family, the age, or something like that.
You know which Shin that they're not
Same
from?
name.
Nong.
True. Well, previously known as.
Well, I guess Nongshim Shin Ramen. There you go.
There you go.
All right. Please, let's go to the next one here. Giddy Online has messed me up. There are so many talented rookies these days. Fighting. All right, Cloud Templar.
What a comment.
That was. You know what? I'd rather have that than wonder what he meant by that.
After everything else we got, this straightforward. Sometimes the classics just straightforward, simple to the point. You love it. It's not Giddy Online, but it's not trying to be.
Yeah, there were no diapers needed in that one either, as Cloud Templar's comments sometimes have those in there. Keep your chin up. You are my palm today.
Yeah, that's how the vote works. Like you vote for someone. Like I didn't.
It's not the palm from yesterday.
I didn't put you on my palm today on mine because that's the whole point of voting. Oh well, actually, he said you're my POM today. So even though the second series hasn't happened, Umpty is saying casting is the POM of the day.
Oh.
So that's saying a lot about the second series.
I see.
We don't think it very highly.
We don't talk about
still stun locked.
What did Umpty mean by this?
That wasn't even. All right, I'm throwing you under the bus. That wasn't even Wadid's original comment. It'll never see the light of day, but Giddy Online will live on forever.
Why? I think it's good. It's online, guys.
I think that's what makes it even funnier is the fact that he doesn't get one.
It's like, it's good.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? Giddy Online. So, does that mean when Gideon loses and it's a jungle gap next time, is it going to be
Giddy offline?
Oh.
Woohoo! Ruffle! Keep going. We got a lot to go.
Let's take a look at the Rise standings as for the first time in a long time, there are no streaks more than one. I think this might be the first and only time this has happened other than the beginning of a season.
Finally, they broke their losing streaks, and it's against Nongshim, who had such a great run in the first week of the round 3. And I think, yes, we all talked about how poor they played in the early game, but it's fine. It's fine. Win is a win. And I think this is the step they finally go forward. And yeah, I'm glad it happened.
It's just Rise Group. Everyone's going to beat everyone. It's going to be chaos, but it's going to be a
Look
good
at the
time.
streaks, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I know that a lot of you at home, we love you guys. We love you all that watch LCK. Huni at home decided to wake up and give us his predictions.
It's online.
Huni woke up. He locked in.
He did.
Yeah, Huni online. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huni online?
Yes.
Yeah, wow, that's almost as bad.
Yeah, he found his Hoon internet. Oh, that was bad. He does have the rest of the week on in here. Does believe in Nongshim later. Also believes in the DN Automotive Super's supremacy, which is getting harder and harder now, given the fact that Hanjin Brion won. A lot of teams at 7 wins. The most that the DN Automotive Supers can get is 8. So got to keep an eye on that as we watch the Rise Group for the rest of the split. But we do have a Legend Group match. It is Hot and One Life Esports up against Gen G. We'll have that for you after the break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
Make sure to be online.
Oh, God.
게임을 내버렸네요. MSI 우승하고 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
From Closer finds the electric vision and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
일단 오늘 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the second time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Oh, God. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the third solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base, though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Crescent guard for owner, and T1's War Machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
근데 세라핀 5인공인 거 알아? 세라핀 5인공이었어? 와, 아 진짜? 감사하니?
Alright, you're gonna try to press the button in the general direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the flank there, they take down King, and this time around, he's still alive! And they go to Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment! Not able to deal with King, world champion, by the way! They're trying to take 4 of Cousins' jump. And there's the flash, looking for the kill actually on the club. He lines up 3! And the wombo combo gets started early. Baker super low, and that'll be a double kill for BDD, make it 3! Navi, can you make this one happen? As there is the Baron in the back line, it is going to be the Dinar taking down the Baron. Somehow, goes down, there is the quadra kill denied, and it's a full house, Fenrir full of cousins! 나이스!
A few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Mid! summoners.
The original champions, items, and metas from the early days of League are back for you to rediscover. AP Master Yi. Deathfire Grasp. One of Rise's 17 reworks.
It's all here!
Welcome to the League of Legends Classic Spotlight. We've hit rewind on the roster to just 60 champions from the iconic early era. Not sure who to pick? Here are some good champs to get you started. Go top with a tanky Garen, or hard-hitting Jax. Hit the jungle to hunt with Warwick, or snag new friends with a Mumu. Run it down mid with big ults from Lux or Annie. Carry bot with Ezreal's mobility or Misfortune's damage. Or support your baby AD carry with the magical buffs of Sona or Janna. Or something else. Who knows? Anything could be good now.
Who needs a map?
That's right, they're back. Masteries return to the original offense, defense, and utility trees. For runes, you'll start with a basic page and unlock more as your account levels up, and much more quickly than before. Eventually, you'll be able to pick up the bonuses that matter most to you, rounding out your champ, or doubling down on a single stat. Starting out, you'll probably want boots and potions, but as the game goes on, you'll find all kinds of returning classics to build into, like Heart of Gold, Wriggle's Lantern, wards, and more wards. League of Legends Classic is just getting started. Jump in now to see what the good old days were all about, and shape the game's future by voting for what we bring next to the Classic experience. There's lots more to unpack, so check out the rest of the videos in this series for tips on laning.
I've seen your death. It was painful.
Jungling, runes and masteries, and item builds.
Yes.
See you on the Rift, summoners.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times?
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my like into the storm.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm still Atlas, still joined by Wolf, but we are no longer in the Rise group. All of that cinema has ended. The popcorn littered all over the floor, and now it is time for the Legends. I'm sorry about that. I will clean that up.
Yeah, seriously, you gotta get a.
It is time for the Legends to rise up, Wolf. Okay, it's not time for cleaning the popcorn. It's time for the Legend group, and it's time for Gen G versus the MSI champs in HLE.
Let's take a look at those standings. You might notice 2 of these teams have 2L under their streak. 2 slumping teams. First time Gen G's been on a loss streak since Chovy joined the roster. HLE, MSI champions, dropping down to 2nd place. One of these 2 loss streaks will be broken tonight. And if Gen G win 2-0, they can tie with HLE, because HLE have been significantly ahead of them for the entirety of this season. But that could change tonight. So we got Hanwha Life Esports losing to D+ and KT. They didn't do it at their own homestand, but they did not play the League of Legends that people expected, which is a large part of why our predictions were all over the place.
Yeah, it's sort of unprecedented territory that we find ourselves in on both sides of the rift. And, you know, the MSI hangover, it's a thing. It certainly did affect HLE when they went to Paris as well for EWC. Gen G, though, they didn't go to MSI. They didn't have a hangover from that one. I think maybe they caught it when they were in Paris themselves, as they lost to D+ Kia and got booted from the tournament, and then lost back-to-back games in their own LCK team roadshow, their homestand.
They lost to D+, who beat them at EWC, and I predicted D+ to win. So for me, I didn't see it as an upset per se, but I think it's not about losing to D+, who's on form, that really stands out. It's about the way they lost to D+, the way they lost to T1, the fact that they went 0-4, and then went on to play in Kesper Cup last night with their main roster and had some pretty rough games against DNS. They did win the series, they won both games, but it was way too close for comfort, and it's just a different level of play here. I think a lot of people looked at that, the matchups and how Hanwha lost and how Gen G lost. I think you were the only Gen G predictor on the global side, because people are just feeling like right now, this is not the same dominant Gen G we've been used to watching over the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think I'm just a denier, you know? I just feel like it's not regular season if Gen G aren't doing winning. So I don't understand what the world means if Gen G are on a 3-loss streak, which would be their largest since 2019 or something ludicrous like that. That was the last time I think they lost 3 games in a row, and that was a very different team as well. But yeah, it's absolutely absurd. I'm expecting some normalcy. It's my waters. That's what I went with. We did our predictions this morning, and I was like, I feel it. This can't happen. But the ridiculous thing is that one of these teams needs to go to 3 losses in a row. And it's got to either be the MSI champs or Gen G, who have just been the domestic powerhouses for the last so many years.
It's crazy. And for the remaining schedule, I mean, this is Legend Group now. It's not like the old days where you could play this tough matchup here, you lose here, you go down to L3, but you just bounce back. And
you get the bro buffer and then you feel better.
Not going to happen. It's all Legend all the time. And people thought that KT and D+ might just be free food for the top 3, but that has just not been the case. They both have a winning record. They're the ones with the win streak right now in the Legend Group. So for D+ and for KT, they're feeling pretty comfortable about those upcoming matches right now. They've got all the momentum, and for one of these two teams, it's time to get a little bit back. I favor Hanwha right now because I think they were outclassed in a few of their games. We had that one really rough Kanavi Jarvan game. KT were able to get some good punishes. But for Gen G, they had one of their 4 games where they had a really, really strong position. I remember it well because Faker was 0-5 on the Rise, and they had one bad Baron fight, and that was all it took to lose the game. But besides that game, of the other 3, Gen G just have not had control. They've not been the macro powerhouse we've come to know and love. And Chovy's playing well overall, right? Chovy individually looks fine, but the team as a unit seems to be falling apart. Duro falling into some old habits. Canyon hasn't been consistent. And Ruler himself has been one of the ones who's been the most criticized just because he's often caught out of position in said team fights.
I think it's definitely a little bit of a rough time for both of these teams, to be perfectly honest. This guy on your screen right here went 0-6 on his Lucian in their previous series. That one in Casper Cup, by the way, if you've got like 11 hours, you can go back and watch that one best of 3. It was one of the longest that we have ever seen. T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. And T1 did manage to come out on top in the very end, but my goodness, was it a mess. And maybe that is why my waters were telling me that Gen G has a shot.
They will play against them again later this week on Saturday Showdown. But Gen G, like you said, they did win yesterday, but it was against DNS, and there were many moments where we wondered if they would not beat DNS, as they had an early game deficit in both games. And in one of the games where they had a massive lead, DNS was actually winning team fights and potentially bringing it back. It ended up being a much closer game than anyone expected. I know DNS are off a little bit of momentum, but I think we hold these two teams to a very, very much higher standard here in the Legend Group.
Yep. And do you know what's really hilarious? Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G have the lowest win rates in the entire LCK after the start of this round. I know Legend and Rise, it's separated, the like opposition is different, but it's just such a weird thing to see. The fact that Gen G hasn't found a single game win since the start of the season, or the start of the round robin.
This period of LCK history, I think, will be remembered for the level of play being fairly even overall, right? We had Gen G and B&K back in first hand get demolished by G2, right? And then we ended up seeing BLG win the whole thing. And now, you know, you move into EWC, a little bit more Korean dominance there, but we had T1 knocked out by KC. And the fact that our region won both internationals is not enough for most people to say confidently that we're still the big powerhouse, but even domestically here, there's a power struggle.
Oh yeah, that certainly is. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get into game number 1. Which one of these teams will be able to bounce back from a tragic first week of this round robin? We'll just have to find out. Blue side for Gen G, first pick over to Hanwha Life Esports, as the Ezreal going to be taking away from Ruler. Jace and the Galio also removed. Chovy has been defaulting back to it.
Yeah, it's his most played this season, or this is, you know, this post-international, I believe. So let's take a look at what the rest of these bans are going to be, because the Ezreal ban towards Ruler really makes a lot of sense. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this. I think the Rise group will eventually catch on that this pick is just too flexible, too safe. And basically at this point, all of our older AD carries are insanely good at it, and our younger ones are getting up there too, even players like Diablo.
Yep.
So Lucian taken away from Gumayushi. It's been one of his best picks of the season.
Well, Poppy, Vi, Nocturne, Orianna, Cassiopeia, there are so many champions that are left unbanned.
I think you do not ban Vi as HLE, because you have first pick. Although they decide otherwise here.
Yeah.
Might be able to get Zeka's hands on the Orianna if Genji are worried about something else here. Poppy, I don't think necessarily a first pick option. And not definitely one that Kanavi has pushed his way into very often either.
Yeah, I think the Skana pick is certainly looming.
What about just a Kanavi first pick Lee Sin?
That's what I was thinking. And then I was like, but it's Skana and it's Canyon. And so maybe you don't want to do that. And Nivea, just straight out of the gate, would be crazy. It is a flex pick between Zeus and Zeka almost uniquely for Harmalife Esports. It looks
the light gonna pick away the Camille.
Okay, so Camille Ziggs probably what's going to be coming in here for HLE. I think Gumayushi is still absolutely ridiculous on the Ziggs. That is going to be Cassiopeia instead. Nice little trick. Let's see what Chovy's going to do into this.
Let's see, indeed. You could just grab the Camille bottom lane here and then look to counter on 3 for Chovy. Could go for a Jhin composition of some kind if you're looking for that Camille, but it's not necessarily the strongest laning phase, but you could go Syndra if that's your angle. Like, we get a whole lot of information once the mid lane's locked in as to what kind of composition is going to be built here. Chovy will opt for that Anivia that has been such a renewed force here in Korea in general and across both Kespo Cup here and LCK.
Yep. I imagine a little bit inspired by Scout's performance earlier on in the day. Did look great on the Anivia, even if they did end up losing the game. Something that Chovy did utilize to great effect when he was playing in the Kespo Cup as well.
They do get the Jhin, even though they didn't opt for the Syndra.
Okay. Very, very interesting. So Jhin going to be the priority. Not wanting to blind a Lee Sin or anything like that with the Skana still looming, but where does HLE go? Because they can still play.
Ooh, a Caitlyn lane. Also a strong lane here for Guma.
Kate Bard could actually
Bard
just
is
be the
still
pickup.
available, and so I think that's probably where they're going to head. If they go Caitlyn, but they're actually going to pivot now to the Shen pick.
So Shen, Caitlyn would actually be okay, to be honest. But
they can just grab a jungle here and keep it a little bit more open-ended as well if they want a prio jungle pick like Kanavi's Jarvan. Instead, they'll take the Syndra themselves, but into the bottom lane?
Yeah, this hasn't been very successful.
Or it could be
the
I mean, if they were going to do it, it could have been the Cassiopeia bottom lane, but I don't prefer that. This is what I was kind of alluding to, which I think makes more sense, which will be the Jarvan here for Kanavi. He didn't have his best game career-wise the last time around he played it, but it is one of his best picks and most picked this year.
I'm expecting Genji just to round out the bottom lane, secure a good support for Duro and for the Jhin lane. I think what you need is to have actual pressure down there, otherwise the Jhin finds himself pretty useless, but instead, Canyon will be locking away the Lee Sin. And so we are going to see some of these supports banned away, so
like
Duro
a game
will not
of
have access to that.
Lee Sin Chicken, where they wanted to wait until the enemy jungler was locked just to make sure they didn't get skarnered in this one. But I like the setup here for the Jarvan Cassiopeia quite a lot into the matchup of the Anivia. The Jhin very immobile here as well into Jarvan, feels pretty scary. So Bard's not going to make it.
No, I don't think
the
so.
second phase here for Genji. Sorry to Duro, but he won't be getting his hands on that one.
And I'm really curious about what else is going to be picked alongside this Cassio, because I'm thinking that a Rumble would fit pretty nicely into this HLE draft right now, but that means that Gumayushi will not be able to play Ziggs. That's way too much magic damage, and so you wouldn't really be able to find as much success there.
I don't think he's necessarily looking for a Ziggs pick here. I think the Corki pick makes a lot of sense, or ban rather, makes a lot of sense because the pick itself would have made sense. To control a lane into the Jhin. Maybe they could play Karma, Genji could, but their engage is so weak.
Yeah.
I don't know if Hanalife Esports are super worried about that pick in particular.
Keen on for the engage.
There's no Lucian, so they're just trying to keep Guma out of a winning lane here.
Will they still ban Caitlyn or something like that?
Caitlyn could work. It's not necessarily a strong pairing with Shen.
Olaf.
That's a
Keen wants to play Nah. What do you reckon?
I mean, he certainly could be angling for that. They have counter pick, though, for the top lane, where the Anivia is still technically a held flex, but...
Ooh, that's a good point.
See what does come through here now in this final banning phase for Hanwha Life Esports. Again, I don't expect the Karma. They'll ban the Ambessa here in return. So Gnar's still a possibility, but I don't think you want to blind it. You have to save it for last year for Gen G if that's what you want. And there's still a lot of counter picks available. I mean, yes, Olaf is great and a very strong blind pick, but I think they took it away because it was blindable for Hanwha since they have counter pick and they just didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it also just makes things difficult to pick, to be honest, when the Olaf is kind of looming. There's not a lot of great options into it. Even the Jax doesn't necessarily work, even if that has been the best option that they've had. Poppy going to be the lock-in. I actually love this. It's flexible between the two remaining positions that were left over. And so you could be just slamming that into the bottom lane.
This is the strong pushing lane they were looking for, the Misfortune.
Oh my god, this Wombo combo. I was talking about it, right? Like the Rumble is such a good pick for what they had already with the Shen and the Jarvan, not to mention the Miasma that goes on the ground, and now you have a bullet time, lay it over the top. Thank goodness they have a the Keeper's Verdict, because otherwise this could have been an absolute disaster.
That Cataclysm value is going to be really high. Let's see what the counter pick is here.
Oh god, it is on. It is. I shouldn't have put that into... I feel like I manifested this, and I apologize to everyone, especially to the Gen G fans. This is an awkward draft, I feel, for Gen G. And I don't know whether it's an awkward draft because it looks so similar to the Nongshim draft that kind of fell on its face.
I just don't think it has a lot of damage. And it needs to... It's weird because you want to say, okay, the Lee Sin has maybe some agency early. It wants to get ahead so that you can play through the Lee Sin tempo advantage, but then it's got an Anivia and an Ornn, so playing early is very tricky. If there's any Anivia player, I think, who can play an early game and make a lot happen earlier, even more than Scout, it's Chovy. And I think Gen G are putting a lot of trust in his ability to pilot this champion to the highest level, but I agree with you. I think this draft for Gen G is weird. It's like many drafts we've seen before that doesn't have a clear identity. It has 5 champions that are pretty good at either countering the role they're playing against in their lane or are just high tier, but it doesn't form a cohesive composition like the Hanwha Life composition, which has so much combo potential, a lot of lane pressure, and scaling as well in that Cassiopeia that's going to be able to match the Anivia in the late game. I think Hanwha feel very comfortable with what they got here.
I would agree. I do think that there are some things that are kind of cool out of Gen G's draft, right? You do have the classic Anivia Poppy combo that was popularized a million years ago by Albus Nox Luna with set up the wall, get the Poppy to slam into it. Very similar to what we saw in the previous game with the Camille. That's kind of cool. I think the Keeper's Verdict is going to be so valuable because HLE really do want to pile in on top. As the Shen's coming down, you can then sort of slam things away. What's Wadid doing here?
That sign said, don't forget you.
Oh no, that's not Wadid. That's Chovy. What is wrong with me? His smile looked similar, and my brain isn't working. I apologize to Chovy. But congratulations, Wadid. Okay.
It says, for me, round 3 starts today.
Well, I think that is a good mindset to be in for both of these teams. Just forget that last week ever happened. And also forget that Tuesday happened as well, if you are HLE, because they didn't do so well on that one either. Although it was definitely a little bit of a roughie.
It's so weird. I love to see Sonic also make an appearance.
Yeah.
It's so weird that I'm watching an HLE versus Gen G matchup where all the fan signs are like, don't give up. You can turn this around.
Yeah, it's just not normal. It's not what we're used to seeing. There are a lot of fans here and a lot of fan signs. So much support being thrown at these players that
some of these Hanwha signs are threatening. Don't you dare!
You want MSI?
Three not allowed. Bro. No, she says with a really scary. I think that's Jangu's father, but in a very Satoshi Kon looking art style there.
Yeah, I also know that those style of photos, they're ones that Chronicler's sister used to take all the time. Remember, we were at his wedding, and she took photos of everyone like that. They're terrifying. I didn't know that it's a thing that's all over the place, and now it's infecting my brain. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get onto the Rift for game number 1, Gen G versus HLE.
환영합니다.
Whoa! All right. Humble Life Esports fans in full voice here today as Keen. Oh, he's the train conductor. Love that skin. Beautifully done. Nice little deport here for Zeus. Does come down as he does miss the first harpoon, but
He was just charging his heat more.
yeah! Or something. Capybara there. Chovy, do really like that. Yeah, they just emote for a little bit, and then it's let's electrocute each other or burn each other in Zeka's case. In goes Delight, finds a nice taunt onto Ruler.
So that's a level 1 for Misfortune. Kind of heal up, try to get a little bit more tempo in this lane. Large amount of base stats that Misfortune does have at level 1 too. Every time she autos, especially the empowered one, do a lot of damage, double up, hurts too.
The love tap is pretty powerful here, but the bouncing grenades have been, or dancing grenades, going to be working out here for Ruler.
Oh, they
that
do
does
bounce.
soften up Gumayushi. Yeah, they do bounce, but technically...
The dancing is kind of like a euphemism, let's be honest.
True.
They're bouncing.
All right, Delight will take a little damage from Duro. Does feel like a good Poppy support angle. With the Shen already shown, does give you the opportunity to do it. Does that count as a cast?
Delight's like, I'm not dashing, I'm just walking on top of you.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna get it done, as they will hit level 2, but this bottom lane is supposed to be advantage to MF in the early levels. This is the lane they chose to try to win with. Guma loves his Misfortune. Not even playing it with Aurel in this case because they have that Jarvan set up.
Oh, Chovy, he's burning. These Twin Fangs are going to really hurt. Zeka with a lot of control here in this lane. Actually double the farm right now. Cassiopeia doing what it says on the tin in this matchup.
I see a lot of red-gold leads across the board here for Hanwha Life. Even Zeus turning that topside matchup around, stabilizing there against the Ornn, who had a little bit of extra push on him. As you can see across the board here, some pretty big champions for this squad here. Ruler 7-3 and 5-2 for Chovy on that Anivia. So, obviously a little bit less meta is the Ornn right now. It's Keen's first of the season. Kanavi, 9 games of Jarvan, which is, at the beginning of the year, I kept getting mad when he was allowed to play it because it was just not fair.
Yeah, he was just picking it every single time he had an opportunity. And we'll be able to get to this bottom crab a little bit earlier on. Double longsword as Canyon makes his way back from base. As Chovy almost going to be poisoned down to the egg here in this lane. Might need to go for a bit of an earlier teleport than usual.
Kanavi looking for the egg snipe.
He is going to get it and takes the passive with a flag. That was cute.
That was such a cute play there. Zeka's got to be communicating with him the whole time. Like, I think you can get it with a flag. Wow. All right.
That's really annoying. That flag does not do a lot of damage.
Well, the crazy thing is it means that Chovy's back is messed up because it's such a long stasis that he's just going to stay now with his full health, but he doesn't get his mana back.
Yep, and he also doesn't have the passive now. So Zeka teleports back to lane, and Chovy is under very real threat. As Canyon
is also under threat.
Yeah, speaking of threat, Keen is going to get the flash out here. As Canyon just going to safeguard his way forward. The Tempest doesn't land, but I don't know whether this Alcove gaming will work. And there is First Blood over the Lee Sin. Canyon, he can certainly do damage with this, as Steadfast Presence will deny the taunt from Delight. And a bit of a 2v2 here in mid will ensue.
Yeah, that was a pretty big win, especially because Zeus flashed and wasn't able to save him. Kanavi was coming over, but was just way too far away. We'll just back off into his Krugs now.
Oh, Duro going to take a lot of damage from Zeka as these Twin Fangs. One more would actually mean the end, especially after that Noxious Blast connected, but Zeka will let him live for now.
Touch burns so hard. And Zeka is kiting like a madman as well, just maximizing the damage there. Stutter Step is real as Delight coming over here to a Ruler with no friends with this wave crashing, but I think Ruler is going to be totally fine. Yep, just going to look for another plate. Or the first plate, I should say, since they don't actually have one, but another hit on that plate.
Well, it does want to go back home. We'll see whether he does answer the cull that she's already built.
Really far up in the lane here, and he's just dead. He flashes the knock-up here, but Canyon was always going to be able to run him down. He had a ward in the river as well, so a bit surprised by that play. Buys some time, but doesn't really mean anything. And now he's down flash, so that could be another problem for him in the future.
Ooh, HLE will be able to get first track on this Dragon. Going to be a first Drake Ocean as well. flash will be very, very nice for all
They
of these
were
lanes.
able to stop Ruler's backs repeatedly, so there's just no way that he or anyone can come over here for a contest. Ocean into Chemtech. It's a fiery start for a potential Big Soul.
Yeah, Chovy having a much better time now that that Glacial Storm is available. The fun times for Zeka seem to have dissipated for the moment.
Both mid laners with flash, so very scary times. Zeka doesn't have TP anymore, but we'll be able to get this back off without a problem.
Yeah, Buckler hits the ground. Thura will be able to collect that and takes a bunch of damage as a response. Don't know whether it was necessarily worth, but that's okay. And looks like Delight will just be able to go home. So Duro checks that one. Now they will be able to zone Gumayusi away. Minion wave was dealt with though.
Guma has a
HLE are just fine.
significant lead in farm, so does Zeka. That's why even though with First Blood over to Genji, they're actually really even in gold right now. The call is also on the way for Guma, so he'll cash that one in, and we'll have a pretty nice spike towards this early mid. Kanavi on this Jarvan wants to be getting a lot done here. Was able to make a few impacts on the map, but no kills just yet for him, which is quite unusual.
Chovy, the flash forward from Zeka. Chovy gonna have to flash to get out of the way of the taunt. Smart idea there, but flash for flash in the mid lane, and Chovy taking a lot more damage as a response.
I think the junglers might be paying a visit pretty soon, and this might turn into a bit of a 3v3 in the mid lane for a while because of the flash trade that Zeka was looking for there.
I think the minions might disappear though, so Genji pretty happy about that. Duro comes on over to find out what Delight is doing. Kanavi moves in. Remember, Chovy does not have the flash. Steadfast Presence was beautiful to answer, and they do look to turn it here. Chovy with that electrocute onto Kanavi, doing a pretty convincing amount of damage there.
As expected, it did turn into a 3v3, but that Steadfast Presence was the one that ended the aggression for Hanwha Life Esports, and that's the end of that. If he doesn't hit that, actually a pretty scary moment there for Chovy in the mid lane, but Duro presses the button at the exact right time. Delight's not able to find what he was looking for. And we just reset back to this 1-0 game state here, with both compositions having some pretty good scaling. I do think that Canyon has been able to have the better early game here, and that's what Lee Sin often grants you. Not playing into the Skarner, found that pressure point on the overextended Rumble top side, and now looking to hover topside here for these grubs on spawn as he has control vision and his Ornn has prio. Zeka's not even in lane just yet, so this should be Genji with a triple grub start. Kanavi's going to come over for the contest, but he needs a little bit more help.
Yeah, control goes down. There's the flash in! Flash from Kanavi as well. Chovy is well and truly egged, and Canyon not going to be able to do too much to answer this. Yeah, he just gets out. That is the answering kill over to HLE. And I think one grub did go over to Genji, but that's all they're going to be able to get. As now Ruler fighting against Gumayusi. He's level 6, does have that bullet time, throws it down here, and Ruler looking a little worse for wear now.
I mean, yeah, well, he walked out just enough. Now he's going to use his ult.
Yeah. Let's see whether Gumayusi can dodge any of these. Barrier is now... Oh! Pops in with the fourth shot!
I didn't think that was enough damage, but
Neither did Gumayusi!
Yeah, he would have flashed it if he thought it was. And it was just enough there. He had the Dirk in hand, and that's enough extra lethality damage to take him out there.
Oh
and
my gosh.
that was such a volatile moment, because I thought when Ruler stepped up there and the bullet time was channeled, if he didn't leave instantly, Gumai just flashed double upped on him and then killed him. But instead, Ruler pulls the ultimate out after backing away, and Guma does not flash that fourth shot.
Well, Canyon also playing respectfully here, as the Rift Scuttler will be donated over to Kanavi. Delight, good positioning there. Zeka with control of the wave. And Genji retain a very slight gold lead as a result of Ruler making his way back into this lane. Canyon a lot more battle stats here with the Eclipse start as well. I actually really do like that. Allows him to be a bit more brawly.
I had a feeling this was going to happen when we panned over to the replay. I didn't think he was going to die necessarily, but I knew there was definitely going to be action in the mid lane. As Chovy's dead a second time here, and Zeka is almost 1,000 gold up off this plate. He will be over Chovy in this game, and this is a very early lead for a Cassiopeia. And in that last play, we were looking at towards the grubs, which I guess we're not going to look at now because we have this play instead.
That's okay before.
So I'm going to fight for this. For Misfortune.
And still has the flash, actually.
He gets just far enough away where he knows Aguma can't flash on him anymore. Oh. He was surprised as well.
이게 죽네. 와.
And also, there was a Poppy coming down, as you guys could see in the peripheral there. So he probably would have been in trouble either way. And Chovy here just gets Cataclysm by the Jarvan. Smite to finish.
Flag, drag, Cataclysm, and more fighting here towards his bottom side. Ruler does have his steel caps now as well, so feeling very battle ready. But it's not going to do him all that much good if the Rumble or Cassiopeia ever get on top of him. As Delight just get queued here by Duro momentarily. Kanavi moving on down. There is a great steadfast presence. The reaction time from Duro has been fantastic.
He doesn't have it for a Kanavi engage, but Kanavi's not going to be able to get access. However, they do end up having the river now controlled for a potential dragon take here. Second of the game is up and spawned now.
Yeah, they need to keep his verdict. There is level 6 for Duro. Glad that the LCK did show us that one, as there is Delight taking a lot of damage. Gumushi makes it rain, but Ruler is able to throw some damage through here as well. They all scatter, though, as the bullet time comes in. And now Safeguard will get Canyon out of there. Flag and Drag from Kanavi doesn't do too much, but there's the Cataclysm. Duro flashes away. Zeka not really finding an angle here, and Kanavi gonna get locked down. There is Canyon grabbing that kill. And Gen.G, I think it's their turn to take a Drake.
And Zeus also TP'd down, didn't have Equalizer. And I think they could have made a few different choices here to, for example, just keep their Rumble top side, right? They could have decided to back away from that fight. The ultimate there from Gumushi, the bullet time was very low impact, as Gen.G just did not care about it, ignored it entirely. We are going to have Infernal Soul here, as we're tied up now a Drake apiece. And Zeka also couldn't really get anything done in this fight. So watch how this starts off initially here. Guma's in this angle, right? And they're going to try to make a play here with... Okay, never mind. We can't do replays. It's illegal.
Yeah, Zeka is going to take a lot of damage here. Kick Flash does come down. Petrifying Gaze hits onto Chovy, but he's still going to be able to kill the Snake. And Delight just has to watch and then leave. Finally, some revenge here for the mid laner of Gen.G, who's kind of being bullied.
Gen.G in a really nice spot now in this game, getting the dragon, getting the kill here onto Zeka. Zeka also lost his flash in the exchange as Canyon flashes to deny him any sort of outplay with his ultimate. It's a really brilliant play here from the Lee Sin. Watch him come over on this angle.
Yeah, Hex Flash does
Zeka
come
flashes, but he flashes for the kick. And it ends up stunning Chovy, the ultimate there, but Chovy doesn't care. Canyon's having a day out on the Lee Sin, and they played a little bit of Lee Sin chicken in the draft, but at the end of the day, Jarvan came up for Kanavi, and he's had a decent game, but Canyon has definitely had the larger impact.
And that's the dangerous thing about picking your jungler in that stage of the draft as well. I think if they had have foregone that, then it could have been an opportunity to get a bunch of bans out, right? Then maybe some of these other options could have been left up and available, like the Olaf, for example, like the Corki, which could have done some good here in this draft. However,
it does feel like such a jungle off, though. You know what I mean? Like, both junglers have made such a large impact. Like, Canyon's has been definitely better, but Kanavi is no slouch. Like, he's been camping the mid lane, gets another flash out of Ruler here.
And Keen has his Rook Urn completed, so this On is just cruising through this game. 200 gold ahead of the Rumble right now. Oftentimes we talk of the On being a counter because you can fall behind but then be more useful later. He didn't even do the fall behind part. He's just kind of okay. Now able to build a few more items and head back towards the bottom side of the map this time. Light will take some damage. Good Deadly Flourish there from Ruler. But nothing more going to really happen here. A lot of cinders for Canyon to pick up.
They wanted to set up for a dive onto Ruler since he lost his flash, but there's just such a good cover here from Canyon. Duro's also in the area, so I think what HLE were trying to do there was pretty obvious to everyone on Gen.G, and they just did not allow it to happen, and Ruler is just going to be totally fine, despite the lack of flash.
Cool, Kanavi. Throwing a flag down, but it looks like this crab will not be fought over at the moment. 17 seconds on the Rift Herald. Steadfast Presence on cooldown the next little moment, as Kanavi not going to get hit by that Q. Vision of everyone up and available. Full information here for both Gen.G and HLE as they fight for the wave. But kind of awkward when it is this Jhin and Misfortune that just kind of end waves over and over again.
It's a really nice time for the Misfortune right now because she has that obvious BT advantage to where she could just kind of chunk at Ruler, but needs more help to actually really threaten any serious damage as Canyon's going in, and then he's going out.
Yeah, I can kind of just dance around them here. Cataclysm does come on through, though. Kickback comes on down, and there's the safeguard to get him out of there. But now it's Keen's turn to try and get an engage, but he gets taunted, isn't able to throw the train back, and now Duro burnt down to a crisp. The curtains have now been called. The first bullet misses, second lands, third doesn't go anywhere, and they take out the Ornn. And yes, the last one hits onto Zeus, but it does basically nothing. And HLE will be gifted a Rift Herald.
Now, Zeus, his TP did damage. Unfortunately for Keen, he was trying to set something up on the other side, but there was no way to link the two. And Duro falls first, Keen falls second. This Herald is a steal at best for Canyon, but he'd lose his life for it. He doesn't opt in, and Ruler now in trouble.
Yeah. Zeka does get a little bit angry here. Deadly Flourish does come down. Stance United! And Chovy's down to the egg and then into the grave. Duro might follow, but there is the safeguard. And Gen G just falling apart in the blink of an eye here.
In the snap of their finger.
Oh, nice little kick back onto Guma. He's overextended and Canyon will shut him down.
That's
HLE going to have that gold lead removed from the 2,000 mark, but it's still very large.
That's Canyon right there. You know, he's going to make something of the situation, but look at this here. Canyon running a little bit low on buttons, uses the kick, and then as his cooldowns come back, he's able to make some fancy poke happen. But look at the difference between what Keen does here and what the Rumble does. The Rumble's instantly stunned, but there isn't enough damage to take him out, so he just does so much with this equalizer, prevents the retreat from Duro, and now this Jhin can't get access, and Hanwha Life Esports are a wedge between the flanking Ornn and the carries on the other side, as then Ruler here gets gunned down. The ultimate here is, I believe, sidestepped there by Chovy, who gets taunted and egged anyways. He goes down, and then Canyon says, Guma, that's just a step too. Really, Canyon was fishing for like so long. He's like, nah, can't actually be this greedy, not gonna allow it.
Yeah, really, really nice. Deadly Flourish there as well.
Like Canyon he saw that play like 3 steps ahead.
I think most of us did, except for Gumayushi is now Keen. Let's see whether he can actually get this one to push back, as there is the Drake steal away from Canyon. Delight in trouble, bullet time, fantastic. Flash away as Canyon gets him to safety, and Keen being a massive frontline, the curtains being called. Kanavi gets out, and they're a little out of range. Last shot does connect onto Zeka, and that is Gen G finding themselves an angle.
Kind of came out of a replay suddenly there, so not entirely sure how that all started, because so much of this fight is about the setup that is in place. But I can tell you that Ruler wasn't under any threat, and he did a lot of work. Taking a look at it again, Canyon's on the Dragon. Herald is used here, but the wall really to die any sort of potential value out of it. Duro goes in to give a front line here. Canyon collapses with Ruler there and takes out the Shen.
Keeper's verdict, absolutely fantastic from Duro as well. Just evicts Gumayushi in the middle of his ultimate, and that means no more damage.
So a small victory there for Gen G, but a victory nonetheless. They get the second Dragon for them of the game to get that kill onto Delight. The setup was superior, as Chovy also, I think, is going to be okay here with this rotation up of Duro. I don't think they can dive him. He's holding this wave back as well, just to be able to farm these next.
Oh no, these little minions, they're getting so confused.
This is exactly what he wants, though.
Yep. And Duro going to deny the engage from Kanavi. Steadfast Presence value has been quite high so far into the Jarvan and the Shen. And Swifty's going to be picked up here by Gumayushi. Going to be booking it around the Rift. As not quite at a second item yet for Ruler. A little bit unfortunate. 1.2k the advantage for Guma. That's going to get him to 2 items before this Jhin.
Chovy has been maxing his E in this game, by the way. 5 points in it right now. Canyon looking for the kick play on the Kanavi. See if it's going to mean anything, though, as he turns it.
Yeah, that is going to be equalizer down. That is a very deadly sin. And I don't know what the idea was there
Canyon
necessarily.
I think he was, he saw a play 3 steps ahead that wasn't there this time, as he is just dropped. That's his first death of the game, and that's a pretty durable Jarvan he was engaging into with no follow-up whatsoever. Chovy's in the top lane, the Jhin not really able to impact that play whatsoever, so kind of an odd one to say the least.
Yeah. Shout out to the LCS Classic. It's okay. Let's see it one more time. I guess he was just wanting to use
Ruler
this extra
here.
gold. Oh, but the Flag and Drag negates the kick.
Like, Ruler is here, but there's just more HLE members on this side of the map.
Yeah, everyone was kind of ready.
I was even like in a weird way different than I expected, but worse when I watched it back.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that now Gumayusi is very far ahead, is able to look for a back here. We'll see how close to another full item he is going to be, as 2 of them have been completed finally for Ruler. And so Gumayusi probably looking for a last Whisper item of some kind.
2 minutes ahead is Zeka right now on his Rod of Ages, so he'll be hitting that spike a little bit earlier. Not always the biggest difference maker, but sometimes can be in a brief interim. Canyon, again, probably wants to leave here.
Yeah, getting some vision down where he can. Minute and a half on this Drake will be soul point for Gen G. As Kanavi moves in, teleport here for Keen. Looking to take matters into his own hands. The Ram can come out. Steadfast presence. So good. Keeper's verdict gets rid of 2. Zeka kind of on his lonesome, but hadn't been turned on yet. They look for the Shen first, and they'll find him. As Canyon gets knocked up, Kanavi goes in. Zeus already doing a lot of damage. As Gumayusi with the flanking bullet time. Not sure about that one as the curtains were cold, but Zeka not going to end the show just yet. And it looks like it's just Delight going down. And Gumayusi running a weird direction, might actually be able to catch up to Canyon with those Swifties, but not able to do so.
The biggest part of this TP trade this time around for the top laners is, okay, we're not done yet, because this time it's Zeka.
Yeah, we got another one. Keen just built Chovy a better Rod of Ages, but Zeka's making his way in. That's a great knock-up from Keen. Chovy flashes, and Keen stays alive. That was about as well as you could have played that in Gen G succeed.
Yeah, they get away. Chovy has to flash, but that's all they're going to get. They're trying to set up for a potential turret take here, but it's going to take too long, and also a big wave is being lost by Guma right now in the mid lane. This game is crazy. Okay, so in this TP trade, this time they can cut the HLE members apart into 3 quadrants. Really, look at where Guma is on the other side. He can't get access. The knockbacks here split the fight into 3 different pieces of a triangle, and even though his equalizer placement is great for a potential punish here onto Canyon, they just don't quite have the damage. Zeka's pushed away, and the Duro interrupts another bullet time with a charge there into Guma. He has to just run away.
I think Justice for supports might be coming on through here for this game, as both Delight and Duro have been instrumental, but Duro, especially on this Poppy, has been so impactful. Gen G wanting to lock themselves down this soul point, but HLE have control of the pit right now. Keen goes in, doesn't find the angle towards Zeka, but they are very durable. Steadfast presence now on cooldown. It is HLE that even out the Dragons. And no one is dead as a result. Ruler comes on over. We'll be able to grab some overgrowth here as Deadly Flourish and everything else. He just yells because he's angry. And that is the Ram coming on down. Gen G controlling the battlefield, but now a lot of these cooldowns have been used. Phenomenal knockup here from Keen as the bullets fly. And HLE have been entirely split. The equalizer doesn't do too much, but it does slow them down. Deadly Flourish here is now they're looking to turn onto this outer turret. And man, it was like almost a team fight, but not. And was just all control of this area that Gen G 2 managed to claim in the end.
I'd call it a team fight. It just didn't end up with anybody dying. It ended up with a turret dying for Gen G. And again, the space control has been so much better for Gen G in these last few fights. They have really just dismantled HLE's combo comp. And in this fight in specific, they go for Kanavi because he has Flash and Ultimate ready, and they were just like, no, we're not letting you combo with Guma, with Zeus in this fight. We're going to push you away, and Kanavi ended up getting chunked down to half health at the beginning of the fight and wasn't ever able to gain access. So once Hanwha were split like that, they had no choice but to leave or otherwise risk getting completely routed. And as a result, the turret falls down. I don't know if we're going to take another look at it or not since nobody died, but it was very clean. If you want to watch it yourself, just go watch Kanavi and the zone that Gen G had onto him in that last fight.
Yeah, beautifully played here by Gen G. They are still behind by about 1,000 gold, but as we tick towards 25 minutes into the game, that is not a very large sum. Keen does complete his Jack shows, but there is also a second item from Zeus immediately to come on through as Duro. Let's get a control ward down. Kanavi spots him out there. As Chovy gets an idea that he might have a few friends coming on up. Kanavi spotted though, and will just back away.
This is a clean
resets coming in from a lot of people actually.
Clean game of League of Legends. You know, there's been an occasional blunder here or there. Canyon going in.
Yeah, these are teams desperate for a bounce back, and
like,
I think that they have both really locked in for this one.
You could just feel the tension in this kind of lull state we have here. We're 2 dragons apiece. No one wants to make a proactive play that could that could toss this otherwise completely even game into total disarray. You have a lead for the Misfortune, right? But that lead matters very little later on in the game because the Jhin has so much setup in this draft with the Ornn that's pumping out ornaments like crazy right now. Zeka is going to potentially be a target of a progressive play here for Gen G, but instead has his friends coming over and they just back away. Both top laners again ready to TP in.
Oh yeah. And I think, yeah, Keen might be ready to give away another ornament pretty soon as well. Yeah, so Gumayusi sitting on 3 items. And the third one that Rule is going to purchase is going to be that rapid fire cannon, so not necessarily feeling like a huge spike there. Does need armor penetration afterwards and infinity edge after that.
They're just trying to whittle down this turret right now on the top side, but it's not going to happen on this wave as Chovy is just going to leave that ultimate ticking. And it's very Chovy. He is actually behind on farm. Rare situation for this mid laner, but eventually will whittle this turret down to 0 now on the next wave. And HLE don't group to contest this because they realize that the value gain for an outer turret and top is not worth trying to force a fight where they don't have set up the plan into a Poppy and they might toss the game for it. But that's kind of been the story of the last few passages of play. Even that play we were arguing whether it's team fight or not was another one of those moments where it's like Gen G controls space, but they're not going to take one step further. And Hanwha Life Esports are also not going to challenge. They're just going to walk away and let the turret go because it's just not worth the risk.
Keen misses a cannon there. A little bit unfortunate, but he still gets to level 16. Needs to give some more items over to his teammates.
We're talking about how to make the surefire team fight happen. It's Canyon and Kanavi, right? They're the ones who actually have the most agency to set up a fight. Sure, the Poppy can warp a team fight too, but not necessarily on her own. So keep your eyes on the junglers. Right now, Kanavi down a level.
Yeah. Canyon, if he manages to catch Gumayusi out of position, if Gumi uses a bullet time and Canyon spots it, he's able to get that kick flash, does have access to both of those buttons.
Gen G have so much control over the map right now, despite the small gold deficit they find themselves in. They have Prio on this dragon, they've got Chovy pushing waves topside, just being that hard pushing Anivia that has no answer right now.
Yeah, Stormraze is also upgraded, and Canyon also gets his Sundered Sky upgraded. That's a lot of extra stats here for Gen G.
It's a K-Ram now.
Well, let's see who's going to win out on this one. As the Glacial Storm comes in and controlling the battlefield. That's something that Gen G's composition does extremely well. Even Keen just constructing random things over the sides here. There's good stun, lands, and there's a triple knock-up from Keen. But they do not overcommit into anything here. Now the ram comes down, and they look to try and separate Zeka. The curtains are being called. He flashes over the wall, but the bullets follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, all lay it into HLE, and then they wall them off. The bullet time to eradicate the minion wave, and they will successfully stop them from taking this inner turret.
It's another
but then
play.
Gen G get to go back to the dragon.
It's another play where Hanwha would just run away, and Gen G get the objective they're looking for. Now, Canyon should be able to solo the dragon. I don't think HLE can trade for Baron. There's not enough control. They took too much damage. They had to back, and Gen G are going to get soul point after a deathless
Oh no, there's the slam into the crystallized, but Kanavi will survive. He gets the ultimate out of Delight, but it's just not going to be enough for them to actually get a counter fight. And the bullet time, the Make It Rain comes down to slow the approach, but this is still HLE losing because there's Infernal Soul over to Gen G, and they retain control of the map. This is such a weird game.
This is a dubstep song without a drop.
Yes! Hold! Come on, chat, you know what to do.
You know what to do, but eventually we're going to get to a point where Gen G keep getting these small advantages, keep getting too much map control, and they actually get the kill they're looking for. Right now, Zeka's down his flash. Maybe he's not so lucky the next time they meet in that neutral setup. Maybe he does go down if Gen G try to make a play happen around this Baron. And Gen G also have one step closer to that permanent Infernal Soul buff, which would do wonders for them. It's not the most easy comp to proc it, but it is going to do a lot for the damage here of Chovy, of Ruler in these moments, especially also even Canyon getting into the backline looking for that burst onto Guma. And they are now going to clear this vision on Baron. Like I said, Gen G are slowly creeping across the map and forcing Hanwha to take these uncomfortable fights that they're just not willing to take. But even though nobody dies and they don't take the fight, Gen.G keep getting small advantages, and that gold lead is basically 0 here for HLE. But I think Gen.G are ahead in this game for as
100%.
long as they can control the map, which right now has been kind of permanent.
There's only one more ornament to deliver, and it's going to be over to Duro when Keen gets around to hitting level 17, which is going to be very, very soon. The problem is, Gen.G's composition is just so hard to fight into, right? HLE need to be able to like control an area and then be able to turn with equalizers and then get these pincers and flanks and things like that. But Gen.G just have so many defensive options, as well as the Glacial Storm and Chovy just in general doing so much damage at this stage of the game.
That's why Hanwha just keep noping out of the fights, because they just can't do it.
Not to mention Duro just says nope for them and sends them home.
Kanavi, who's their best setup engage here, but it's also a Shen that could do some engaging, but they're so combo-based with this Gumayushi Misfortune pick that if the conditions aren't right for the fight, they just can't take it. And they can't even afford to try to equalize and watch Gen.G walk away, because they need that tool as well. And I think this composition from behind here as HLE is just so tricky to pull off, like you're saying, that they just aren't finding the agency. As Zeus might be the first caught.
Yeah, there's a kickback onto the Rumble. He has to flash away with the heroic charge, and then the safeguard out. Duro will survive the bullet time as well, as Kanavi looks for an angle, but Chovy stuns him up. Glacial Storm comes down. He has to flash. Deadly Flourish is going to go wipe it now. Keen is looking to put the screws in, and the curtains may actually be called this time. Great knock-up as Delight is going to be sent to the skies. But what Gen.G want is just more turrets, more map control, and more access to the Baron Pit, and maybe this dragon in 2 minutes.
Gen.G are so patient in this game, and they just wait and wait and wait, and keep pushing and pushing and pushing with this wave clear until eventually someone makes a mistake, and that someone is Zeus here. Canny gets the slow with the smite, he gets the kick, the damage comes through, he's shoved into the wall. There's no equalizer to speak of here. It's a trade of top laner for most of a support's health bar here, and Kanavi was trying to set up for something here, but they are just caught and pushed back. Kanavi ends up eating the ult there, but the siege onto the turret is real. Delight is the body that's found, and down goes the turret. Again, it's just one kill, and they get so much from it.
Yeah, and just I feel like HLE's composition should do way more damage, but Gen.G's composition is so good at denying their ability to do it.
There to do it, like you're saying,
and Gen.G's comp just doesn't do a lot of damage. Personally, it's just like it's got a Jin,
that's also why
so no one dies.
They can't get the multi kills.
Yeah.
Well, also Hanwha are running away because they know that. It's going to take a big team fight here for Hanwha Life, or a big mistake from Gen.G for them to get back that control. Now, if they do get it back, the tables will flip completely, and Hanwha Life Esports will be like, okay, well, your comp doesn't work when you have to be the aggressor either, as we've seen multiple times in this game with, flanking Ornn that we saw in the early game, for example. But Chovy's just been given so much of a leash here in this game to just hard farm topside. He's starting to whittle down on this turret as well. He got the whole top turret by himself, basically. 10 minutes ago.
Oh, look at this. Gen.G protecting the ruler spot is pretty nice. Kanavi going to get slowed down, stunned up momentarily, but Zeka waiting in the wings. This snake will be so frightening. But look at Keen. He is a brick wall. Just uses his shield in order to soak a whole bunch of that damage. Deadly Flourish doesn't actually land. And now HLE, they get to the dragon first. Chovy still towards the top side alongside Zeus, so a 4 versus 4 here in the pit. Let's see what Duro can do. If he manages to get a good ulti here, they could just guarantee Infernal Soul. The train comes down, it's missed as Cataclysm comes in, but there's a Keeper's Verdict, and Gen.G, they cut them off. Kanavi taken out, Delight nowhere to go. Zeus comes in, it's a decent equalizer, but not good enough. Deadly Flourish, and another shot will do it. Chovy teleports down, and Gen.G may have just won the game.
I think Gen.G are saying GG, as it looks like this is the end of the game loss streak for them in round 3, as Guma desperately tries to clear the way, but he's the target.
Heroic charge, just beautiful. The Crystallize was waited for, but it does deal with the wave. And Gen.G might actually like the idea of heading towards Baron instead.
I hope we get a replay of that last fight on the Dragon, because you'll notice that Zeus can't TP. Where does he go? Into the waiting arms of Gen.G. He has no TP ward. If he goes to the left side next to Duro, he's going to be vulnerable for a collapse. And while they're waiting and thinking about it, Duro channels the ultimate.
Oh, it's so good!
Double knockback. And then Chovy gets here first, and it's, again, the late desperate TP, because Zeus is like, well, I gotta show up! And he's still teleporting into 3 people by the end of it. And the fight is completely cut up and split. Gen G, surgical and oppressive, the immovable rock that is this composition, just continues to smash Hanwha Life Esports into very small pieces.
And Duro going to be able to upgrade his Locket of the Iron Solari as well. So all 5 ornaments have been doled out. Look at Chovy's buffs, man. That's insane. That's red buff, soul, blue buff, Baron. My gosh, just needs an Elder and he'll have the whole set. But I don't know whether we're going to be waiting 4.5 minutes unless something goes very wrong.
I mean, we already have talked about how hard it is for HLE to make proactive plays, but now their backs are against their base. They're not really finding an angle. They're sending Kanavi for side lane duty.
And if their backs are against a wall, then they're going to get knocked up by Keen, stunned by Duro. Chovy's going to put another wall down. That's not where you want to be. Backs against the wall is the worst place to be in this composition.
That's why they're standing behind it now.
Yeah. Kanavi is going to complete his GA before Canyon gets his. As Canyon went for a different third item in the Maw of Malmortius first. But look at this siege, man. They can put the walls down. They can protect these siege minions. As Duro looking for a flanking, goes Kanavi looking for Chovy. They throw down the equalizer. There's the Stand United, and now it's Keen's turn to start the engage. Only hits it onto 2 as they're looking to try and focus down this turret before anything else. And Canyon, just in this mid lane, taking down the inhibitor. Inhibitor turret is going to fall. And now Delight's turn to try and go in. They put Chovy down to the egg. They take him out with the bullet time. Gumayushi has done his job, but now the curtains are going to get called. Delight the first to go down. The 4th shot connects onto Kanavi, but it's not enough to do the damage. And now Zeka gets tagged. Oh, there's the double knockup from Keen. Smashes the brittle. Ruler is just reloading in their faces. And down to the GA goes Kanavi. Not going to find the flag because the real carry this game is the Ornn. As Ruler chasing after Gumayushi. And he will find a dancing grenade. Guma is going to get slammed into the wall. Zeus is there with the flamethrower. And down goes the Poppy. But they take out Zeus. And Gen G, I think, will be able to finish this game.
There's just too many minions here. Keen's at full health. Some heroics attempted from Guma. He got the flash, he got the kill on the Duro, but he couldn't get access in the fight. He got Chovy, but that's all he's gonna get in Gen G.
Look at how tanky Keen is. This is absolutely absurd. The Nexus is gonna go down before the Fountain Laser would have any chance of killing him. And there it goes. Gen G will break the game loss streak from last week, but they still need to win the series.
Just such a controlled game by Gen G. This is the game that Gen G fans were waiting for. They are elated. They held the cheers for a lot longer there as well. Every single member walked out, and this game from Gen G is the type of macro slow, oppressive game that they have played through multiple iterations of multiple rosters that have made them one of the toughest teams to crack in the LCK. And we were wondering, will this composition work? It's a little bit janky. It's got a lot of pieces that don't necessarily work together well if you fall behind. But when they got control of the map, they were immovable, and Hanwha could do nothing but run away. And eventually, they ran out of space.
Yeah, you can't run all the way back because you just end up being in your fountain and then your Nexus explodes. I have to say, one of the reasons why I doubted this was that I didn't think the Ornn was going to be good enough into the Rumble, and my god, did Keen make me a believer. It's not going to take away from the fact that Duro hard carried that game, but the Ornn into Rumble, it worked way better than we'd seen previously this year. Time for us to take a short break, guys. When we get back, it is the space and then game number 2. We'll see whether HLE can bring us 6 games on the day.
야, 보자. 재혁이 형, 나 W 돼. 왜 가져? 막았어.
러블 러블.
나 텔로 올게.
러블 러블.
이거 끝낼 생각 하자. 우리 텔로 온대. 이거
난 하드에 쓸게요, 그 제일. 맞아야 되나?
미포 풀 뺐다. 미포 노플이야 이번에. 빼자. 캔 노플이야. 캔 노플이고 미포 노플. 캔 미포 노플. 끝난 듯. 수원이 또 도네? 근데 업그레이드 원래 안 돼.
Forward from Closer, finds the electrocution and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
일단 우리 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the second time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Oh, God. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the third solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Crescent guard for owner, and T1's War Machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
내 테라피 5인공인 거 알아? 테라피 5인공이었어? 아 진짜? 감사하지.
Alright, they're gonna try to press the button. General direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the flank there, they take down King, and this time around, he's still there. And they go to Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment. Not able to deal with King, world champion, by the way. They're trying to take the core of Cousins. And there's the flash. Looking for the kill, actually. He lights a freeze! And the wobble combo gets started early. Maker super low. And that'll be a double kill for BDD. Make it 3! Navi, can you make this one happen? As there is the bear into the back line. It is going to be the Anar taking down the back. Goes down, there is this quadra kill denied, and it's a full house, Fenrir full of Cousins. 나이스.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stars.
What a technical game. I have to say there were so many times from that last one between Genji and Hanwha Life Esports where I said, did you guys see that? Did you see that? It was one to behold, as it is Genji getting their first win in round number 3 in terms of game score, but the job's not done yet. 1-0 Genji over Hanwha Life Esports, Dagon alongside Ox and Wadid. It was a slower game of League of Legends, old school LCK style, but ultimately goes the way of Genji.
This felt like more of the Genji that we're used to seeing, the Genji who could control a game, play it to their speed, and really stop any momentum the opposing team had. Because I think HLE did a pretty good job in the early levels of getting ahead. Kanavi was making some plays happen, and Sheer Canyon was doing the same on the other side. But it was only really like the mid-game onwards where Genji really put a halt on this.
I mean, especially HLE with the strong early game draft, they had such a great moment around the mid lane. That's why we prepared this highlight one, is because like they set it up really well around the mid lane. They just knew that they can get the mid priority here. And then after Canyon using all the abilities for no reason, they just instantly punished that. And Keen tried to flank on the position from the TP, but Delight denies it.
Yeah, this was a great move from Delight, stopping the Arnold from coming through. That could have been pretty devastating in this situation, so kind of love the response from him here. The bullet time for the MF sort of forcing them into the equalizer as well was really powerful.
Yeah, so this is the power of the HLE. If they just group up as 5, and then if they can just zone them out with their ultimate that they have, then it's clean team fight. That's why Genji tried to stabilize the game without the team fight, which is using the side lane pressure with the matchup advantage here.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why this game was taking a little bit longer, is a little bit slower, is exactly that. Not opting into bad fights, which was great discipline from Genji, which is something that we haven't seen before, especially given the fact that this wasn't one of Chovi's most mechanically impressive games, and when that has happened in the past, Genji have fallen apart. Here, they're able to pull themselves together.
Well, that first highlight was 15 minutes, and here is 33 minutes on the top side. The game was literally without any kills, Genji getting all the turrets, all the objectives, just because Chobi playing so damn well on the side waves, because he's playing Anivia into Rumble, into Cassiopeia, which is really good matchup. He can just do this and take turret one-on-one. Zeus can't do anything on this matchup, so that's why HLE was so rushed to do something on the foreman here. Even though they were not on the soul point, they had to do something here. Otherwise, Chobi is gonna take everything on the side.
And I think when it comes down to this fight, Duro has a really big impact and finds this beautiful angle just to wrap round. And he is spotted on a ward. Actually, there's just a little bit off camera there. But he's out of vision now. They have no vision of him currently. And from the fog of war, because the Ornal kind of forces them against the wall here, this double ult takes out both the carries. And immediately, HLE can't do anything. He slides in then to secure the kill onto Kanavi. And it's just absolute decimation. It was a beautiful angle from Duro. His Poppy play was really phenomenal this game. But just kind of showed, once again, putting the pressure on HLE. They feel forced to rush into the fight, and then the approach, the setup, so intelligent from Genji. This is the Genji we've seen for many years in the LCK. For the last few months, we've really been missing.
I mean, overall, this is the Genji that we were missing, you know? I think these team fights were, we already know that Genji is gonna win even before, because the setup was there, and the matchup, the macro was there. So I really like the gameplay from Genji here today.
Remember, both these squads under a lot of pressure after the beginning of round 3, week 10 not going the way that they wanted. I think for Hanwha Life Esports, we're kind of pointing to this compositional issue of like if Chofi gets into the side lane, but throughout the season, they've been able to find ways to force fights and get into that Kanavi lead us into battle kind of mode. Here, it didn't feel like they were able to do that.
I mean, they were getting cut too much, to be fair. I think also Guma getting cut and getting solo kill on the bot lane gave them a free momentum as well. And Kanavi, like, trying to force something that is not necessary, it's not gonna help the team here.
I also think if you look at the composition Genji had, we've seen Poppy banned so frequently.
Yes.
The fact it was available, even though Kanavi was strong, it really shuts down his ability to approach. It shuts down the Shen's ability to approach. They had the Ornn as a big frontliner and the control from the Anivia as well. This was just such a good comp for putting the brakes on and slowing down, because if you look at the mid-game engage potential of HLE, it felt like it was going to be all gas, no brakes from them.
Chovy is shining. like on cam, it looked like Shoei was getting, I don't know, lasered.
I don't know. He was radiating his greatness that we've seen in the past and now maybe attaining now. Gen G up 1-0 over Hanwha Life Esports. They're trying to right the wrongs from their home stand where Tiger Nation showed up. Will the rest of Gen G show up? Let's find out here in game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. It was a bit of a masterclass there from Gen G, and something as to echo what they said there on the space that we haven't really been privy to so much this year.
It's interesting because you could say that, I know somebody's like, no, but they played well in round 2. You know, they had pretty good games at EWC, and MSI, obviously a different story, but I think you look at the way that they've been winning when they've been winning this year, and it hasn't looked like this. It hasn't been the oppression. It hasn't been the slow burn. It hasn't been the immovable object that Gen G was in that last game, and it was a beautiful thing to watch. And I think Hanwha Life Esports had some holes in their draft from behind, and they just couldn't crack the surface. I think Game 2 will look very different. I think Game 2 will be a very different look from both squads. A lot of these high prio picks are also now removed. So it does get more interesting from here, I would argue, because even though that was a very good game of League of Legends, if you love the high-level stuff here at the LCK, it was a little bit of a slower one. A little bit less action than you would expect from these two teams, and I think that will change massively. I think Kanavi will probably be a little bit more unchained moving into Game 2.
Yeah, he was on one death for so much of that game, and that's how you could tell that both of these teams were indeed locked in. Gen G playing a fantastic macro game, playing through side lanes, denying team fights, and Kanavi was not just chain running it down over and over again. So definitely not an HLE that we're going to be counting out just yet. The thing that's kind of crazy, though, is that Gen G won without right of first selection. So HLE will be able to run it back from exactly the same position. First pick once again chosen, Gen G once again on the red side. And we'll see whether they can utilize this first pick in order to grab a victory this time. What happens, though, when the Anivia and the Cassiopeia are now both picked? Rise value through the roof. It's kind of astronomical, and so one of these bans might need to shift unless Gen G has a good plan into the Rise.
I think the ban of the Camille is like now permanent with the Shen gone, the Poppy gone. The Ezreal, I think, still needs to get a look here as they'll ban Chovy's Galio again.
And they are making sure that this Rise, Orianna, Nocturne, something like that is going to get through.
That's their first pick here, so going for more specific picks towards Chovy in that second rotation. Notice Locke, not really a factor in this series.
Yeah, both Zeka and Chovy not exactly having the most fun on the champion.
The Orianna gets banned here, so there's some flexibility now left here for Gen G to see what is left available. And that Rise pick, certainly a very strong one. Pantheon also still available.
Yeah, Pantheon Rise has been strong in the past.
Exactly, so I'm not trying to say that Pantheon needs to be banned. I'm just saying consider the more ways you can also empower this Rise draft if it does come through.
Oh, Lucian as well is a very big deal.
I think that might be the final ban for Guma if we're going to trade, or towards Guma.
Okay, so Bard going to be taking away the Ezreal left up. And now, do they ban the Lucian? Do they ban the Rise? There are so many things. Like, Vi, still up and available. Nocturne, my god. Like, they need 4 bans, and they've got 1.
Is it just a Lucian ban here, or do they ban the Rise?
Yeah, I like the Lucian ban. Cut your losses.
Because Guma's probably not going to first pick Ezreal. That's not his style. The Vi will go over here, but it's not Vi Cassio coming through or anything like that. We don't know what Zeka's going to be playing with this.
Vi Annie, because this is going to be a Rise pickup. That's what I'm seeing in my mind's eye.
Certainly could be.
But
we'll see what the answering pick in the jungle for Canyon is, because could just be Pantheon. Rise Pantheon, very powerful. A little bit more ability to impact the side lanes more than the Vi can.
And you could also take the Ezreal here if you'd like to get it. That way you can round out your bottom lane in this first round.
That's a good point, actually. Pretty safe into the Vi as well. And then save that Pantheon pick potentially for a third or second rotation pick.
Yeah, and the Ezreal will definitely be banned in the next round if they do not snag it here. They might want to answer the Vi, though. The Nocturne up and available. There are a lot of things that they can go towards.
If you ban Ezreal here, or if you pick Ezreal here, are you walking into a Caitlyn lane? There's no Bard.
Yeah.
But that's what Guma likes to play into the Ezreal. He doesn't like to pick the Ezreal so much. He likes to defeat the Ezreals. They'll take the Pantheon that I was suggesting instead here first.
I like this. We haven't seen it so much, but we've been calling for it throughout the last few days. And so now, HLE can round out their first array of picks here. See whether it is just going to be top side of the map locked in, or whether they will just slam a bottom lane.
The Gnar, the Ambassador still available as well. Corki, a consideration with the Yunara also flipped through. They could have gone for a Yunara Lulu lane with this Vi. It's got a lot of setup, but instead they opt for this Corki. And we'll see if it's going to be a counter pick for Zeka here, or if they just want to lock up the entirety of this bottom lane and get to Light's pick here, but it would be blind. So,
Corki opts
for it. He opts for it here in this third spot. And the Ezreal is a pretty easy response, I think.
Yeah, just going to slam that one in. And with the Alistar already represented, there are so many supports that you can play alongside this Ezreal.
You don't have to play the Karma in this one, that is for sure.
Yeah, so a little bit of a dangerous move here. But top side of the map will now get challenged, you could imagine. And a lot of these Rise answers, like the Annie is almost definitely going to be banned here. And we'll see what else Gen.G are going to take away.
Are they scared about Zeka's Ahri in this draft?
Oh, that's a good point as well. Maybe they just stick with the A mid laners and just take both of them out of the picture.
I don't think Akali is really what you're looking for here.
Although still A, so it fits. They only have 2 bans. This has kind of been Gen.G's problem so far this draft.
See what they do decide to take. Talia, I did not expect to see, to be honest. Even though Talia Vi is very powerful, Talia just hasn't really been finding that much success in the mid lane right now, and it's a very volatile pick that doesn't necessarily provide consistent damage. And you're playing into Pantheon Rise, so it's not like you have the map control advantage gained there either. So I am surprised to see that ban from Gen.G, but they want to play it safe there in the mid lane. Vayne is banned, so we know Zeus is threatening another ban here of the top side blinds that are countered by it.
And I'm trying to work out what the good top lane matchups are for Rise. Mainly because I see Alistar and I think,
there's the Ahri.
Where's the Sylas going to come from? I don't know whether it is going to be possible. Maybe you could put the Pantheon in support and play Sylas jungle. But maybe that wouldn't be good. Let's see what the final ban is going to be here from HLE before we get into the next pick for Gen.G.
And you called it out earlier, there's so many different supports that Duro can play with this Ezreal into the Alistar now that wasn't the focal point of the first part of that banning phase. They do ultimately ban the Karma anyways and just don't want to deal with that because that's miserable for the Corki Alistar to play into. And now Gen.G can save counterpick here for Keen.
There are some matchups that can be pretty good into the Alistar now that that one is face up. We'll see what Duro does want to take. Rom is a good one.
My list of picks I expected to see in this game,
but it does make sense. It does a number to the Alistar, so this is like it's a pretty good Braum angle. Actually, I can kind of imagine Wadid and Orcs backstage being like, man, the Braum angle is insane.
It also really hurts Zeus' blind top pick because the level 1 is insane. If the Braum's up there, it can be really frustrating. Or if the Braum is just pushing through the mid lane and trying to set up a play around Raptors, for example, it gives Canyon some extra power.
Olaf.
That's the safest blind, I'd say.
Okay.
So now, what is the answer to the Rise? No Ahri? Is it just Annie in this draft? This is not a pick-based comp. Getting access to the Ezreal or the Rise with Annie sounds so hard. I mean, this draft. They have the Vi to set it up or follow up on it, but
the Vi, the Pulverize as well. I do think there is a lot of layering of CC you can add to the Annie, but the Akali will be the choice. Zeka going back to his signature champion here.
I'm not sold on it, and I love the Zahin into the Olaf here.
Yeah, this has been one of the other options, right? It's been Jax or Zahen. They're the two choices that players have gone with into this pick. And the Zahen is like, the idea is you just stack up your passive, and then while you're reviving, the Ragnarok wears off, and then you can just kind of win.
The Braum has so much setup in this draft.
It's insane, the value of that champion.
And into this like basically almost full. I mean, it is nearly a full melee comp of Hanwha Life Esports. Good luck. McDuro can stop almost everything they're trying to do, as well as have a lot of power in lane, as well as have a lot of power at level 1. Help out Azahin, you know. Pantheon's getting up into the thick of things. I think in game 1, we weren't sure about Gen G's draft. We knew it had high potential, but the execution was going to be really tough, especially into what HLE had. But they pulled it off. In this draft, I feel like Gen G got everything they wanted.
Yeah. And we saw how well they played last time around, where we didn't necessarily feel like the draft was a surefire victory. Did take some finesse to make sure that they played it out correctly. This time around, feels like that Braum was such a checkmate in this draft. But draft only means so much, right? As that is terrifying. Why is Kanavi pointing a gun at me? That's a little bit scary. Okay, let's have a look at these drafts one more time. There's a hen angle. We really like it. Ryze and Pantheon together. Chovy and Canyon really going to be able to dictate pace throughout this mid-game. And the Ezreal has just been so incredibly powerful. At least the Corki will be able to match the items, match the spikes. And if HLE get off the ground running, things could work out. And let's see whether we can make it to a game 3 with an HLE win as we get under the rift. All right, Hanwha fans are so loud, man. It is crazy.
Yeah, we're on the Gen G side.
Yeah, and they are still absolutely deafening. And you can imagine there is certainly a degree of desperation now, especially after seeing this champion select. I think something's going to have to go really right for HLE, the start of this game, to make sure that they're feeling okay moving into this next one. Azaeus going to land the first undertow as Keen, I think, just pretty happy to trade with this Olaf right now.
We have not seen Gumayushi play this Corki in a really long time.
That's a flash very early from Keen.
Zahin's not very good at the early part of the laning phase. Yeah. Azaeus didn't even use his Ghost.
Ooh, not going to find any of those buttons as Gen G going to be able to give HLE a little bit of a freebie here as they wander up the lane. Fast bomb now on cooldown just for a little bit, but Duro going to be spotted by that one. And it looks like Gen G will just retain control.
Yep, there's just nothing you can do as Delight, unfortunately, at level 1. Just going to have to sit back and catch the wave as best as you can. Akali also not going to enjoy the early game. So the top side, the very, very tippy top, is going well for Hanwha Life, but everywhere else, a bit of an early deficit into Gen G's composition.
Yeah, this is not one of the champions that we've seen Keen play all that often. Azaeus is going to shove this wave in. Keen going to be happily underneath the turret, and at least that's going to help out. But Azaeus behind the turret already, as he does get knocked up, throws down a ward. And this is going to be a really nice back angle for the Olaf.
Basically for free.
Yep.
No way for the Pantheon to pass down to the bottom lane to impact this. Meanwhile, the Vi is topside. Zeka going to be so careful in this early laning phase. Chovy doesn't have TP, but he is going to have so much control. And if you get rooted, you're in serious, serious trouble. So has to sit back, clear this wave as best as he can while minimizing the damage taken until he hits level 6. But we talked about all the different reasons why the comp is good in team fights, but the laning phase here is another place where HLE just really don't have a lot of power.
Yeah.
Outside of the Olaf, but that's temporary.
And now we do have the Pantheon taking the Rift Scuttler on the bottom side of the map. So bottom side control will retain here for Gen G. Keen does have to be careful.
This is trying to send this wave back away from Keen so that it gets set up for a gank, but it's just not happening.
Oh, Gumayushi. He loses this one, it'd be his first on the Corki. Having a good year on this champion so far, but 0-1 for Zeka on the Akali is kind of crazy. Zeus not being able to pick up a win on the Olaf either, as Delight's also tried his hand at this cow a couple of times and hasn't quite figured it out. So kind of interesting that we do see such low win rates for HLE on these champs. That's ignoring the fact that Kanavi's 9-1 on Vi, which is, you know, just one of those things.
He lost a lot early. It's been a while since Guma's played this Corki, but you said very good at it. And it is very strong with the style of composition they are playing. As they are starting to turn this lane around a little bit here.
How did Duro miss everything there with that that Winter's Bite? That was very impressive. There are a lot of things that he could have hit, but does not manage to do so. Chovy running around here in this mid lane. Zeka is going to go into the fog of war for a moment. Keen almost through that flash cooldown, so might be out of the woods momentarily. But there's a Shuriken backflip for Zeka. Finds a good trade onto Chovy.
Chovy needs to be very wary of that level 6 timing. As that potion is being chugged through for both of these players right now. Zeka maintains health advantage. One more combo like that with Electrocute and the ultimate, and Chovy will find himself in the death chamber. They're going to take the time to back at the same time. That's just a wave advantage here for Chovy in the farm. But Zeka's happy to be able to play the game.
And Chovy just wants to get towards the Catalyst, right? You feel a whole lot better once that item does come on through. But it won't be there just yet. Just have a couple of rocks in the inventory. As now Gumyushi, Delight, able to get control of this wave and are pushing back for the moment. You have to be a little bit careful if the Winter's Bite do start to land. Then a long lane is a scary prospect. Delight blocks the Mystic Shot there. Don't know whether he necessarily wanted to, but it is going to be Ruler able to lock down these minions. Gen G keep the CS completely even.
And this call for Ruler, tier is stacking. You know, they're just sitting back and going through this early game with the advantage they have already in lane, just saying, we're on the way to winning more. It's up to you. Ball's in your court, Hanwha. What kind of play are you going to make? They play too far forward here. Canyon has a potential opportunity. He's got Flash and Stun at the ready. Heal already out for Delight to make sure they can get away from this. This ward will be cleared by Canyon.
Oh, Chovy wanted to put Zeka in prison there. Isn't going to be able to do so.
Navi, level 6.
Yeah, level 6 available here for Zeka as well. So can unleash that perfect execution. There's the Vault Breaker flash as Kanavi just ults on top of the rise. He runs though. He flashes. Zeka's almost dead to the turret as he goes into the shroud, but Chovy had already ran away. That Ghost getting all the value, and we still don't have a first blood.
Zeka was so close to actually triggering that second turret shot, and there would have been no reprieve. But he is able to get over the wall without flashing there, so has flash advantage over Chovy now. We'll be able to rush back to lane here, but he is 20 CS down, and a whole wave is going by the wayside with Chovy's great escape there into the Raptor pit. So much committed there. A flash for Kanavi on the extension of the Q does land, but they don't have the burst necessary to kill the Rise, and Chovy is just laughing all the way to the bank. He generates such a huge lead. Despite being flashless here, I think Kanavi is going to have to make a second pass to make this worth it.
Yeah, and so now he doesn't have his Summoner spell. Like you say, that is certainly going to be something that HLE could capitalize on, but it's not going to be a Vault Breaker flash that can actually take him down unless they time it very specifically. And so I think that Chovy should be a lot safer this time around, even without that flash up and available, unless Delight comes in with a Pulverized flash or something like that to try and take him down. Catalyst, who we're talking about, is also going to be completed here as Canyon will find this control ward as he looks to try and start up this dragon. Duro moving in, and will just give some farm towards Chovy here, and Canyon starts the dragon. So, Olaf moving down towards the bottom side. Canyon spotted here by the Scryer's Bloom.
Uma lane swapping top. And they are going to try to make a fight happen here on this dragon, but I just don't think they can get access here. Zeus isn't Olaf with Ghost Flash and ult, so he's going to be the main character of this so they can make it happen. He's running in.
Yeah, Canyon going to be taken down incredibly low to start this one off. Canyon, he flashes out of the way, but he's still going to go down. Ruler in the backline. Delight will be taken, and Ruler flashes, but there's the flash to follow. All of Gen G are routed, and the dragon is even taken by Halma-Life Esports. That's a massacre, and they're now in such a good spot.
The Olaf flank play worked out. The lane swap to Guma top. I mean, sure, he's not involved in the play, but he's still farming topside safely into the Zahin. And this was a collapse onto Canyon. They wanted to burst him down to get the Drake, but they got so much more. Now we're going to see Delight with his unsealed TP come up here to augment this push from Guma, make sure he's safe. So Zeus here He goes notably onto Canyon, not Ruler, knowing that Ruler has the ability to buy space here, but the follow-up from Delight gets the double knock-up. Zeka's the one who deletes Canyon. Delight walks back, ends up dying here, but it does not matter. They ended up picking up 3 kills plus Dragon on the play, and Chovy can just watch from the mid lane and do nothing else. He's still up 20 CS in this game, but the lead has shrunk with Zeka picking up that kill.
Yeah, and the fact that Chovy didn't actually Realm Warp in or anything like that, I think Gen.G kind of knew that that play was just kind of doomed after Zeus made his way in.
It was a very expensive play, summoners-wise, for HLE. They had to use the Ghost, the Flash, Zeka's Flash, also there for the follow-on to Canyon, but I think they're very happy with the end result.
Yeah, and a 1-0-2 Olaf is going to have a way better time into this Zehen as well.
It's a gold lead after this plate as well.
Oh, man. So that is actually evening out the plates at the same time. So Zeka now, with that extra kill and assist like you were talking about, that is going to be enough to even out just the CS money, as the plate money is then equalized. So Zeus does see the ward, but isn't actually able to clear it in time, as Kane will just walk away from this wave, probably looking for his first back, as, yeah, a Ruby Crystal probably not going to be enough in face of that Hex plate.
Kuma here 1v2 as we see a wraparound from Zeka and Delight. They are pinging.
Yeah, this angle is very scary.
Yeah, they just put deep wards and they're not going to actually go for the full wraparound, but there were a lot of pings from Gen.G. They were like, okay, something's not right, and I think we know where he is, as they have a lot of vision all across the map now, Hanwha Life. Like, they have a small gold lead here, but look at all the wards top side, the wards they put deep into the jungle of Gen.G. They kind of have map hacks right now for this game state here, so really effective use of that control here by Zeka and Delight. I actually really like how they put this one together. Delight's still got 2 control wards in his inventory after this back as well.
Kane and Zeus fighting once again, as Kane not going to have to flash away from the Olaf this time around. Not quite at the Trinity Force just yet, but he's getting closer, as we can see.
Ruler's isolated here, and Kanavi's on the bottom side of the map with Flash and ult. Braum is rushing over. Looks like they're not actually going to be able to get to him before the Braum rejoins, but this means Canyon is vulnerable, although he also will escape. So does Kanavi go for a third target here? I don't think so.
Chovy in a really awkward spot, but the Vault Breaker misses as Chovy walks in a weird way. And so Kanavi not going to be able to lock him down. Duro is going to be able to slow up Delight, and so they realize just how much danger they might have been in there. I
think
Gen.G really kind of escaped with the skin of their teeth there, as Chovy now going to have to walk away from Kanavi again.
He's got his flashback. I'm kind of shocked that HLE didn't try to make a play onto Ruler there without Braum there. I guess they didn't necessarily know exactly how close Braum was, but I think there was a window of time where they could have tried to make something happen onto Ruler, or at least force him to walk away from turret and deny him some farm. But instead, they kind of get the whole wraparound. They get all that vision control back in the bottom side of the map here, though, because that was just cleared by Canyon and Duro, and now it's back up again. So they have full information on the bottom side of the map, as well as top side here, where this Rift Herald is spawning in 3 minutes. So it's a ways away from that, but they have a lot of information.
Yeah, it's going to be the Drake that should be the next fight here between both of our squads. And Gen.G, I think, probably going to have to play this one a little bit more carefully this time around, especially with Unbreakable Will on Delight. He can actually be a real frontline in this one, as Duro going to slow down Delight as he tries to make his way in. The Unbreakable there, blocking a fair bit of damage as he has to flash away. And there's the Vault Breaker flash from Kanavi. Ruler coming on over. He's going to look to try and slow down Kanavi here as the stun does come down. And there's the ulti. Kanavi may have overextended. True Shot Barrage comes in, and the Arcane Shift does get him out of the way. Now Delight's in trouble. Ruler's hitting everything as the flash comes through. And there's the Realm Warp. Finally, Delight throws down the ulti as Canyon was looking to block off the escape. And the headbutt is going to be futile, and Canyon will lock up the kill.
Disaster for Kanavi! He gets nothing out of this, nothing at all. And Guma tries to focus on to Duro there in the end and does not get him either. He escapes with, it's got to be like sub 15 health there on the bottom side of the map.
Man, that must have been so frustrating.
What a backfire here.
Yeah.
7 HP, I'm told, so half of what I thought. So initially, he comes over here, gets flash, and then Kanavi follows over the wall to get the extension here, but then doesn't ult because he wants to maybe get something more, and then Duro gets this jump onto Ruler, stand beside, and then ults Kanavi. Ruler does the damage here, and then he flashes, or rather, Arcane shifts the knock up there from Delight.
Instant revenge denied.
No, I don't think, yeah, denied indeed. And Guma couldn't get the kill there onto Duro, so they just get nothing. Gen.G get a gold lead. They get control over the left side of this Dragon Pit. And now Kanavi's flashless.
There are a lot of ultimates available here for HLE, though. No Ragnarok, I don't think, for Zeus for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. As Kanavi does pull out this dragon.
He's going to roll quest TP top, and he's not going to be involved in this play. Keen already TP'd as well, so not going to be any top laners here, but attempted bit of a steal away here from Ruler isn't going to succeed, but at least it'll annoy Zeka.
Yep, they do spot out that this dragon was taken, and it will be a Cloud Soul this game as well. So super fast cow available.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about that.
Yep. Some Usain beef on the Rift.
Like that one.
Yeah, it's a new one. I was trying it out. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Keen, up here in this top lane, I'm very intrigued as to why the Ragnarok did have to be used. As now Chovy could be in trouble. Perfect execution from Zeka. The flash, he just waits for it. As there's the solo kill from the Zeka Akali. Can Gen.G find an angle, though, in response? And it looks like HLE will not give it to them.
Hex Flash here for Delight to get back over the wall, but I don't think they're going to be able to chase down or find anything here. Zeus has his ult back, but they're just going to have to be happy with the kill on the rise in the bottom lane. Gold dead even again in this game, but HLE, with that bottom side play here, now have double Dragon towards a Cloud Soul. Well, watch this from Zeka's perspective. He actually gets hit by that Q here in Shroud. Comes in, flips back around, waits for the flash for the perfect execution. Flashes just to be safe here and make sure he doesn't pick up an extra turret. I don't think he necessarily needed to do that, but better safe than sorry.
Exactly. I think maybe he deserved the flash, you know. As Rift Herald not getting taken down lower. Trisha Barrage doesn't exactly do too much here as Keen
gets Locket.
Yeah, looking to rotate over. Zeka's teleported in. Doesn't have the ulti up just yet, but it looks like this Rift Herald is going over to HLE, and they have a monopoly. Every single objective. Neutral objective
including
has gone their way.
Yep. That's a pretty large set of advantages here. Gen.G have been able to win some scraps. They had a defensive play there on the bottom side, which was a disaster, which is why Ruler is the lead, the only lead that Gen.G have, really. 1,300 gold the advantage there.
Is Chovy dead again? Well, Realm Warp is not going to
no
do something
CC on this Akali.
And yeah, deny, so he will be fine.
He doesn't have Realm Warp now, but I don't think he really cares with no objectives up for a while. So just greeted a little bit here and was able to utilize that ultimate to get away with it. Ruler is getting closer and closer to 2 items here, very scary. Has that coal cashed in. His tier is stacked up to 300 pretty much. And so we're looking at, as Gen.G here, you're kind of like, all right, we're about to start being relevant where we can actually control team fights, we can control space, we can poke with this Ezreal. But right now HLE have been first to objective, and Gen.G have been unable to respond just because their comp isn't truly online. There is Manamune finished here for Ruler, about to transform.
Yeah, big deal item spike to come on through here as Gumyushi does hit level 11. He's getting closer, but isn't quite there towards the Muramana himself, as the tier actually requires 100 stacks plus in order for that one to be finished. So it's going to take a little while to equalize this Ezreal. This Rise, though, is going to be in a little bit of trouble. The Shuriken backflip going to come on through, and he is very dead.
Flashy, the way he set that one up to go behind for the flip. And Ruler's going to take this turret out in exchange, by the way. First turret of the game, so this lead gets bigger.
Yeah, that's something. And Gen.G retain a gold lead, right? Largely because of the fact that they were able to take down that turret just then. Zeus is going to get knocked up. There's the Ragnarok, is now the ulti to buy some time, get those stacks back, and Keen will be able to find it. Now the Pantheon comes in as Duro says no to Zeus, and Delight says no to Duro. So Zeus will stay alive.
And all the while,
their top laner.
Just a little bit of extra push for Zeka. Not really a strong cross map here. As Kanavi's going to come over, Zeus is going to be fine. They want to defend this turret, but they just really don't have the tools. We do see Zeka rotating over slowly here, and Keen's just going to leave and respect. But Gen.G are starting to really win a lot of map control right now, despite the fact that Chovy died. What they got in exchange was so much more valuable. They got that mid turret for Ruler, they got so much damage done on this top turret, got the summoner out of Zeus, got his ult out as well, which I feel like is a pretty good trade for the Zahin right now. And just like that, you know, HLE, sure, they have the gold lead, they got that extra time with the pushing Akali. This comp is scaling, and it's soon ready to fight here for this next dragon, which would be the first dragon of the game for Gen G if they could turn the tides here.
Yeah, I think they almost have to be able to take this next Drake. Duro throws down a control ward and discovers a bunch of bad guys. A little bit of a jump scare there, but the Braum will be fine.
This time, the Pantheon is staying with Chovy. He's going to prevent any sort of follow-up gank onto Chovy as he tries to farm this one out right now. Even, I think, took some of the Krugs from Canyon there, if my look on the minimap was correct. And we're heading to this next Dragon Atlas. I mean, 15 seconds to spawn. Right now, HLE don't really have prio for it.
It is Gen G with a fair bit of vision, but not that much around the pit itself. Rift Herald does come on through. The poke is landing.
Just going to use the Herald for prio, it looks like here. This turret will go down, and there's a potential dive angle, actually, when it does.
It definitely is. Look at Zeko trying to find the Shuriken backflip. Doesn't land it, though. Zeus also from the other angle. And these Void Mites just spew out of the Rift Herald as they do manage to take down that turret.
Zeka?
That will then give them an inside track towards Soul Point. And Gen G, like, guys, we can't let them just take everything, can we?
I don't think with Herald there, they really had much of a choice. Zeka's going to come up here to try to defend this turret. And he also has TP if there was going to be a big fight for Gen G. And Gen G are trying to maybe make a play topside to augment this push, but they don't really need to. Chovy had his Realm Warp. He was pushing up there, but they just let Keen take the turret. So it's a turret exchange for Soul Point here. And Gen G have so much money they've picked up on this Ezreal, right? The Akali is significantly ahead, but isn't necessarily going to have the same consistent damage output as the Ryze when the Ryze gets later on into the game. So right now, Hanwha in full control. But there will be, if Gen G win this game, a pretty significant turning point. As it could be right now for Zeus as he hides and waits for Ruler.
Yeah, Ruler is going to have to Arcane Shift away. Does have Barrier, does have Flash, uses the Flash first and gets himself out.
That was a pretty tricky play.
Now,
Olaf jump scare, very scary. I think that might have wanted to be on the list of scariest champions I wouldn't want to run into in the brush. If you're on Ezreal, who does lose his Flash as a result.
Looking forward to that one on LCK Feud.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, imagine Dagon somewhere just writing that down. As Keen going to take a 5-point strike here, looking to try and defend this outer turret, but Zeka just getting more and more money, killing spree on the Akali. And I do think that Gen G are kind of okay with like Ruler getting ahead and like this control that they've kind of got, but Zeka's Akali can warp games, and I am very frightened with the state that he is in for Gen G's chances moving forward here in this game, because I don't think anyone is safe on the Rift.
I just didn't think this comp was going to get off the ground the way that it has, right? The fact that Chovy was hard focused down by Kanavi and Zeka, and there was no reprieve, there was no answer from Canyon. It was a bit surprising to me, especially with how that failed dive went bottom side. Now Keen will need some friends here. Pantheon does have ult, and Duro's here with ult of his own. This is going to be a tricky dive, but they have so many members, but they do not commit. I think this is the right call here for HLE.
Yeah, the Zahen is a difficult one to lock down. Duro could be a target, but he does manage to at least stand beside Keen for a while. That's a lot of damage, and the ulti from this Zahen is massive. Still, the Corki locks up the Pantheon, and they are just too tanky. Kanavi somehow surviving, and Keen respawns just to die again, as somehow Ruler gets the snipe onto the vault-breaking Vi, and that means that they're not able to turn onto the Baron. That's actually kind of a big deal.
It was a big deal, in fact, and like you were saying, Ruler was surfing around the edge of that fight. He was fishing, because he knew that with the time bought from the Zahen ultimate there, Zeka? I don't know.
I don't know, Ruler, as Zeka's going to get hunted down. Okay, do we have another Arcane Shift? The answer is no. If that backflip had a hit, Ruler was dead.
He had Barrier, and he was like ready to press it, but yeah, I don't know. Into this 2-item with tier 3 Sorkpen boots, if he was going to survive through all of that. As Duro just steps a little bit too far forward here, a lot is used to kill him, and Keen gets the Giga ult in this team fight. That's probably the biggest Zahen ult we've seen here in the LCK, but it's just not enough. As Ruler is surfing on the edge trying to find an angle, gets pushed out by Zeka, and then still threads the needle here onto Kanavi when he goes back in, predicting where he'd be, because that's where his teammate was, where he was obviously going to land on. So good play there from Ruler to picking up the kill to just maintain that gold lead. It's shrinking though, with Guma picking up 2.
Yep, Endless Hunger now done for the Ezreal as well. 3 items, feels pretty good. He's done the most damage of the game again. Was also highest damage on the Jhin earlier on. But does need to be careful, because this Ezreal is still very susceptible to the Akali. And Zeka now moves to 3-0 and 3. Zeus going to get pushed away momentarily here by Keen. But should be all right. And,
the next
Chovy
dragon
just trying to farm over and over again.
It's such an early Cloud Soul in this game, like because it's a 3-stack here for HLE, and they got the first dragon fairly early. We're looking at a 25-minute spawning soul, and if they can get prio for it, they've got all the tools, right? Everyone has a flash. Ruler does not have flash, notably, to potentially team fight to deny this. So Gen G are going to have to make tough decisions here. You know, they don't have mid prio. Are they just going to simply give this one up and give a free Cloud Soul to this Akali Vi? Olaf!
Do you then try to just take a Baron in response, claim map control, and then try and in 6 minutes after this Drake take a Elder or something like that?
Yeah, it's a really tough macro call to make, and none of the choices are particularly good, but trying to fight when you're this far behind this Akali into prio that you don't have.
Oh,
very risky.
Yeah, does have the Unbreakable. Just Braum things. He will be fine.
They're not playing for Dragon. They're playing for a pick pre-Dragon here with this side angle for Zeka that he's on. But I think Gen G are pretty aware of where he is right now.
Yeah, Keen actually looking for a little bit of a recall as they get a control ward in this topside brush. And now, Kanavi and Zeus pull this Dragon out, and a teleport does bring Keen in. Stridebreaker at the ready, and does have that big shield as well.
Ruler's flash back up.
Yeah, I don't think they want to let this Drake go over to HLE as Gumiushi with the blast code. In goes the Vibe, and she just explodes. Zeka gets into the backline as well as Ruler's the target, but he gets over the wall. Zeus gets on top of him, and down go both of the carries. It's a double for the Akali, and all of them are falling. Zeus, sorry, Canyon just ults away. And yeah, not going to be a quadra for the Zeka here, but they'll take a soul, and I think that is just guaranteed 3 games.
That looks like it to me, Atlas. And man, did Ruler play it well. I mean, what else could he have done? His flash comes up right before the fight, and he gets pounced on by Kanavi. Kanavi turns off this Drake so quick. He instantly flashes to pull away from the ult there to buy space, gets over the wall, pops his barrier, but is burst down. And then here it looks like maybe the Zahin could take over, but then big knock-up to come through from Delight to make sure this fight is cleaned. Watch Zeka, he was waiting the whole time. He goes in the same time as Kanavi does onto Ruler. They are pinging him to death.
Yeah.
It goes down. Although it's just nothing Ruler could do there. That cross was too difficult to deal with, and Gen G couldn't just sit back and wait, because otherwise it's just so... And as you've been saying, you can hear how loud these Hanwha fans are tonight.
Zeka 6-0-4 on the Akali. And now, nice pulverize. Canyon gonna get delivered into the back line. Zeka finds the angle, cease and desist under Chovy. He's taken out before he can realm off away. And Ruler just gets swarmed by Hanwha Life Esports. It's a clean ace. And I think that we're very swiftly gonna be getting to that 3rd game.
One of the fastest games that we've seen in the Legend group this season. 27 minutes and they are knocking on the door. They get Cloud Soul, they group as 5, and they run Gen G off the map.
Oh my goodness.
Kind of 6-game night that I'm here for, Atlas.
Absolutely. The first one, an absolute joy, and this one is a pleasure as HLE remind Gen G who just stole their MSI crown. And they will be able to bring us to that deciding game of the night.
And I can't remember a time where I could feel a Hanwha-favored audience against Gen G. They are so loud.
Oh, yeah.
It's insane. And even in the quiet game states, even in the lead up to the game, the Hanwha fans have been here for this team tonight. Not to say that Gen G fans aren't, but they are not as loud. And after this game, too, this place is erupting.
Well, let's see what happens as we move to the 3rd game. Having a look here at the stats, Zeus did so much work. Gumiushi, a lot of damage, but I think this was all about Zeka. There is basically nothing else for it. He found so many good angles, got that solo kill onto Chovy. He was patient, and they managed to just follow it through in the end.
Like
Kanavi moves to 10-1 on the Vi as well.
Ruler had such a lead, but he didn't have the backbone in the rest of his team to back him up. And he played well, but there was just a limit to what he could do.
There is only so much that you can do at the face of adversity. But going to Game 3 is definitely an option that they have, and we'll see what they do with the right of first selection. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down. Then we'll have Game number 3. We'll see you soon.
어디서 먹고 나오냐?
지금 쳐도 돼 이거?
시야가
그 정도 아니긴 해. 시야가. 시야 여기까지 박아야 돼. 나오는 거 응징은 해야 돼.
이거 보자. 쌈 보자. 라이즈 볼게 나.
빠테. 빠테 잡았어. 잡고. 라이즈 잡고 바로. 이즈도 볼게. 이즈 맞아. 이즈 비전 없다. 이제 비전 없다.
끝내가 나와.
차인.
끝내가 나온다.
끝내자. 3류층이라 미드 가면 끝나. 라인 없다. 파워 조심해라.
유청 깔아봐 유청.
Original champions, items, and metas from the early days of League are back for you to rediscover. AP Master Yi, Deathfire Grasp, one of Rise's 17 reworks.
It's all here!
Welcome to the League of Legends Classic Spotlight. We've hit rewind on the roster to just 60 champions from the iconic early era. Not sure who to pick? Here are some good champs to get you started. Go top with a tanky Garen, or hard-hitting Jax. Hit the jungle to hunt with Warwick, or snag new friends with a Mumu. Run it down mid with big ults from Lux or Annie. Carry bot with Ezreal's mobility or Misfortune's damage. Or support your baby AD carry with the magical buffs of Sona or Janna. Or something else. Who knows? Anything could be good now.
Who needs a map?
That's right, they're back. Masteries return to the original offense, defense, and utility trees. For runes, you'll start with a basic page and unlock more as your account levels up, and much more quickly than before. Eventually, you'll be able to pick up the bonuses that matter most to you, rounding out your champ, or doubling down on a single stat. Starting out, you'll probably want boots and potions, but as the game goes on, you'll find all kinds of returning classics to build into, like Heart of Gold, Wriggle's Lantern, wards, and more wards. League of Legends Classic is just getting started. Jump in now to see what the good old days were all about, and shape the game's future by voting for what we bring next to the Classic experience. There's lots more to unpack, so check out the rest of the videos in this series for tips on laning.
I've seen your death. It was painful.
Jungling, runes and masteries, and item builds.
Yes.
See you on the Rift, summoners.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
And Hanwha Life Esports find a way to battle back here. They were in control of most of it, then put Gen G to the sword. That forces to our first 6-game day of the week. It's our friend's 6th gamer, as it is 1-1 here between these two squads. One of these teams will be on a 3-game losing streak. Kind of crazy, given the fact of the caliber of squad and caliber they've shown in rounds 1 and 2.
It's pretty crazy, and last game we really praised Gen G's team fighting, slowing the pace of the game down, controlling it. Didn't get a chance to do that this time around, and really the centerpiece for this one was Zeka's Akali, a pick we've known him for, a pick he has a skin for, and they really allowed it to get ahead and just snowball so heavily.
On top of that, I think giving Kanavi Vi is kind of illegal with the Poppy like gone after game 1, and I think we just witnessed the classic Gen G in game 1, and this was the classic HLE, the game 2, because they are the team with the strong top side and strong like early game play, with Guma just standing still on the turret and then be safe, right? I think overall they had such a great plan around the mid lane.
That's right. Let's take a look at it, thanks to our friends over at Friends Eye Drops. You can see what I did there. With what happened early on in this game, it was yet again an early lead by Hanwha Life Esports and then exploding afterwards with that lead.
So the first attempt on the Chovy didn't actually work when they went to gank him. He got away, but Zeka was persistent, finds this solo kill in the bot lane. But the bad news doesn't stop there for Gen G. We see here Delight and Kanavi moving in to set up another kill. And there was just such a huge snowball from the Akali, a pick that does so well with gold. And we see it on display in this next fight. Actually, mostly this is Gen G trying to counteract a dive and just getting shut down. I think in particular Canyon kind of just gets caught off guard jumping into this melee.
But the thing is, Gen G were the one who had Pantheon with the global ulti, so I was kind of like surprised that they are not the one making the plays on the side wave actively. It was HLE using the tempo, using the pressure from the laners. So I felt really bad about like Pantheon and Braum in the same team because they were not really doing anything. They were not using the champion correctly. Like Pantheon has to do something with his ultimate, but he couldn't able to like find an angle for himself. And also Braum couldn't really do anything because he was just sitting mid lane with Ezreal.
Yeah, and despite all of that, and the control that Hanwha Life Esports did, the inactivity from Pantheon on Gen G's side, it was only about a 1,500 gold lead going into that Drake fight as Hanwha Life Esports stacked them up, forcing Gen G into this fight at 25 minutes.
And in this fight, this is where we really see the power of the Akali on display. I want you to track Ruler and Zeka just making his life hell. So a great flank angle ends up coming in. You can see when Zeka comes into vision, Ruler's trying to play around that wall a little bit here. Arcane shifts initially. The ult then flashes over the other side. Zeka then follows him, so he arcane shifts just in time back over, but Zeka's Shuriken gets him back in the fight, and then both he and Zeus just jump straight on Ruler and Ezreal. With the flash, still can't outrange these two carries. You just keep jumping them again and again and again, and with that momentum, they're able to clean through the rest of the members. We see the Pantheon ult away, but it's still a triple kill for Zeka.
So yeah, I think overall it all like begins from the early game with the Vi Akali attacking mid lane. I think trying to stop the Chovy snowballing from the laning phase helps HLE a lot, but also like now Gen G, not Chovy winning the lane, they were not be able to like find the solution for it. So yeah, I think it was also draft, but also the gameplay.
Gen G move on over to first pick. Hanwha Life Esports will take the blue side. And what a day of League it's been. We had Vintage Scout in our first series into 2 games of Bro and Brew into a roller coaster of a game 3. Then we get to see Vintage Gen G in game 1. We get to see steamrolling the early game and taking control of the rest of it with team fights by Hanwha Life in game 2. What do you want to see here in Game 3?
I mean, both teams are struggling with the 2 games losing streak, right? And this is the day finally Ruler steps up and bringing something for the team. And now I feel like it's all about the bot lane again, getting the matchup correctly for the bot lane priority. And I think it's going to help a lot for both teams because they know what enemy team really likes to play around. So again, it's all about the draft.
Yeah, for me, it's going to depend on the draft, but I think Gen.G having that structure whereby Ruler can safely position and play, wasn't able to get that in this game, but he can just do his role as a damage dealer and not be under constant threat. And I think on the other side, HLE, multiple angles of attack, make the backline feel uncomfortable, and they're sure to succeed.
In a year where every win matters based on the parity that the league has shown, our top 2 squads in Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G on the back foot, looking for a must-win here in round 3. Let's see how it goes here in game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of the second game. And we have a 6-game banger today. The third and final game here in this matchup between Gen.G and HLE. 2 teams trying to break that losing streak of last week. And I don't know who's going to be able to do it. I do think the momentum from HLE coming out of the last game should be very strong, though. So I'd be worried if I'm a Gen.G fan, and hopefully they can raise their voices here at Chijijik Lol Park in order to try and counteract some of the ludicrous energy the HLE fans have.
And I'll say 2 things about Gen.G as we move into this one. They chose first pick. They have some of the most flexible players in the world in terms of champion pool moving into a Game 3 in Fearless. But the second thing I'll say is that their drafts as of late have been a little bit risky. They've often been very narrow win conditions, incredibly difficult to play, like their Game 1 draft, which they piloted incredibly well, or sometimes just leave themselves open to potentially just getting bowled over in the early game skirmishes into a composition like what Hanwha likes to run, where they just take over the map. But I think a big part, as the desk was talking about in that last game, of why Zeka got fed was because there was no cover for Chovy by Pantheon. You know, Canyon wasn't really able to stop him, and was sometimes, we were watching those replays back, like he was question mark pinging the top side of the map before Kanavi jumped out of the jungle from the bottom side and killed the enemy Rise. They just weren't able to track him very well on that one, as it looks like we have a bit of a delay on our pick and ban here for this final game.
A little bit. Throwing oranges at Genrungi is a little bit rude.
Say as well as telling him to catch them.
Well, we'll see whether he can catch him, because it looked a little bit violent, I'm not going to lie. And I think throwing oranges at a tiger is not very nice, because a tiger doesn't want to eat oranges.
I think
carnivorous.
Genrangi is just soaring in popularity right now, by the way, in terms of mascots. He's winning right now. Ati came out big and cute and very bird-like and Rip Bunky, and I was very upset about it. But, you know, Ati, I think, is getting a little dethroned right now by all the Genrangi content that we've been seeing around the world.
In EWC, it wasn't actually shown on the broadcast, but the dance that Genrangi did, there were 5 of them, Wolf.
There's a lot of videos of it online. So
it was absolutely amazing. Darude Sandstorm as well. And let's get into pick and ban here for the final game of the evening. Keen's expression has not changed whatsoever from the last time he was on camera.
The longer you get into these 6-game days, right? It's 10 p.m. Korean Standard Time. You know, you feel the exhaustion, especially after the momentum was so swift against you in that last game. Gen.G have been in so many high-stakes series, though. I am sure they'll be able to keep themselves focused going into this third game, but we've thinned out the draft. We have 4 champions per role banned here fearlessly as we move into a third.
Yeah, so the Galio has been banned every single time. The Vi was banned in game number 1, got through in the last one, so that one's sort of banned by default. Jace, another big one here, Lucian, and that one is going to be banned away. I think Nocturne priority is going to be going up, given the junglers that we've seen so far. But with the Orianna banned away, maybe it is not. Let's see what this next ban is going to be from Hanwha Life Esports' side, as the Annie will hit the deck. An interesting ban, I would say.
Yeah, definitely one that we were talking about in the last game, but I mean, Wukong Annie, very simple to play.
Yep.
It's not what I'd expect to see banned against someone like Chovy, but it is certainly a very powerful pick. Lucian is mandatory. Ezreal's gone now.
Yep. I do feel like the the Camille ban does have to come through. It's something we were talking about before. But one thing that I think is going to be played this game, and I'm feeling it in my bones, you know, is the Yone. I just feel like Yone is going to be played.
That's a pretty aggressive prediction, but it could happen.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to see Lulu in this game, some sort of Lulu lane on one side or the other. It's going to be a Yunara lane, likely, you have to imagine, but there's a few different variants we could see.
I don't think we've seen Gumushi play his own Yunara skin yet.
No, I don't think so.
He did play his Misfortune one just previously.
Jace is
gone.
gone.
Yunara one just yet.
So, blind picks here, there aren't a whole lot of safe ones. Victor, I don't think is something you want to pick first. It doesn't really grab onto the game or take control. Like, Genji chose first pick, so this first one needs to be a big one.
Yeah. The Nocturne is, as far as the tier list is concerned, the top of it.
But after watching Canyon play the Global Pantheon last game, I don't know if Genji fans are necessarily convinced on this one here at the start of this draft.
We'll be able to do the Canyon thing, where he just hard farms as quickly as possible. We'll see how aggressive he goes as well. We've seen some Nocturnes go for very aggressive invades.
Maybe a bursty Nocturne Aurora could be the angle here in this draft, depending on what Zeka does pick up as his mid pick. And there's that Yunara with a Lulu, I think, to come with it. And this is what we expected, or at least I expected, coming into this draft. Although they pivot the last possible second over to that Victor I was talking about.
Okay, Victor has been a big one for Zeka recently. He's actually found a lot of success on this champion.
And Xin over Skarner. We haven't seen Kanavi really enjoy to play the Skarner all too much.
And this is one of his favorites.
Oh, this one we saw yesterday, and we did not like it that much, but it did win, and it was very funny.
Oh, that's a Kiana. He's just scaring the fans. He likes the Shyvana the most, though, and so the Shiv will be locked in.
I will tell you, that roar from the crowd was not a pleasant one.
Yeah, that was a shriek. Look, some people I imagine are pretty excited about it. This is a fun pick, right? And the last time we saw Kanavi play this, he did hard carry.
Yeah, he also hard inted, but he also hard carried.
Yeah, we called it the 1v10 because he had to verse himself as well, and he was fighting back. Let's just say that. All right, let's see what Genji are going to lock in here. The Varus a consideration, which is a quite interesting one. And it looks like Genji are going to be locking down, theoretically, a potential bottom lane, right? The Varus can always flex towards the top side of the map, so you do have that added flexibility.
And they're not going to get the Lulu lane, Hanwha Life are into this if it is going to be a bottom lane pick.
I mean, you can still, like, HLE could pick Lulu on 3 if they wanted to.
They can.
Because there's
Aphelios,
Kog'Maw, and Yunara that can be played with it.
Yeah.
That is a Syndra for Chovy.
All right, into the Victor. Pretty bold setup here, especially with Nocturne being relatively weak pre-6, but so is Shyvana. I think into Nocturne is where Shyvana is a great angle because of that. It'll be a Leona lock, it looks like here. Very surprised by this at this stage of the draft.
And it could also mean that the Victor is going into the bottom lane. We do have to remember that Gumushi could be the one piloting this in theory, even though we have seen the mages kind of take a back seat as far as bottom lane.
There's not a lot of engage follow-up for the scatter. Like, yes, the Nocturne can follow, but remember, the Jhin is banned, regardless of where this Varus is going. Could still be played in the top lane. And if they ban away Nautilus, then what other engage is left here for Duro to play? Maybe that's why they grabbed the Leona here, and maybe we just see Guma Ziggs.
Yeah,
possibility. It could also still be the Victor bottom lane, but unlikely, I would say.
Yeah, I don't really like it as much, but we do have to remember that Zeka could pivot to something else. The Sylas is going to be taken away. They do not believe that Chovy is definitely playing the Syndra.
I mean, the Sylas angle is pretty big here, so I do...
Yeah, Sylas into Shyvana is kind of silly.
Yeah, I do really appreciate that ban, regardless of whether even Keen was picking that one up on the top side. It's crazy that Gnar has not seen a look in this draft at all, or any of these at all. With all the counter picks right now in the meta, though, I think he's starting to fall a little bit off Jack's ban, but there's no Olaf.
An interesting one. We are getting towards the end of the top lane pool.
That makes me feel like the Varus might be going top. Because Varus is... often you play the Jax into it to try to get some angles for the all-ins.
I'm a little bit worried about that because it's Zeus. I don't think that you can blind Varus safely into this guy, as there is a Rakan. Like, Zeus might even just Gragas the Varus, and that could be really scary.
Okay, so what's
Rakan taken away?
What's Duro gonna play? You know, is the other question.
Rel.
It could be, but it's not necessarily an ideal Rel angle here. One more top ban potentially, or something towards Jumayushi. Okay, we'll be at Kasante. This draft is very open-ended for both teams with these mages.
Yeah. Hard to know where things are going.
Might change a little bit right here, though, if Guma is so bold to pull out his debut pick. Leona and... Okay, Leona and Kaisa, a little bit more of a common pairing, but Leona and Yunara, not really a known duo, not really a strong partnership there that we have ever really seen.
Yeah, I feel like Gumayushi is just playing with the hearts of the fans right now, but it looks like they're going to lock this one in. Yunara Leona is not a lane that I've seen succeed all that often.
I mean, it's just not one we ever really see, but it can work well if the Leona is set up well and is not playing into a range matchup. There's not a whole lot of range left.
Okay, what is Ruler going to be locking away here? And will it be his bottom lane choice? I think if it's top lane Varus and mid lane Syndra with this Nocturne, like, I'm very worried. But that is going to be a Kalista Renata. This composition is insane from Gen G, and I don't think it's in a good way. As, yeah, they've got a lot of teamfight control, but there is zero frontline, not even a little bit of frontline. The only frontline is the frontline that they create by making HLE fight each other.
Yeah, I think that the Kalista is very powerful at, you know, just kind of forcing her way through a lot of fights, but if she gets CC'd by anything, it's a problem. You mentioned the Gragas earlier as a counter pick here for Zeus into this Varus, and it is going to be what we see here.
It's Mundo instead.
Okay, changes at the last possible second, which is also a very difficult health bar to eat through when we get to the late game. And Honda Life Esports are indexing fully into scaling here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not talking about the Shyvana turning into a dragon, but we're all late game. We've got decent engage, but it's hard for you to get on top of Yunara. You've got to get through a Mundo, you got to get through a Gravity Field, you got to get through this Shyvana and the Leona.
I mean, if this game goes late, it's over. Gen G will just never be able to win. I don't think so. They're going to need to have a massive lead moving into the late game in order to really stand a chance. They do have a decent amount of keep away. The Handshake's great. The Scat of the Week's great. Into a Mundo, though, it's going to do basically nothing. And it's going to have to be absolute heroism here for Gen G to make it work past, like, 20 minutes into this game is what I'm kind of feeling.
Here's what I think is how Gen G will have to win this game. Level 6 kits hit for the Nocturne, and Canyon is ulting on cooldown non-stop, any pressure point he can find. If he can do that, get the Varus ahead, make sure this Kalista can have a mid-game that's super powerful where they can control early dragons, they can just take hold of the game and never, ever let it go, be oppressive, they can win this game. If they can't do that, if they lose control for any second, at any moment, one bad team fight, and it is done. It's lights out. Gen G have a comp, I think, that can make this work, but like game one, the execution is going to have to be so crisp.
We'll see whether they can do it. It's a fun draft, I'll give them that, but it could be a tough game to play out. Let's get on the riff for game 3. All right, I think the Gen G fans figured out that HLE are just way too loud, and they did increase the volume. Let's see how this one's going to go.
As a young League of Legends commentator in 2021, you told me about one of the principles of the LCK, which was that you could never let Ruler have Kalista. Kalista was not meta, but it was banned in every single game.
That is true.
Gen G was playing, and that was a different time. It's a long time ago. It was 5 years ago. But Ruler gets his hands on it here in this pivotal game in a pretty rare situation. I mean, right now, Kalista Renata is one of the most oppressive bottom lanes in the game. Renata wasn't released when we were talking about those bans back then. I trust that he should be able to generate a lead in this matchup here into Guma and Delight. But how well can he use those advantages, and how well can Canyon play through his level 6 is the real question.
And how well can Keen take control of this lane as well, right? Because the Mundo is susceptible early, but will be able to just run down the Varus. If he gets an advantage, it'll be very, very difficult for Keen to kind of do anything unless he's underneath the turret and has been able to take away the CC immunity from Zeus, and that's going to be a tough thing to do as well, with only Chains of Corruption really being able to do so.
There were a few different picks Zeus could have gone for into the Varus, right? Like the Gragas is definitely an option. You know, we saw the Jax banned, but the Mundo is kind of just a, I'm going to survive, you can't kill me, and I will be way more relevant than you later.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that for the rest of the identity of this comp. They have a Victor, they have a Yunara. Not to mention the Shyvana, of course, for late game as well.
And HLE only just lost their first Mundo game, I'm pretty sure, against T1 in the Casper Cup just earlier. It was a very different draft that T1 went with in that one, and it was a barn burner. It was a long game. And they were eventually able to take it down, but it's a tough one to do. This is Chovy's first Syndra game so far this season, which is kind of crazy. The Ruler and Duro also playing this Kalista Renata for the first time.
We've talked a lot about how he generally avoids it. This is an early Nocturne gank, 3-6. Very face up here. Cleanse, flash, heal, everything's available for these two in the bottom lane for HLE.
This is going to be a tough one. Let's see whether they can make the handshake work as Gumayusi flashes. The fear comes down. The bailout isn't quite going to work, but they do get the kill under the Yunara. Still, I believe that was first blood going over to the Leona as now Keen in trouble. Kanavi just barely survives, and Zeus is not going to be so lucky. Two for two across the board.
Trades in the dives. As unfortunately for Zeus, he isn't able to get out there. Looked for a moment like he was just healthy enough, but he was not. And this Victor has been pushed out of lane here a second time by Chovy. Just watch this play one more time. It's all about whether or not you can get the kill to get the bailout if you want this dive to be clean. As Guma survives just a little bit too long, but ultimately does go down anyways, and Ruler is able to walk it off. So that's a big win there on the bottom side, even with the trade, because Ruler survives and Guma is out. Keen flashes here. Kanavi is able to survive with the Triumph coming through, but it looks like just a few hit points shy of surviving for Zeus.
Yeah, just barely able to get the turret aggro back onto Zeus as well. As in the LCK, this was a very long time ago that we did have the Mundo on the top side of the map. Zeus has been playing it a lot recently, but in MSI and things like that, not necessarily here in the LCK. So it's been like, I can't really do the math there, but that looks a bit like
5 years,
4 years.
Rascal Genji.
All right, well, there you go. A long time ago. As Ruler and Duro actually held onto their flashes that entire time, so they will still have so much control of this lane. You can see 300 gold is the advantage, but I expect that to extend.
Trying to... That's really the name of the game for this composition, is to get ahead in lanes. The Syndra has a small lead. The bottom lead is much larger after the dive. And it's a lead for Keen as well on the top side of the map because they got that kill, but he still maintains a large farm advantage. Mundo does well even on low eco, but it's going to take a while before we get there, and Canyon's here for his second pass.
I've seen this movie before, ladies and gentlemen, and with those flashes available, they can go for it. Canyon, Umbral Blades will be able to pick up the kill under the Yunara, and they could even stick around for Delight if they'd like to.
If Kanavi can get this done without an ultimate, I don't think so. Keen also has his ult to peel.
Oh, Keen steps forward, and without Ghost, without Flash, he is definitely going to go down. He wants to take Zeus with him, and that is not going to be possible. Really nicely played here by HLE on the cross map.
I still think this favors Gen G because they get a real tangible lead there bottom side, and once again remove the 80 carry from the map, whereas this is just putting a small hole and a little bit of catch-up here for Zeus on the top side. Keen didn't know about that gank. That's why he walked far forward there. If he had just played back, he might have actually been able to be totally fine, but that far up, not a prayer. This time, Guma doesn't have Flash, and Delight is just going to try to stun. Picks up turret aggro here, which is Ruler, but they can kill him so fast that Ruler only takes the single turret shot on the edge and walks right out of aggro range. And here for Keen, he just knows he's dead as soon as Kanavi shows up, just tries to kite this one back and do as much damage as possible, but it wasn't even close.
Yeah, not quite able to do that. And a second belt is done here for Zeus. Probably going to be going for a Warmogs, allowing him to get into the wave, clear it out, then walk away, heal up all of his health, and then everything's fine.
Lane swap here on the top side, once again for Guma. Going up here with Delight to try to put the pressure on the solo Varus, and they're going to put Mundo down here to apply defensive measures, triage for that bottom lane. Kanavi does now have his ult available there on the bottom side, but still diving into a Kalista Renata to try to defend this window. Would be kind of a, I want to say fool's errand, but a very risky endeavor.
Let's just say that. They do have the bailout as well, which is going to be real difficult. Zay's just laughing at them, which is quite amusing. But I don't think he's really going to be able to affect too much there in that lane. And Gen.G lead by about 1,000 gold. I think they're going to want that to be a larger number, as this is kind of a doomed wave state for Keen to deal with. As it is going to be Gumayusi holding on to that one, not going to be trying to shove that in or anything like that. On the other side of the rift, Ruler is putting the pressure on. And the more plates that do fall down, the more that lead will extend here for Gen.G. And I imagine that is going to be the game plan here.
See a dive topside. Keen did not use his flash, so is going to have a little bit of defensive play here with the Chains of Corruption, but there's so much here. And actually, it's not going to be committed for Kanavi. They're just going to play through Grubs in the prio. They have their top side instead. Already see Ruler has left, and it looks like Zeus is just going to push bottom. He can TP in, however. This is going to be a really pivotal fight this early game, especially if HLE can win it. Gen.G need to hold on to control, and I don't think HLE are going to commit, but Gen.G really sent everybody, including Ruler, went all the way up to the mid lane to make sure they can hold on to this, but at a cost of a few plates to Zeus.
Yeah, and I think the really important thing for this game for HLE is being able to play cross-map effectively. Because they just need to make sure that they stay in touching distance as far as gold, and that will just lead them to the promised land of this late game where their tanks are too tanky and they will do too much damage. Gumayusi will be able to be that hyper carry that they need. Canyon just going to walk towards Delight here. That Dustbringer working out, but Kanavi will take the blue, and they will be able to walk it off. So Gen.G unable to find too much here as they enter the enemy jungle.
As Merc treads Victordus isn't necessarily ready to fight. He is going to come over here and apply a little bit of damage, but that will be the end of this skirmish. There is a possibility of a dive onto the Varus, but again, with those defensive tools, it's really difficult, even with Kanavi holding ult, to make it happen.
Ooh, Static Shiv done here for Ruler. I do kind of like this. So many times it is the Blade of the Ruin King first for the Kalista, or has been in the past. I like this adaptation, this item being buffed quite a few times.
Just gives you more fast prio and more ability to jump into a fight as soon as possible.
Yeah, being able to clear out waves comfortably is definitely good, and the fact that it upgrades the on-hit from the other items is going to be important as well. Exactly. As Chovy doing a lot of poke damage onto Zeka.
Zeka just holding his ground here, as Keen has done a great job in this 1v2 of just absorbing Guma's attempted pressure and this attempted lane swap to turn his fortunes around. He is going to cash in a Cull in 37 minions time to even things up a little bit more here, as Kanavi has just not really been able to impact this bottom lane. He's been hovering around here a lot. He's been constantly trying to see if he could find an angle, but it's just too much pressure, and they don't really have a ton of damage in this early game. He's got his Kraken Slayer online now, but he's just kind of been waiting for an opportunity. And Canyon made his mark on the bottom lane early on, and now we're really truly living in this lane swap meta. Guma's going to feel the pressure soon about the role quest completion time. That's going to be first for Ruler 100%, and so he will start to actually pull further ahead as he starts to get that initial cash in from the quest completion and the additional gold from minions as we move forward here. So something to keep in mind. That is something that will cost Gumayusi in the short term here in this game, which will further the lead and the power of this tempo-based composition for Gen.G.
And Ruler just trying to stop back here, but not going to be able to do so. And we'll just clear out the minion wave very comfortably with that Static Shiv. Very cute stuff. Do you think that Zeus's pants are going to be held up effectively?
With 3 belts, I imagine so. He's also kind of a big guy, so I don't know how much of a belt he really needs.
True.
I don't know what size he's wearing, but I don't know how big they make him. As Guma is going to get some plates here with the help of Kanavi, as finally they'll start to get this wave crash through and pick up some much-needed gold. On the bottom side, though, it's a turret.
Yep, and it's a Drake that goes down there as well. Cloud Soul does come in for Gen.G.
It's turret plus roll quest here for Ruler for an explosive gold surge, and they are not done yet. They're just going to keep pushing.
Oh, great handshake does come down as the Solar Flare will connect. Ruler might need a bailout, but does not actually need it. As Zeus, very healthy. Kanavi moving over, does have the ulti available. And that Kraken Slayer, like you alluded to earlier on. Gumayusi just allowing this minion wave to
He doesn't
get
know where
obliterated.
Canyon is, so he's kind of like, well, this is a little scary. I want to get this, but it's kind of a little bit too free right now. Not sure if I trust that. Zeka's also going to get the proc of this Crypt, I said Crypt Bloom, but the Crystalline Overgrowth.
Indeed.
And grab that first plate. Kanavi has been spending this entire early and now beginning of the mid game trying to find an angle and not being successful. So big win for Genji on the bottom lane, getting that role quest, getting that turret. But again, for HLE, you're behind right now, but you're supposed to be. And you're not in a game state where the game is unplayable. Yes, Genji have 2 dragons, but that's also natural considering how much bottom lane control they've had this whole time. Half the game has been Guma and Delight getting pushed in, and then the other half has been Zeus, who took that mantle for just a moment. And he needs to get his role quest as soon as possible, Guma, though, because he is otherwise going to continue to fall further and further behind. He's 2 stacks away from that Cull completing as well.
Yeah, so we'll have a bit of extra money back, but it is currently 850, close to 900 gold here for Ruler as he is dancing around the mid lane right now.
You can lose dives, but you can't lose team fights if you're HLE. That's really the main difference maker here is now he's going to be laning against AD carry Keen.
Yeah, there we go. Another one. Dusk and Dawn has been completed here for the Varus. 3 minutes on the Dragon, but I think the next fight should be around this Rift Herald, 1 minute and 45. And I think that it's going to be Kanavi's time to shine on this Dragon. Haven't seen a Dragon's Descent just yet. And Canyon wanting to get that paranoia brushed off as well. And Zeus will have his shield removed. Taking a lot of damage here. Zeka as well.
They're trying to maybe make a topside play here as Genji are grouped in the mid lane. And now Kanavi's going to have to make a choice. He's walking face first into that duo.
Yeah, Canyon spots him out. And Dustbringer just going to be thrown over. Props to Canyon for choosing the best Nocturne skin. I love Spooky Nocturne.
This is really scary here for HLE. I think they're just going to have to give this up. Again, you can lose dives, you can lose picks, you can trade dives, you can lane swap, but you cannot lose skirmishes, you cannot lose team fights. Now we have a flanking Mundo.
That's a scary moment here as AS moving down. I think Keen knows the problems here. Chains of Corruption connects onto Guma. He's just dead. Keen finds it. And a 1-for-1 is not what they wanted. Zeus even has to flash. And the Ghost is running. Zeus will put him down. But that 1-for-1, oh no, that's not what HLE was wanting there.
It's a disaster because now Chovy's got full topside control because there's nobody up here to hold the wave. Chovy's getting money. Keen got money. And that was not it, unfortunately, for HLE. They were just hunkering down in the mid lane, and Canyon wasn't even needed for the peel. He still has his ultimate, and I don't think they're going to collapse with Ruler, but they did consider it for a moment there as he did leave the mid lane, and Zeus is now just going to grab this plate and back away. Watch Keen on the play, gets hit by the ult, but damn, that damage is real. Chains of Corruption, the burst comes through. He sidesteps the briefcase to force the flash out of Zeus as well.
That sidestep was actually kind of insane in order to make sure that that flash was required. I also really love that he goes for the ult immediate Q because this build is all about blight damage, right? And so you get to proc that as Dragon descends into this river. Hostile takeover connects onto a lot of HLE as Kanavi almost just straight up dead as he does manage to fly his way out. But I don't know whether this Dragon's going to be doing much. Chovy eating damage from this Rift Herald.
Puma's got no sums and no ult. I think they just have to let it go. And look at the push in the bottom lane. Keen, who didn't need to TP in, is just chilling. And Genji have kept this oppressive comp, again, exactly where it needs to be. It's like the opposite of game one, where the comp was like a slow-moving Ornn composition. This one is just a blender of damage and early game power. And everywhere they go, it's like it's a repelling magnet, and HLE have to scatter away from it and try to pick up the pieces elsewhere.
And they definitely cannot be walking through choke points. Duro took complete control in that moment. I think this Renata is going to be absolutely pivotal as this game goes on. If they're ever going to survive in a late game, it's because he hits the perfect handshakes. He hits fantastic ultimates.
HLE got prio on this Dragon, but it's still not an easy fight to take. Kanavi still needs a little bit more bar here in order to activate his ultimate.
And Keen has moved over. Ruler eats through these waves so fast with his static shiv. And Canyon, a little bit late on that spell shield, but he'll be all right. Scatter the Weak does connect there. And the Rift Herald is just going to annoy them. Zeka gonna have to deal with this. It could be a double charge actually if this does get through, but it doesn't actually eat it in one shot. And now Gen G on this dragon. It is going to be Kanavi pushed away, but they dive on in. There's the dragon descending. Ruler on the side of the fight though. Kanavi tries to get in, but the bailout is successful. Duro looks for the knockup, and now it's Gumayushi's time to shine, but he gets scattered. Keen gets on top. It's a double for the Varus, and Gen G, they need no tank. They'll just murder you.
And that might have been a back-breaking moment here, even in this early game, as Zayas can't close the gap.
Oh my god, well, I mean, he can just kill the Varus.
I guess he can.
Yeah, gives him the good old thumbs up and points his little Teemo finger. That was very nicely done.
He's going to TP out for the escape as well, but this is not enough of a turn back here for HLE. The engage is so haphazard, but it has to be during Paranoia, right? So Canyon uses Paranoia to try to secure this objective. Zeka isn't in the play. Mundo's trying to wrap around here when the engage comes through from Delight. Kanavi gets on top, but he just doesn't have the damage yet. Canyon gets bailed out, so it's a trade of a small basic ability for the enemy jungler. Duro flashes out of the Chaos Storm as Zeka finally gets in here, but they just have too much damage and too much health as they are able to walk away from this one, holding Soul Point with a team fight win. Zayas gets Keen here, which is kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah.
Just gets that extra auto off there and takes him out. But that is all the end of the good news, and he's the only one holding the gold lead. And I said, HLE can't be losing team fights. They just lost one, and they just lost Soul Point.
And Zayas is actually all of HLE's kills, but one. This Mundo is just the lifeline. He is
goes where he pleases, doesn't he?
He does. He pleased to go back to his fountain, though, after that last skirmish. Wasn't actually able to win out in the fight. And now a dash cannon has been completed here for Keen. Chovy happily farming here towards the top side. Rageblade done for Ruler as well, alongside those glutinous Greaves. As there's a Paranoia. They are looking to try and engage onto Leona, but she has a lot of tankiness. Still, it's not going to help with those sticks. The Dragon's Descent comes in. Ruler, he has the bailout available. It's Kanavi not going to actually worry about that, as Ruler is going to go down first. But now the Chains of Corruption, absurd damage. They've got a backup AD carry, so it doesn't even matter the Ruler goes down.
It's so hard to just focus the AD carry when there's a Renata right next to him. Yes, they get the kill. They do deny the bailout, but they have to go so deep to do it that it backfires again, and HLE now find themselves 3K in the hole. To watch this one more time, Kanavi's trying to threaten, but he steps too far forward here. Delight has to commit to the engage. The Paranoia makes the follow-up a little bit tricky for Gumo, who's on the edge of this fight as a 0-4 Yunara, who just is so far away from relevance in this game. But with all the collapse here and the Victor damage coming through, Ruler is burst. But look at the scatter. Down goes the jungler. Now you're caught here. You can't fight anymore, and Guma gets caught by the Chains of Corruption. It's a 1-for-3. And this comp was scaling, right? It was starting to get online, but they ended up getting caught. They were forced to take that fight, and it just doesn't work out. You can see the initial excitement, but it's a disaster in the end.
Yeah, that was definitely a roller coaster of emotions that we witnessed from the audience. And Ruler once again eviscerating waves over and over again. Delight moving through his jungle, trying to get some vision down as Duro gets that stolen blue buff.
But it was a
Nada having extra ability haste is a great idea.
It was a 2-item spike for Guma, right in that moment. He had the burst.
Yeah.
But it's...
Oh god, it's a 2,000 gold lead here for Ruler at the moment.
Really not,
look at that Ren damage onto Guma.
Not ideal, because they're going to try to run it back again, I guess.
Let's see whether it does work out, as the Baron is kind of what they're fighting for at the moment. 1 minute until the Dragon. That'd be Soul for Gen G if they could get there. Solar Flare is going to scatter the fight. And there is that Paranoia. In goes Canyon. But this is not the kind of engage that they're looking for. HLE set up the Phalanx. And the scatter will be nice, but there's not a follow-up available. So Gen G will back away.
The first time in a long time, HLE know their place, know to be patient. There were a few different angles they could have tried to take there post-Delight engage, but they decide to think better of it. Oh, this is a little pocket of vision they found here. Gen G have no information.
Wait
they're
a
so
second.
far away, there's no Paranoia. They might actually get away with this.
They're not going to be able to get vision down. No one is in the area. Canyon is looking to come over, but he's going to get the bad news too early. There's the Baron to HLE.
And when HLE needed a lifeline most, They're able to get this Baron, which will buy them a ton of time in this game, but they have to try to use that Prow to rush now over to stop this Cloud Soul, and I think they're just going to be a little bit too slow to stop this one, and this Cloud Soul
here.
Gives this comp so much longevity. Will they actually collapse? And here comes the Mundo TP. It's going to be a late arrival, but HLE will arrive just the same.
Well, I mean, Keen actually, he went back to base. Kind of insane that he decided to do that, as now Ruler is on top of the Drake, but there's another Dragon that's causing problems. Paranoia into the backline, the Unleashed Power is going to take down this Shyvana, and now Keen is dashing in. The Renata goes down, Delight could be the hero here, as Keen is going to be taken out. Ruler is bouncing around like a madman, but Delight gets on top of him, and Zeus cuts them down. Gen G may have just hit the use-by date on this composition, and Zeus is going where he pleases.
Scatter
and I think into the death chamber for now. As now Chovy is going to look for Delight. He'll be taken out. Canyon is going to be able to find him. Zenith Blade does nothing. It's a double for Chovy. As Gumayushi is the last Baron alive.
The Dragon was not taken in that fight. Gen G still have their jungler alive because he respawned to come over there. Has his ultimate coming back online as well.
Wait a second. This game is ridiculous.
Okay. This looked like it was maybe the moment where Gen G lost the game, but in the aftermath, they really do kind of save it. Now, they go so deep here to try to kill Chovy that this is a dead Shyvana on arrival. Chovy used his ultimate for it, though. And watch Guma here. He actually flashed onto Chovy, and then watch the redirect as he realizes he can't chase this Syndra down, and they need his damage. It's a great decision from Guma. Gets over the wall. Now he's out of range of Ruler, so he lets his teammates peel. Chovy gets the scatter, but cannot finish off the kill onto the Yunara. But what happens next is a bit of an overextension here as Guma cannot dive this turret, and Chovy ends up picking up a kill, and the Dragon is still alive.
Oh man, that was...
I think it might not be alive, but
inches. Yeah, no, the Drake was secured by Gen G.
So they have Cloud Soul.
Yeah, Zeus a little bit frustrated about that one, you could imagine.
It just wasn't necessary to make that play, but they got outplayed by Chovy. They thought, I mean, I would have made that play as well, but now... trying to defend this push is Gen G as this comp is starting to scale here for HLE.
Yep, Solar Flare is going to go wide, but they're going to brute force this with the Baron minions. One Baron left alive. The Rebel Baron power is sitting at 500 gold. So not exactly the greatest, but still up, which is good. Maybe it's going down though as Canyon going to get the ulti out of Kanavi. And with that Dragon's Descent on cooldown, I know it's easy to get back, but it does give Gen G a bit of a window to push back here against HLE.
Objective, at least, for the next 5 minutes for that Elder. It's a super early Elder. It's super early Soul. We've had several of these today where we just get the super fast, like sub 25 minutes in this game, and the last one was at like 26.
Yeah, speaking of super fast though, Cloud Soul absolutely insane for Gen G's composition. Exactly right. Like, Kalista is going to be booking it around these fights. Already bounces around very, very quickly. But what they need to do is kite this HLE comp as fast as they possibly can. And that's going to help.
I think that for HLE, you really have to start wondering what's the next play here. Can you get IE for Guma in time? I think the answer is definitely yes. But then what? How do you get Prio? How do you get control? And do you just simply make the choice to try to defend this Elder buff? You've got mid interrupt. You've got top interrupt. If you could just sit back and scale and just farm waves here, it might be your best bet. Because if you just send it into this Elder and flip the game there, you will just lose the game entirely. But if you don't opt to play the Elder flip game, maybe that's your best option. If they could somehow wrestle Prio away or find a pick and a side, that would be great. But they're the ones playing into the Doctrine. They don't have a global champion here to chase somebody down or pinch in sides. And because of the power that Gen G have right now in their leads, are so immaculate, it's hard to actually get control of a side for Kanavi to play through. And if he tries to use his ultimate in sides, he won't necessarily have it for that upcoming fight. So there's a lot of things that they're now going to have to figure out right now, but they have their backs against the walls. Here comes the Nocturne.
Oh dear, there's the Paranoia. They just dive on top of Delight, and he is executed. Nothing he can do about that.
And there's nothing that they could do in return on the cross map. Their best bet is to just let that go and hope they can defend this turret here as Gen G group for it on the top side of the map. The wave is cleared by Zeka. The first one, the second one's coming through, and he's going to need some friends here to keep this turret alive as that Crystalline is being waiting, ready to be popped.
It really is. Okay, Kanavi moving over. There's the scatter onto Zeka. That gives Ruler a bit of an opportunity to get over here. Pretty short range on the Kalista, so sieging is difficult. As Chovy comes in, Gumayushi now going to be fighting against Kane, but I don't know whether he really likes these odds.
Chains missed, so that could have been a disaster for Guma. Would have lost his cleanse potentially.
But man, they are walking so incredibly quickly. Great handshake there onto Kanavi.
Some extra time for Zeus in the top lane. Someone's going to have to answer that.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about who he's talking to on the phone right now with the skin.
Yeah, I think he's probably he's trying to finalize a deal as he's going.
He's calling Keen. Keen does answer the call.
Indeed.
And comes over here. Look at the XP here. Zeus and Zeka. Hard scaling, right? Hard farming. Arm guard picked up for Zeka for safety. All they have to do is win the longer fight. The fights have to be longer. And I think now for Kanavi, you've got to wonder, am I diving onto one of these carries? They have too many. They have Chovy, who's giga-fed. 12 stacks of Magi Soul Stealer. Keen on a late game Varus also has the arm guard, so diving him probably isn't the option. And Keen, Ruler, who's got Bailout, Flash, and Cleanse, probably isn't a target for you. Maybe just playing through a slower Chaos Storm fight, waiting for Guma to have his angle with the ultimate and the IE could be the best plan.
I think that's really
harder done than said, though.
Yeah. The difficult part is the fact that Duro is sort of the arbiter of all of these fights. It's who he gives the bailout to and the timing of which he gives it to them as well. As Gen G on this Baron, they waste no time. It is spotted immediately. Good scatter there onto Kanavi, as this will have to be a fight. Solar Flare goes wide, but they get the dash cannon out of Chovy. This Baron down to 50%. Remember, they have the Rend, so there's a lot more secure here on this one. It does depend when Ruler pulls these sticks out as they make it dark. And in goes the Mundo. They're still looking for the turn. The Baron is going to be secured as there's the Fate's call. Ruler might need to flash out of this one as the Dragon. It descends, and there is the kill onto the Renata, but the rest of Gen G are going bananas. Key now off to the side. Zeka puts him in the gravity well, and Key goes golden. This Varus is unstoppable here in this game, and they just killed everyone around the Mundo. Now Canyon goes in, and I don't think he should have.
Yeah, I don't know why he did. This Mundo has flash, and Zane's picking up a double, and it looks like this Baron might just get deleted. Now with these respawns too, consider that HLE might get a more fighting chance on this Elder than we're going to get otherwise because of this.
Oh my
God. And Zane's just bides his time, goes in for the flash play. He's the real cleanup. I love how this was played by HLE though. They finally got that slower fight. They're playing through Zeka's damage here. Guma waits for his moment. When Kanavi goes through, he's trying to soften them up. And it's just so slow, letting the Baron do its work. The paranoia, they wait it out. They look for the front of the fight onto Keen.
And Chains of Corruption goes wide there as well.
Look at the damage with the ult coming through from Zeka here. Ruler, though, is just so fed in this game. He's bouncing around like a Beyblade. He says no to Guma. No bailout needed. Gets the bailout here, but there's no one to kill.
Wait, HLE, they're on the Elder.
That's what I'm talking about. They have that spawn advantage.
Well, here's the paranoia. Let's see whether he can get in. He doesn't. And it's Canyon that's going to die. He's down to the GA already. And Konami, he's healing back up. There goes the jungler. And Humble Life Esports, they got some turrets to get through, but I think they'll be able to get through them.
And they have the scaling now on their side. Chovy sitting on 0 deaths, but those deaths might be coming soon. That's HLE descend with this Elder buff, with the spawn advantage, with the play from Zeus there at the end of that Baron. Chovy in trouble. He's got to back off.
This is so hard though, because the waves are in a terrible spot here for Humble Life Esports. They have to dive if they're going to make this work, and I guess Zeus has an infinite health bar, so that might actually happen. Still, the Arcane Storm, it comes down, it does a lot of damage, but not enough to kill them.
But they just got control over the map. They got control over the map, and I think that might be permanent for the rest of this game because of this composition's incredible late game power. Kanavi going to hit level 16. As there's a bit of a lull here as the defense comes through, some Gen G fans cheering. But this Baron is not what they were looking for. They're not going to be able to break open the base with only Chovy holding it. They can't really get push anywhere.
And I swear, the gusto on Canyon and Keen to think that they could actually kill Zeus in that moment, that was their undoing.
What a huge blunder. It's really... I don't know if I was watching and I thought there's 0 chance and he's got flash.
Oh my goodness.
But the game is not over yet. But Gen G's chances have really dropped massively.
50 seconds until the Elder is up. Gen G grouped as 5. But HLE, All they need is for this Mundo to race in underneath the turret.
He's just going to TP to help push. Kanavi's on the flank. His ultimate could wipe half these health bars out, and then Zeka could just drop his ult on top, and goodbye, Gen G.
Oh, Kanavi going to get turned on. Maybe he's a little bit overextended. Does take a little bit of damage here. It is otherwise going to be okay. Get some vision over. Duro does need to be really careful. He is super squishy on this Renata. As Solar Flare connects onto Chovy, he gets McHale's. As there's the center plate in. Delay may have found the angle, but that hostile takeover is unbelievable. And they're actually the Elder Dragon is going to take them down. What the heck was that?
Elder works against HLE, and they defend the push.
The Dragon ate the Dragon when the Dragon had the Dragon.
That was actually insane. I've never even seen that interaction before, I don't think, which is crazy because we've had so many games of Renata, but you very rarely get to defend an Elder push like this. They go so deep for it, but watch Duro as he sets this one up. It's avoided by Zeka, but the rest of the team not so lucky. Look at the damage Kanavi eats here as he's taken out by his own teammate.
Oh my lord! Okay, well, we're learning things. As well as this game going completely off the rails, one of the most important parts is the fact that Gumayusi is now getting some kills here in this game. 3, 6, and 7 on the Yunara. Catching up in farm as well, catching up in levels.
The lead means very little for Gen G in terms of the gold right now. Chovy has 25 stacks, like it couldn't be bigger. But it's about the Cloud Soul they still hold. It's about how well they play these team fights, or don't, right? Like, Hanwha kind of got a gimme on that mistake there into Zeus on the Mundo. And so they were able to get the Elder for free. The next time around on these objectives, they'll have to fight their way through. They tried to fight their way last time on the Baron and were relatively unsuccessful until Zeus said, Mundo. But let's see what happens now, because Gen G, with that defense, keep their whole base alive. No inhibitors go down, and they have a very strong amount of control vision-wise. I mean, look at the wards all around the Baron pit here for this Baron that spawns in 35 seconds.
Chovy has 25 stacks.
25 stacks.
Magi's, Swifty Boots upgraded, and Cloud Soul. He's like the fastest Syndra to ever exist.
No, I know, and I wonder if that 0 is ever going to become a 1 in the D column there, because I said earlier when the Elder was at, it might happen, but he did not get caught. He stayed way far back, and he ran away with that movement speed very well.
Oh, Kanavi was looking for a bit of a flank angle.
Look at the prio. I mean, Gen G have so much control over the map. They have all the vision. They have the wave clear here to push this through. HLE, though, have a Mundo. They've got a teleporting Zeka, and this fight will likely be the one to decide the game.
Yeah, they're not going to go onto the Baron this time around. It's Delay taking a lot of damage. You can see Ruler in that front line. He can actually do this. He's got a Jack Shows completed as well.
The main CC here is the Leona, and sometimes conditionally Kanavi, is they're already on this with the Kalista, and HLE are just going to nope out and push mid.
Well, they might actually be successful here. Delight is actually just going to separate from the team. He should be going down as Chovy will find him. The Unleashed Power will be invested. But the Baron will be traded for an inhibitor in the mid lane.
And they're going to try to use this inhibitor pressure to take the Elder, I guess. I mean, Gen G will eventually back. Chovy is home now, and can Hanwha get out is the real question. They don't have Baron.
Oh, Duro, can he find the hostile takeover angle? That is the question, as Chovy has to flash away from the Dragon, but look at this AoE. Can he get on top of the Inara and takes out Gumayusi? And now Ruler is in amongst the fight. Zeka will be taken down, and look at Ruler execute these players. Now he's alive to deal with Zeus, who is not going where he pleases this time, unless it's the Death Chamber. Gen G have done it. They've taken out HLE, and they have not gone to that 0-3 scoreline here in this season.
One lone Leona against the onslaught that is a Baron buff Gen G at 35 minutes. Guma dreams of respawning here in 20 and carrying this game, but he's going to need more friends if he's going to do it, and they just are not going to give him the time. HLE took a gamble. They looked for the play in mid lane, and it did not pay off. That's it.
And I guess from 2020 until now, the rule still is ban Ruler's Kalista, because my God, he was ridiculous in that game. This man here on your screen though, if I had a POM vote, I would be putting it in the support column. His Poppy, unbelievable, and his Renata, game-saving in this series. But my God, hats off even to HLE. What entertainment here today, and as Genji will be able to claim it in the end.
For Genji, we still have questions about the drafts, but in those two questionable drafts, they win the series. In game 1, they played a controlled style that was super slow and tanky with the Jhin, low damage, high oppression. Game 3, exact opposite, high octane, high damage, and full control with a Nocturne Varus Kalista composition with Syndra to back it up. And Chovy ends the game deathless with full Magi stacks on an old favorite of the Syndra. We haven't seen him play it very much recently. He's shied away from it in this meta, but he brings it out in the final game and has a perfect game to close out the series. What a banger!
That was unbelievable,
And you
man.
just never know, unless you're you in this case, who's gonna win on the day on Legend Group.
I guess I was saved from my bro anti prediction earlier on today, going 1-1 in the end. But it is just such a joy to see both of these teams playing at this level, right? I think this almost counts as a bounce back on both sides, outside of some whoopsies from mainly Delight towards the end of that last game. But still, I think that HLE, unbelievable performance, especially in game number 2. But Genji looking back in form, and our Legend Group, man, like, I don't even know what's going to happen now, because KT demonstrated they found some form. DK have definitely shown that they found some form. And now if Genji can play these finesse compositions just this well and in the clutch after losing a very difficult game 2, I don't know, man. Who is the best in this group? It's crazy.
Yeah, it is really crazy. I mean, Genji really played with such confidence here to make these choices. I mean, this is, by the way, also confidence. Chovy gets the kill.
Yeah, Delight misses the Zenith Blade, though. Not great.
Not great. I sort of understand what was happening in that last play from Delight, where he was trying to buy space, I think, for his teammates to push up mid, but I don't think it was necessary to play it that way. He could have just pushed with his teammates and then engaged when Genji decided to come over, but instead he just kind of went off on his own and turned it into a 5v4 for Genji. This Elder, it seemed like might have been able to end the game, but guess who is going to defend the push but Duro with an incredible ultimate that sent the Elder into HLE. Zeka's able to avoid it, but the rest of the team is not so lucky. And with his last breath, he sends it out. And he survives as a result of it, and then this damage is unreal. Kanavi's taken out despite his attempt to escape.
And Kanavi only barely got tagged because Kuma was just not able to get out of the hostile takeover. And this final team fight as Kanavi separates from the team, trying to get rid of Chovy.
Watch Ruler.
And
look
then,
at the sticks fly.
There's just no CC left to deal with this Kalista. And he had bailout, but he did not need it in the end.
No, not even a prayer, as Duro is so relieved.
너무 못했다. 인정.
Look at Duro. He's like, I'm feeling tired now, boys. Get off my back.
믿으러 갈게요. 드디어 이겼네. 이겼네.
Someone said, oh, we were so bad. I don't know if it was Ruler, but Duro says, I'll give you that in response. They are happy, but you could tell they're pretty frustrated.
I think that's relief is what we call that one, as Keen did a massive amount of damage, but it was not enough to eclipse Ruler. As look at that, like the little comeback there.
It's crazy
with the Elder.
When you lose control of a game like this with this comp for Genji, you usually don't get it back, but they were so clean with the calls, and Duro was on point. I really hope he gets POM between this game of Renata as well as the Poppy game. Ruler might get it, and I won't hate it. I'll hate it a little bit if Chovy gets it.
Ruler's going to pick it up. I mean, he did do very well on the Jhin, did a lot of boom damage, but I think Duro was considerably robbed in this particular player of the match. But I mean, in that last game, like, it's his Kalista, you know, and like there's the narrative vote. And as commentators, we should be okay with the narrative vote, where we're the ones that do it half the time.
I really just don't even mind it. I mean, look, Chovy had a perfect game in that last game and had the outplay in the bottom lane. But if he stole it away from either of the bottom laners after how this series ended, I would have been very upset.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I'm just personally upset because Ruler played Jhin in the first game, and I don't like Jhin all that much. But you can see the fans are definitely very happy that Ruler did pick it up. So we're going to throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much for the handoff, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. joined by Ruler on the side of Genji.
감사합니다.
Congratulations! Thank you, thank
팬분들의
you.
환호가 정말 대단합니다. 드디어 3라운드
Wow, the fans are so loud for you.
오늘 경기가
And at last, you secured your first win of round 3, and it wasn't easy, but you were hungry for that win, weren't you? Yeah, I was so desperate for that win, and I did feel like it would be so crazy and terrible if we were to lose today, and I really wanted this. So you said, "Oh my god, I am so excited, everyone," at the voice comm at the very end. And yeah, I mean, I was genuinely really excited. I was so hyped, and it was just such a long time since we were able to get that win. So I think that's why I ended up saying that. And both teams were fighting to dodge a 3 losing streak. So what did you work on to improve the team spirit? Well, first of all, I guess if you keep losing, and if you're on a losing streak, you end up in a pretty negative team spirit. So I think we just try to make sure that we can maintain an atmosphere where we feel like we're still on a winning streak. And of course, it's really all on us for not playing well. But I think we just try to maintain that good spirit so that we can actually keep a good momentum going forward and, pick ourselves up. And in game 1, we had your Jin solo kill against the Misfortune, and your skill shots were on point. But Genji actually did not have a big advantage in this game, so did it feel like you had to step up? Yeah, the early game was actually pretty rough. It was quite difficult, so I did feel like I would have to make something happen, and thankfully I was able to get that solo kill, and I think that was really the turning point. And in game 2, your Ezreal got fed, but the enemy's top side, the Olaf, Vi, and Akali collaboratively snowballed the game in their favor. So what was the feedback after? Yeah, what I remember is that the bot lane actually kind of forced a little bit too hard, and we weren't able to go back to base, and we actually lost a good timing for us to actually snowball the game. I think that's why we ended up losing the lead, and it went that way. And game 3, the draft was quite interesting. The enemy went for the Shyvana jungle, Yunara, Leona bot, and then topped it off with top Dr. Mundo. So what did you guys talk about internally? Well, compared to the enemy comp, it just felt like our comp had a lot more to do. So I just thought that the enemy comp wouldn't be able to stop my Callista. So I think that's why I was able to have a pretty comfortable time. And game 3 looks great for Genji, but there were some dicey moments. So when the Dr. Mundo racked up on kills and took the Elder, what was the game plan after? Even if the enemy took Elder, just knew that it would be difficult for them to actually push into our base. So as long as we were able to stall out the Elder buff timer, we knew that we would actually get our turn back eventually. So I think that's what we were focused on, the objective in the end. And with how close the game was, you maintained such a clean gameplay all match with no mistakes. So what play do you think ultimately got you the POM? I don't think there was a specific moment where I deserved the POM, but I mean, I think I was able to execute my role well enough for me to get that POM today. And with Genji winning, the Legend group has fallen in chaos. It means that 4 teams have 15 wins, so every win counts. So what mindset will you have for the rest of your journey? I think we just have to take our time. It's going to be a long journey. We may lose the next upcoming match, but I think as long as we actually maintain our form and continue performing the best we can, I'm sure that we will be able to perform well in the playoffs. I think that's just what we have to work on, try to bring up our form the best we can up until the very important moment in the playoffs. And your next opponent will be KT Rolster, so what will be the key?
어떻게 해야 좀 유연하게 할 수 있는지 아니면 어떻게
I think basically, I just pretty much everything. I think we need to look in the long term. Just looking at the match itself, we have to start from playing out the laning phase well all the way up to the team fight as well. And that is all from Ruler, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, as it crests 11 p.m. right now here in Korea. It was a long, long day, and what a great way to cap it off with that Game 3 that went back and forth. It was so close throughout, but ultimately goes the way of Gen.G. Ruler gets the POM, and given all the stress and pressure that this Gen.G squad has been under, what a way to respond.
Honestly thought at some point Zeus' Mundo might be enough, but they managed to shut that down. A lot of percentage HP damage on that Varus as well. But yeah, me and Wolf and a couple of others going for Duro here. Not you though, Wadid.
Not me. I mean, I think I just voted Ruler because of his Jin game. Was also really clean. I think his ultimate was on point, especially on the bot side when he got the solo kill. So I feel like AD carries back, so that means Ruler is back. You know, and I think also we mentioned about how important to have a good matchup on the bot lane for the Game 3. And I think after seeing Yunara, Leona picked into Kalista, Renata, we all knew that Gen.G is gonna have a fun time into it. So I felt like they didn't have a successful, not on the Shyvana or like Mundo. I think it was just the bot lane matchup. It was just unplayable into it.
For me, I went for Duro. Even countered the Elder Dragon by stealing the burn away and using it on Kanavi, which was crazy. That was a super cool moment that we'll get to see again here, where initially we see Delight going a little bit over aggressive, he gets shut down, and then it's the ult from Renata, and I believe it's
Ruler.
Oh yeah, it's Guma, who hits Kanavi, and then Kanavi leaps away, but the burn is still on him. And then he just ends up dying at that. That was a super cool moment. I also think his Poppy was absolutely phenomenal. That flank he got when he knocked two of them away with the ult, big reason why they won that game. So just a great return to form for Duro. I think it has been the bot lane together under scrutiny. And the fact that both of them had a great series is really good to see.
Yeah, again, a huge moment there. And I feel like there were multiple iconic moments. The Chovy escape on the Syndra was huge, but Wolf giving the shout out to Duro. Your Elder buff? No. My Elder buff. That was an amazing moment in its own right as well that we highlighted earlier. Justice for supports would have been my vote as well, but I don't get one.
Maybe he should get one then. Wadid can lose his. I think that's fine.
Oh, please, Wadid. Today. Let's see what else we had here. Go-Go. Jeez, Go-Go. Yeah. The Ruler, we all remember, definitely. Again, just a huge moment here for Gen.G and for Ruler, which seems like just another game for them, but preventing their first 3-game slid since Chovy has joined, dating all the way back 2,000-something days ago. Helio saying there's something impressing in every move he makes. Yes. Ruler, just the longevity of his career, right? We had League Classic the other day, and to see Ruler still pumping out damage, still being on the top of his game has been so impressive. Thanks to the help of Duro, says Umpty, the game changer himself, Duro.
Umpty's a real one. Umpty gets, he's a real one. Respect. You know, I always thought he was one of these great analysts we had on the global desk. You know, definitely better than we did. But good to see him doing great on the Korean side.
I mean, for me, yeah, I'm just gonna talk about the bot lane matchup. I'm not gonna just fight on you, but yeah, the thing is, it's really important to have like adaptation on the bot lane meta, right? And the more plays Ruler, and today was amazing. I agree. I think I just still remember when he played Ziggs on the bot lane, he was dying alone under turret against 3 people. That's not the one that we wanted from Ruler. I think when Gen.G was good, they were just winning the bot lane all the time. So I just really like to see Ruler and Duro playing good together.
Now, you might have remembered at the top of the day, we showed predictions from last week, and us here in Global, we didn't do great, but we had some people that got 4, some people got 3. And Wolf said at the beginning of the cast, he saw the Korean side, they did a lot worse. You know, there was like 1s in there. And already,
wait,
the Korean side analyst desk did not do great.
Oh, look at, oh no!
Reavers over there. That is great. And then thinking that
They got everything wrong.
Oh no!
Yeah, they obviously they need to apologize.
Oh,
That's
Wow.
really embarrassing. I couldn't imagine being in a situation where I went 0-2 today. So.
Wait, I was a bro leaver.
I was a bro leaver. We were the only 2 bro leavers.
Who else? Oh, I can see what's coming.
Chat.
You're not
already
afraid
know.
of the fans?
Ox sausage, get over
Ox
there.
sausage? Ah,
That's right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, keep apologizing. 3 more seconds.
I'm sorry.
2 more seconds. That's right.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
there it is. All right.
All right, we got enough. All right.
Okay. What a day of League of Legends. What a week it's been. And Dan, it's only Wednesday as we take a look at the Legend Group standing. Hanu Life Esports moves down a spot by virtue of their win-loss record off of that 15-5, now 15-6, tied with Genji, but slightly ahead in points in terms of game score. But man, I can't remember the time where the LCK has been this close across both sides of the top and bottom halves.
Yeah, the fact we have 3 teams with the same series wins in Rise Group and 4 in Legend Group, it just makes it so hard to call, so hard to see who's going to end up in playoffs, in play-ins, and still so much to play for, but not that many matches left, which means every single series is going to be so important. You cannot afford to give up a series. If you end up getting to the end of the season, you've lost a critical one, it's going to feel so bad.
It's not only the Legend group, you know, like we also have the Rise group. We have like 4 teams competing, and maybe there's one more, which is DNS. You already mentioned about it. Are they
right.
gonna start up, like stacking up some victories here or not?
Guys, I'm here to confirm that if DNS do not win this series against KOMDRX, the chances of winning Worlds will plunge dramatically. So it's really important they win this series. If they don't, I don't know if they're going to be able to win Worlds. Probably not.
Do you know mathematically what their chances would be if they lose that next series?
I would say about somewhere between 0 and also 0.
That's right. DRX could put the DN Automotive Supers to the sword, and then D plus Keo with the longest winning streak in the LCK will go up against the reigning world champions in T1. Every day is a banger here at the LCK. Tomorrow won't be different, so you don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more fantastic League of Legends. Bye-bye.
우승하도 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.